everybody. It is now 9 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. First of all, the normal announcements. Mobile phones, please, if you could make sure they're switched to silent. If we hear the fire alarm, it's a real thing, so we go out of one of the two fire exits either side of the room, down the stairs, and congregate in the council's car park, and we don't come back unless it's we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? No problems? Okay, thank you very much. Just before we start, I've just got one point of clarification. I was probably not quite on the ball yesterday, but, well, I hope I was, but I meant right at the beginning when we first came. Because I was asking about rebuttals, and we've got Mr. Gearing, so I was expecting that. But then you mentioned Mr. Goodwin. Well, you said where he is from. So he's presumably going to be a witness, is he?
That's right.
Right, so he's not programmed.
Well, no, because we did say, do you remember, you asked me ages ago how we were going to be rebutting Mr. Dadswell, and I said there'll be 1 to 2 witnesses.
Mr. Dadswell or Mr. Parks?
Sorry, I keep calling him Mr. I'm so sorry, Mr.
Parks.
Parks from Dadswell's.
Yeah.
And I said, at the time when you asked me, I said, we're not sure yet because we've only just received the evidence, but we're looking into it. It might be Mr. Gearing and or someone else, and he's the someone else.
Right, yeah, you said someone else. We aren't quite sure whether it's just a written submission or what it was.
Oh, I see. Well, sorry, yeah,
anyway,
that is...
Obviously it's not, so it's going to be a rebuttal.
That's right, and he will, as you say, well, not as you say, but he will need programming once everybody's seen his evidence.
Right, well, what we need to know is how long he needs programming for.
Yes.
And when he's going to come. I presume he'll be...
Same week as...
After Mr. or before Mr. Gearing?
Let me come back to you on. It could be either. Let me come back to you on. Let me come back to you on whether it's after or before. But it'll be either immediately after or immediately before, Mr. Gearing. We did say that part of the reason we were pushing for costs to be done in that week is because of his availability, because he's only available in that week that we're now doing costs. So that was our discussions with the programme officer.
Okay, so he's only available in week 11.
That's right, yeah.
So on the Thursday, we've got Mr. Gearing.
Yes.
And Friday, actually.
And Friday.
Thursday and Friday. And then we've got also a to be confirmed. And that presumably then must be Mr. Goodwin, is it?
Yes, sorry, yeah, that's him. Sorry, exactly, he's our TBC. He's now being confirmed. That's him.
And hold on a minute, because Mr. I see we've got Mr. Parks. Yeah, okay. Then Mr. Birchall.
Mr. Parks, Mr. Birchall.
And then we've got the TBC.
And then him.
Presumably that will be Mr. Goodwin.
That's right. I'll just confirm whether or not it makes more sense for him to go before or after Mr. Gearing, but either way, those two are back to back on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday.
Well, I mean, if it follows the same as Kent County Council, they have their costs. Mr. Parks is before Mr. Birch.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I'll come back to you on that.
Up to you. Okay. Right. Okay. So we've got.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just distracted because I'm being told that we're not live.
Oh.
No, lights. No, I know, but we're not live. I've got Helen on the other side saying it's sort of. And I was can I just check that we're not live? Yeah, Helen said it's sort of, so it's not working.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I missed some of that.
No. Well, Mr. Goodwin. We have got it, actually, to be fair, to be confirmed on Wednesday the 16th July and Thursday the 17th. So maybe that was when he was intended to come.
Yeah.
So can I just ask...
happy to confirm before Mr. Gearing, as per...
And is Mr. Goodwin then the cost consultant?
Yes. That's
what he is?
He's a cost consultant, that's right.
Right, okay. And we're going to get his rebuttal today, aren't we?
That's right. Oh, it's been filed with yours as well. They've actually both been apparently just been sent around now. So
Good. Okay. Well, I need hard copies,
yep,
please. How are we doing?
hard copies coming tomorrow.
It is working.
It's working all right, is it? Good. All right then. Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That clears that up. Anything else anyone wants to
It was
raise?
just really a short housekeeping thing. I'm aware of at least 2 appeal decisions in Swale in the last sort of 2 weeks. One of them for 650 homes that was approved on the Isle of Sheppey, and one of them for 250 homes the other day at Faversham. I don't know. There may, of course, be more before the end of our inquiry, such as the length of this inquiry.
Yeah.
What I don't know, neither one of them are, game-changing in any way for the purposes of this determination, but they are, recent other inspectors looking at the situation in Swale and saying things. I don't think there's anything particularly. But my question is, do you want us to be providing things like that to you, even though we're not wanting to say anything specific about them as a...
I think so.
Yeah.
I definitely think you should, for 2 reasons. The one by Owen Woodward's...
Sorry, the one what?
By Owen Woodward.
This is the Faversham one. That's Faversham.
He was here when we were here at Faversham.
Been quick then.
And the main event was flood risk, and the case is enormously significant for that reason alone. However, in the decision, he crystallises the shortfall at below 4 years with reference to an earlier appeal decision. And I don't think they sort of contested it any further.
Housing land supply.
Housing land supply, sorry.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, at the start, he endorses as SIL compliant the long list of mostly county council obligations. Well, just the obligations. There's a long list. He sets it out, I think, in paragraph 2 or 3, and he finds them SIL compliant. It's not extensive reasoning on that because the main issue was the flooding, but it's an endorsement of those. So for that reason alone, I think it's worth seeing what other inspectors have said about all those contributions.
The other one was not particularly on point, but obviously both inspectors say things about the local plan. They apply para 11 of the framework and all of that. And they're recent. So we'll submit those to the programme officer today, and I suppose come back to them to the extent we need to in October, kind of thing, which would be when
the inspector on the other one?
Yeah, hang on one sec, because I should know. So I did the other one.
Forgotten already.
No, it was on one of the weeks off for this one. It is Inspector G.D. Jones.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was, the other one is...
Sheppey, is it?
It was, so it's Minster on Sea, on the Isle of Sheppey, 650 homes. Both allowed. Out of interest, you'll see when you read it, but the 250 one in Faversham that Mr Young's just been talking about...
Faversham or Thatcham?
Faversham. Sorry, the 250 was Faversham. That was Mr Inspector Woodward's, as Mr Young's just said. That was a contested inquiry, which was in this building earlier on during The other one was supposed to be an inquiry, but was converted into a hearing later on in the process by Inspector Jones, after the local authority decided to withdraw its reason, or its decided not to contest the appeal because it had been a non-determination appeal, so it didn't pursue any putative reasons for refusal, and so it turned into a one-day hearing with a Rule 6 party as the main objector. So that, anyway, all of that's in the decision letter that you can have a look at.
Sorry.
Right.
Okay.
My fault.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Okay, so yes, I think both of those obviously sound we ought to be seeing those.
Okay.
No doubt there'll be more.
Well, I suspect maybe, I don't know, but we'll keep our eyes open if there are.
Anything else?
Nothing from me, thanks.
Can I just check,
Yeah.
in terms of the timetable,
Yeah.
with the closing submissions, that's in October, obviously.
Yeah.
And the intention is that it would all, I know you've said this, but I just want to check, it's all in person.
Yes.
And that's what that week really is. The Section 106 will be earlier in October. And
well, that week will be conditions and closings.
okay,
Week of the 27th of October. Yeah.
okay.
Section 106 at the moment is programmed on for the 10th. Although, of course, we will have done quite a lot of Section 106 already.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's just to wrap it all up, really.
Yeah, so I think that earlier session of the Section 106 is helpful.
We've got one this before we break, haven't we?
Yeah.
Sometime soon.
Yeah, I think it's just that really, to look at the Section 106, because obviously there's a huge amount of work going on behind the scenes.
Yes, I understand that.
We're still in discussions over the Section 106 on things like triggers.
Yep.
And I'll just say this now, not to add disappointment later. Obviously, we've done the viability on the basis of the evidence as it is now. The movement of trigger dates affects viability, because things like schools, when a school is due, involves the building costs at that point in time, and then the interest payments. And so what we're listening to now, this is my sort of warning, is based on the information we have, based on the Section 106 as best it's understood. But there's still things to crystallise with the Section 106, and that still has implications for the viability. What I would suggest is that obviously, we're going to proceed now, hopefully. There's quite a few months to go, so
Yes.
if those things crystallise around the Section 106 session,
Yep.
for example, and the applicants are clear about the trigger, or their position is clear and we've got a position, then we'll make sure that you have the viability evidence that corresponds with that. And obviously, by the time we get to closing submissions, hence my question in October, it may be that we have two positions on the financial implications of the trigger, where we say it should be and where the applicant says it should be. We're going to make this as simple as possible, but that issue will not be a matter of principle. That will be a matter of the implications of the trigger.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. Yes, it does.
Viability has to reflect the evidence.
I understand that. Yeah. Mhm.
Including the final agreement on highways and all of this. So we have to reflect where we are at a point in time.
I know.
And I totally agree we should be looking at it now, but I'm giving that health warning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame, really, that these issues weren't sort of crystallised a lot earlier, isn't it? Given that this application's been in for several years.
Yeah,
really. I mean,
I'm not making. Sorry.
No, I'm just thinking. Well, we've got the session now. Why can't things be agreed now rather than having to wait until October? That's all.
Yeah, I'm not making any criticism. That's not the purpose of that observation.
I was asking a question.
Yeah, the applicants have their position. We have ours.
Yeah.
We want the schools and certain things at certain points in time. They're important, just not only for us, but obviously
Right.
we would say reflect the applicant's case in terms of their community building and sustainability credentials and so on. So we're quite clear about when we think the triggers should be. They are, of course, entitled to disagree and persuade you of the reasons why they might take a different view on the triggers. But that's a matter for them.
But is that going to change? What I'm really saying is, I understand that you've got your position, they've got their position,
Yeah.
but but I mean, why does that need to change then? You say you're carrying on talking, but does that mean that's you're likely to adopt their position, or they're likely to adopt yours, or not? Or is there going to be a halfway house? Or?
I don't know the answer to that. What I know is solicitors obviously discuss Section 106s up to often the line. You know, that's I know PINs would like to have them before even appealed. But in a real world, they continue to negotiate. They use that time. But, you know, whatever the position is, whether we agree it, we disagree it, the applicant agrees with us, or the applicant disagrees with us, we will present you with the necessary evidence to support the position, whether that's one position.
You're going to do that in this set?
Or two positions.
Now?
I can't, because we're still discussing the Section 106.
Well, I don't really understand that, because if you've got your position, they've got theirs. Why can't that just be it? You know, and we'll hear evidence from you, and we'll hear evidence from the applicant.
That's fine. That's fine.
You know, why do you need to keep talking about it?
Okay, we've got a different position on the triggers,
I understand that.
And our evidence will reflect our evidence on that. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if someone caves in, fair enough. Then I'll be able to see both evidence, and I'll be able to work out, you know.
Yes, I'm in complete agreement with you. I just don't know if there's going to be any movement on that point from the applicant. But if there's not, then yes, our case is as per the evidence that we're presenting.
Right.
And
so your case is fixed. That's what your position is.
I will need to double check that, but yes, basically.
All right, let's say that. Applicant's case fixed.
This is the way this is being put is news to me. I'd not appreciated that it was being said that ongoing debates about things like school triggers is going to mean that we all have to come back and redo viability. I need to take instructions on what's been said. Full stop. I thought we were having the viability debate now. You know.
So did I.
And I'll ask my witness about the extent to which things like moving triggers around would actually, given the master developer model that is embedded into the appraisals, have an impact on of financial viability. But obviously I'm not going to start giving evidence about it now. We can be asked about it, and maybe that's the easiest way of doing it, is to try and use the sessions that we have over the next 2 or 3 days to cover off as many eventualities as possible.
I would have thought that it would be a reasonable position to say that after all this time, and I mean I count the time they've actually been at the inquiry, which is quite a long time, that the time for discussion is now over on things like this, and that Kent County Council will have a position, re-triggers, you have your position, re-triggers, all the evidence presumably has been based on that basis.
Correct.
And therefore, that's it.
That's, as far as we see it, that's correct.
I would say.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's how I'd like to proceed.
Yeah, I want us to do viability. I need to make that clear. If I wasn't making it clear, I'll say it again. I would like us to do viability now.
Yes, okay.
I am simply alerting you to the fact that the Section 106 is still not agreed. We are still having debates about the trigger. And, people might not have brought this to your attention, but I'm doing so now. We are still in debate, and the applicant is still discussing the triggers, and financial viability changes constantly on the basis of the inputs. Now, the implications of that change, my learned friend can almost certainly discuss with his witness. I don't see any difficulty with that. He may say, well, it doesn't really have much effect. It has a significant effect or whatever. I've got no problem with that. But I don't want to start this session without you realising the Section 106 is still not agreed.
Yeah, well, I realise Section 106 is not agreed because I haven't got a signed, executed copy of it, so it's pretty obvious that's true. What I didn't really realise was still that there were things like stuff that's likely to affect viability after all this time that is still up for discussion and likely to change.
Sorry to interrupt you, I didn't mean to. We don't accept that there are things that are likely to change that are likely to affect viability, but I won't say any more about it at the moment. But so,
well, if that's the case, then let's hope that we can just carry on and not have
very much
difficulties later on.
Very much what we hope.
Yeah, I think my friend is what he's saying is he didn't think the I don't think he's suggesting there isn't a debate about the triggers. There absolutely is a debate about the triggers. What he's saying is he doesn't think the financial implications of that are significant, as I understand it.
Well, I don't know. Were you saying that, Mr. Simons?
EOS, both actually. I was saying my instructions are, and obviously I'm not the solicitor who's involved on a day-to-day basis running this. That's Mr. McKeegan from Town, who you've heard from already. But the instructions that I've got is that there is not disagreement at the moment, but there is a bottoming out as to exactly where the triggers are to be. Apparently, both sides are agreed that where they were in the previous agreement weren't quite right, and Kent apparently going to tell us that where they should be, and both sides have agreed to that apparently. But anyway, it's difficult. I'm now giving you third-hand reports of the 106 modelling. But in any event, I've got no reason to think that the final identification of where those triggers fall is going to have a material impact on the financial viability debate that we're going to have over the next couple of days.
Okay.
Anyway, but obviously we'll have to see if in October Kent produces new viability evidence. We're going to have to jump off that bridge when we get to it. And have a debate about its ramifications then. But I'm not anticipating that we're going to be wanting to do that in the autumn.
All I would say is if there are considerable changes in anything that affects viability here on in, and we find out about it in October, then we will not be finishing the inquiry till we've actually bottomed it out.
Of course not.
So, it's up to you, really.
Yeah.
But
Yes, we would very much like the triggers to be agreed, and we'll see.
okay.
May I introduce my witness?
You can now, yes.
Thank you.
Very much.
Sitting patiently on the other side of the room is Matthew Spilsbury. Are you Matthew Spilsbury?
I am.
You are a Senior Director in the National UK Planning and Development Department of CBRE Limited, is that right?
It is.
You're a qualified professional member of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, is that correct?
It is.
And you have more than a decade post-qualification experience, and you're also a long-standing chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, is that right?
Yes.
You've been employed by CBRE as a Senior Director since 2021, is that right?
Yes.
And you have responsibility for leading CBRE's national team of surveyors advising on matters of development viability, is that right?
It is.
You'll have to excuse the motorbikes, we get a couple a day. You're a long-standing member of the RICS Working Group on Financial Viability in Planning, is that right?
Yes.
Acting as a sounding board to the MHCLG on the drafting of legislation, national policy and guidance on the subject. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've undertaken a voluntary role as a guest lecturer on the topic of financial viability in planning for real estate students within the Land and Development course unit at the University of Manchester. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior to joining CBRE, you're a director and national head of development viability at National Planning and Development Consultancy Turley in a similar role, is that right?
Yes.
And you held positions at director or above level since 2016, is that correct?
It is correct.
Prior to joining Turley in 2013, you were employed at property consultancy GVA, subsequently becoming Everson Young, rising to principal consultant, having been employed in 2007 as part of the National Graduate Programme intake to the Planning and Development Department based in Manchester, is that right?
It is right.
And you have almost 20 years of industry experience, is that correct?
Yes.
You tell us the focus of your professional advice is to provide analysis of the financial viability of land and development sites from the promoter and plan-making stages through to underpinning planning applications and thereafter. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've also wider experience in providing advice on matters including land acquisitions, commercial disputes, overage and clawback agreements, affordable housing strategy, enabling development and optimum viable use of heritage assets and preparation of financial business cases to secure public sector viability gap funding for regeneration projects. Is that right?
That is right.
You have substantial experience in providing professional advice to landowners, investors, promoters, house builders, local planning authorities, Homes England, and the Department of Housing, Communities and Local Government on financial viability and deliverability. Is that right?
Yes.
And you do that at a range of nationwide schemes, residential, non-residential, and that includes schemes ranging from greenfield sites for residential to strategic allocations, including new settlements, industrial and logistics sites, mixed use and high-density urban developments and listed assets. Is that right?
Yes.
You have consequently given professional advice on a wide range of development projects, including Section 78 appeals, as well as appearing extensively at local plan examinations and community infrastructure levy examinations, acting for a wide range of private development clients and landowners and Homes England. Is that right?
Yes.
Recent examples of your work, we won't go through them all, but include Worcestershire Parkway New Settlement, that's 10,000 homes. And you're instructed by the landowners and the promoters, Homes England and Summit's Capital. Is that right?
Yes.
Stretton Hall Strategic New Community, that's 4,000 dwellings and employment at Harborough and Oadby and Wigston Local Plan. Is that right?
Yes.
East Devon, the new settlement, CBRE is instructed by East Devon District Council to lead a multidisciplinary team to identify options for the allocation of a new settlement within the district. Is that right?
Yes.
And you set out all the issues there. Places for everyone in Greater Manchester, preparation of market pricing analysis and headline viability for 10 major greenfield sites, mixed use and industrial logistics allocations being promoted by Peel across Greater Manchester, which in total comprise 30,000 homes. Is that right?
Yes.
As well as, we mustn't forget, the industrial sites in the Peat Bogland, yes?
Correct.
Good. Elton Reservoir Strategic Site, 3,500 homes for Peel. Gilston Garden Village, that's 10,000 dwellings. And you're advising Taylor Wimpey. Urban Extensions at Thanet. And looking at that on behalf of Ptarmigan and Millwood Designer Homes and Places for People. Is that right?
Yes.
Harrington New Settlement, which is 6,500. Long Marsden Airfield, which is 3,500 in Stratford. Lockmead, New Eastern Villages in Swindon, that's 2,500. Is that right?
Yes.
Scraptoff North SDA in Harborough, that's 1,200. Is that right?
Yes.
Kelvedon, have I said that right?
Yes.
In Braintree, 5,000 units. Househead Garden Village at Knowlesey, 1,600 units, and Blindwells New Settlements, East Lothian, which I believe is in Scotland.
It is.
1,600 dwellings, is that right?
Yes.
Barristers don't often get to go north of the border, but I suppose surveyors do. Apparently it's very nice up there. We can see, therefore, involved in lots of very, very large proposals. Is your role principally about the financial viability of the scheme and the deliverability of it?
Yes, it is.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Madam, there's a statement of common ground which you've received. It was available. It was ready on Friday, I'm afraid to say, and there was a communication problem. But you received it yesterday. We've got hard copies for anybody. And you've got a hard copy as well. Thank you very much. Does anybody else want a hard copy? Yes?
I do have to say that I did glance through it, but I haven't really had a chance to look at it in depth.
Anticipated that point being made.
Good.
And for this reason, we have produced a detailed note for you of this witness's evidence in chief with all the references and all the figures. And the reason is, this is not like other topics, not to be pejorative about landscape, but you can see it or you can't.
That would have saved us a week and a half. Though.
Particularly important that we guide you carefully through that, as you've made several times. I know you're familiar with the topic, but yeah, absolutely. And so we produced this note. So what this witness is going to talk about is all summarised in this note.
One thing about the statement of common ground, actually, it's really a general point. It would be jolly helpful if Mr. Gardner could also add his
So we sent it to Mr.
Yeah.
Bell. Asked me about this yesterday,
Yeah.
and Mr. Spilsbury sent it to Mr. Gardner so that he could have a look.
Right.
Obviously, Mr. Spilsbury is now going first.
Yeah, no, I realise that.
Mr. Gardner can obviously add his contribution, but from your point of view, I think what you're indicating is, could we make it tripartite,
Yes.
or with a rider, as it like, or
Yes.
a caveat where
Yeah.
they disagree on benchmark
Yeah.
land value, for example. But I think a lot of what we're saying, I'll be more neutral. Some of what we're saying is agreed, and
Yeah.
a lot of what the applicant has agreed, I'm sure Mr.
Yeah.
Gardner can agree as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
I'll copy here.
If there's a spare, I'll take it home. If there's a spare. Don't worry. Thank you.
So we'll have this as an inquiry document then.
So can I have one back only because but it's important so we can ask the council perhaps. I'm looking at their case officer to see if we might run some more copies off. So yeah, the council, if they could just look up for a second, just look up for a hot second. Hi, if we could just run off a few more copies of that. Here is an issue with printing. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Luckily,
To email, do you think?
yeah, we can definitely email
If
it.
it could be
Yeah.
emailed, that would be great. I don't know, I'm looking at. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Right, let's just start then. We've done your role, background and experience. You've been instructed, it says here, to provide an independent third-party due diligence review. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Thirth deals with the issue of why the council is concerned about the viability. His evidence comes later on this week. So you're not here to explain why we're concerned or why the Kent County Council is concerned. It's just to explain the viability. Is that right?
That's correct. Mr. Finch will deal with the other matter you referenced.
Yeah. Thank you. Your professional opinion for the inspector to home in on is set out in your proof of evidence and your rebuttal proof of evidence, and you have led the preparation of a topic-based statement of common ground. Is that right?
Correct.
Good. It may be worth taking that up then, and I just want to ask you about this document. You produced it. You've sent it across to the applicant. The applicant has largely agreed. So you filled out sections that summarise their case. Is that right?
Correct.
And that came back relatively quickly. Is that right?
It's correct.
Yeah, and not largely contesting it either, in the sense that what you had written wasn't sort of dramatically changed, and that's not accurately reflecting my case. In fact, the applicant accepted that largely represented their case. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, which is very helpful indeed. So if we take that in hand, in your own words, you just want to help the inspector navigate the sequence. It's got areas of agreement and then areas of disagreement, hasn't it? Yeah.
Correct, it has.
Let's, in your own words, just help the inspector with, first of all, the structure of it.
Sorry, when you're talking about sent to the applicants, do you mean the note or the statement of common ground?
Statement of common ground.
Oh,
Yeah. So we've come
right,
on.
okay, that's fine.
If you're following in the text, we've come to
Yeah.
the end of the introduction. The
Yeah.
witness led on this topic,
Yeah.
and then I'm just going to invite him to help us understand, first of all, the structure of it.
Yeah. Okay.
So bear in mind, the inspector's only had this for a short amount of time and has quite a few other things to do.
I'll be swift. The structure follows brief introduction, just setting out the process and the context, purpose of the document. If we turn to section 2, this sets out the northern site firstly. There's a table that sets out the areas of common ground between the parties, which runs from pages 4 to 5. And then there's a short section at the bottom of page 5 that sets out an introduction to the areas of contention between the parties, And then if you turn to page 6, there's table 2.2, which sets out the areas of contention with respect to the northern site, and it has each of the viability inputs that form a point of contention in the left-hand column, and then it has my position in the next column across, so the first in from the left, which is with my initials MS, and provides the position and comment. And then Mr. Mitford Slay's position and comment is in the right-hand column, and that's the format that it follows throughout the document. I won't dwell on the inputs themselves. If we move then to page 10, this sets out the same for the southern site. So we start off, the way the southern site's been assessed for viability purposes is on the basis of a land trader master developer model.
Yeah.
And that includes firstly a series of serviced residential land parcels. So they effectively determine the revenue that the land trader master developer generates by selling the serviced land parcels once they've delivered the infrastructure. So we first off start with setting out the areas of common ground in relation to that serviced land parcel viability assessment. And then we follow on page 11 with the areas of contention in table 2.4. Moving on to page 13, we then do the same thing for the land trader master developer appraisal. And that's the overarching appraisal that wraps in the serviced land values into it as part of that process. So we set out, again, the areas of common ground that run across pages 13 to 14. And then in table 2.6 on page 14, it runs actually from page 14 through to 20, we set out the areas of contention between the parties. And finally, there are the signatories, as is appropriate practice, on page 21, section 4.
Good. Okay. Thank you for that. If we go back then into the start of the document and the northern sites on page 4 and the areas of common ground. Now, for those familiar with this topic, everybody will know that on one side of the equation sits the gross development value derived from the sales values, either of the land or the homes. We've got both here with the north and south. And on the other side, there are all the costs and literally everything else. For the northern sites, this is based on a gross development value, as I understand it. Will you tell us the figure there?
It's a gross development value of it's 433. This is for open market sales, I should say. 433.65 million, which equates to an average net sales value of £390 a square foot for the open market units.
Okay, so for the northern sites, we are 433 million. Yes.
Correct.
That's the scale of what we're talking about. And then you make clear here, and this is all agreed, based on the scheme's inclusion of 11.28% affordable housing. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so that figure has to be...
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's the Statement of Common Ground, page
Yeah,
4,
I've got all up to
and
that.
it says
That's your last bit.
that figure,
Yeah.
I'm just reading from the text, is based on the scheme's inclusion of 11.28% affordable housing.
Thank you.
And the reason that's important is obviously sales values are different or the revenue generated is different from the affordable, so you need to know the percentage mix to then be able to calculate your GDV, gross development value. Is that right?
That's correct.
If it was less affordable, then your GDV would be higher. If they were more affordable, it would be lower. Is that right?
Correct.
Good. Okay. That's all agreed. The GDV for the affordable housing is provided as a separate figure on the next page, 26 million. Now, is that a subset of the 433 million?
No, that's in addition to.
Okay. So what that first figure is just the market, as you
Correct.
said, removing from that figure. So what we've got is two figures, one of 433 million and one of 26.7 million.
Correct.
And
If you
that
added
gives
those,
us our total GDV.
correct. Added
Good.
together, that's the total GDV of the scheme.
Good. Okay. And then things like residential disposal rates, finance costs, profit margins, that's all been agreed.
Correct.
Yeah. Benchmark land value, you are in agreement. Mr.
Correct.
Graham takes a different view, doesn't he?
Mr. Gardner, do you mean?
God, yeah, sorry, Gardner.
Mr. Gardner does take a different view.
Yeah, his is about half that. Is that right?
My calculation is it's circa half or slightly below that.
Slightly below that. So he's adopting. He says this development can afford the affordable housing at a policy compliant level, as I understand it. Is that right?
It is to some degree, depending on the scenario that he takes.
Yeah. But if we wanted to look for, say, a key ingredient to why he reaches that conclusion, then we don't need to look too much further than the benchmark land value. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's largely why he says it can be afforded. However, as we come on to, he doesn't actually examine the costs beyond what the applicant have provided. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I should caveat that he does in his rebuttal document assess the cost associated with strategic highways as set out within the Dadswell's cost plan,
Okay.
and that does change his conclusions accordingly.
Yes. That's an important point of distinction. The original proof didn't. Upon sight of our evidence, and to be fair, he's not the county council. He's not acting for the county council. The county council obviously have a view on the cost of the road and the infrastructure and the schools and all the rest of it. On sight of that, he has looked at a scenario where he looks at the county council's assessment of the costs. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that obviously will affect his conclusions about the 40%, yes?
Correct.
But the key difference in the original evidence is about that benchmark land value being half.
That is the primary factor.
Yeah,
in
I
my
will
view.
come on to that in due course. Right, then for the northern site, we deal with the areas of contention, and as you say, these are set out, and helpfully you detail where this is derived from, so the inspector knows the source of the summary of the disagreement. The position is as represented in your rebuttal proof and Mr. Mitford-Slade's rebuttal proof, and each party's review of their respective documents. No new evidence has been prepared for that exercise. Is that right?
Correct.
Good. Okay. And the matters of contention then, let's go to them. Right. First of all, construction cost. We don't need to worry about GDV. That's how the equation's all sorted. We're now looking at the costs, and there's various items for the northern site which are the subject of disagreement. On the construction costs, we've got a disagreement over the actual, effectively, pounds per square foot cost. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your figure, please.
£155.25 per square foot.
And his figure.
£150 per square foot.
You also note that represents an increase over his costs of around 6 million. That's in your column, is that right?
Correct.
So that's the size of the difference, 6.5 million. And you also say this, furthermore, TMS has applied a specific dwelling mix for the purpose of attributing revenues. I would therefore expect that rather than adopting an estate housing generated cost for these units that be relevant to the BCIS flatted costs would be applied, which are typically higher. Just explain that point to us. He has applied a specific mix, is that right?
Yes. So Mr. Mitford-Slade applies a specific mix of dwellings within his assessment.
Just put the microphone a bit.
Sorry,
Yes, a little bit
I
nearer. Yeah, okay.
can't quite tell how much background noise there is from the fans. So if you can't hear me, do let me know.
Remember, they've got to hear you on the live stream as well.
Okay.
That's why you have to have that on.
And they can't tell you if they can hear or not.
I will come very close to it.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Mitford-Slade applies a specific mix of dwellings within his viability testing to apply both revenue and costs to. That includes apartments, so flatted development. There is a different set of build costs set out by the RICS, BCIS, attributable to apartments, which is higher than the cost of general estate housing. However, Mr. Mitford-Slade has applied the estate housing generally cost, which is for housing, to both the houses and the apartments.
So that I understand that then, he said, look, all these houses will be built to this particular set of costs, which is applicable to general housing. Apartments, they go up and they have communal space, so they have higher costs, yes?
Correct.
But he has not applied that apartment set of costs that the RICS BCIS applies.
No. It's a typical practice, in my experience, and that you would, if you set out a specific mix and you're applying revenues to a specific mix and unit sizes, that you should therefore apply the costs appropriate to that mix as well. And at a simplest level, you would differentiate that between houses and apartments for the reasons that you briefly set out.
Yeah, okay. And does that largely account for the 6.5 million difference?
No. So I, at this stage, haven't differentiated that cost. So that cost would be an additional cost above that.
So what accounts for the difference between you and him of the 6.5 million?
That relates to it's a matter whereby the BCIS figures start at a different point. So I've applied the BCIS figures, which are set out for estate housing generally. So same approach to start off with, but I've applied the figure for the last 5 years. So you can weight the results of BCIS over a time period. It looks backwards. So the last 5 years is the most recent 5 years, typically assumed to reflect the most up-to-date information. You can then adjust that to 10 years or the default period, which is 15 years. I've applied it to the last 5 years. That starts with a higher base figure, which is £135 a square foot. I've then applied 15% for on-plot externals allowance, which is exactly the same approach. The 15% is the same figure as Mr. Mitford-Slade, and that generates £155.25 a square foot. I consider using the last 5 years period as opposed to Mr. Mitford-Slade's approach, which is to use what I understand, and I'm sure he can explain it more eloquently than I, but a hybrid approach, which looks over a longer period back in time. Obviously, building regulations change over time, construction practice changes over time, and therefore the last 5 years would be the most representative of the most up-to-date approach in building regulations and construction practice. So that accounts for the difference between myself and Mr. Mitford-Slade of the 6.5 million. And
just pausing there, just to take it in bite-sized chunks, if you like. That's the reason for the difference. That's the 6.5 million. In a nutshell, what you've just said is you think it's more appropriate to look at the most recent data because of changes in building regulations, building standards, and so on, yes?
Correct.
He has not used just the last 5 years. He's looked at a more varied approach, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And for the inspector's benefit, I know there's a lot of detail here. In the document that was provided this morning, this is set out within section 5. So that includes the figures and the points that I've raised. So they should hopefully be helpfully set out there as well.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's in section 5.
What I'm doing is just dipping a toe into the statement of common ground.
That's right. Yeah.
And we will go through the notes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Obviously, there's important points. Okay, and the point it's really well illustrated on this is that additional concern about apartments being more expensive isn't actually something that you've added an additional cost to.
No, I've not at this stage.
No. Okay, and when you say at this stage, I mean, this is the evidence now. There is no later stage. That's your position. There's a 6.5 million difference, and you could have gone more. The point being that on your figures, when we get to the end of the process, the scheme is unviable.
Correct.
However you look at it. So,
Correct.
do you need to pursue each and every point to illustrate the fact or to get to the point where it's unviable?
No. So, as you've set out, my conclusions in relation to both the northern and the southern site is that they are financially inviable, and therefore it has not been necessary to push every single figure, I think, in that respect,
No.
rather than state the fundamentals, which is the approach I've taken, and then highlight areas that I consider represent greater risk.
So your costs are 6.5 million higher.
On the base construction cost, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, next, future home standards. You say these are typically, you'd expect those to be included. And I don't think they are they? Is that right?
This is a point again that would be useful for clarification from Mr. Mitford-Slade. However, he has stated that they are included in his £150 a square foot rate. Based on my calculations that I've set out, I find it difficult to agree that that is the case. They are typically included because it's expected that the future home standard, based on the current government's proposals, will apply from next year, but certainly in the lifetime of over which dwellings are delivered on a scheme of this scale. I should also highlight that Mr. Orst, acting on behalf of Pathfinder for the council, who undertook the independent review, he applied this as an additional cost within his review, so over and above the base cost of £150 a square foot.
Yeah, now just so I understand that, the construction costs, you've looked effectively at the last 5 years. You've looked backwards, yes?
Correct.
Yeah. The standard comes in next year, is that right?
Correct.
So how can it be reflected in the costs looking backwards?
I agree. It wouldn't be reflected in the cost looking backwards. I think the suggestion from Mr. Mitford-Slade, and I don't want to give his evidence for him, but it's my interpretation, is that it's included in his allowance for the 15% allowance, which goes from his figure up to circa £150 a square foot. So he's suggested that allowance includes for future home standard as well.
Sorry, what is that? Could you just explain that again?
The 15% allowance, yeah.
So Mr. Mitford-Slade applies a lower quartile BCIS cost, which is the cost that runs over a longer period than the last 5 years, and then applied 15% to it to get to. He actually arrives at circa £148 a square foot, but rounds it to 150. And his 15% uplift over the BCIS cost is what he suggests can account for both on-plot external works and future home standard too.
And what's your view? Is that if you take his approach, you take the 148 rounded up to 150, and you add 15% for external plot, that's external plot cost, yes?
Correct.
So the garden, is that right? The driveway, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garden, driveway, service connections.
Those are the external elements to the house, if you like. He says his 15% uplift covers all that, and it also covers the future home standards. And your view is you don't think it can?
I don't think it can, as well as, and apologies if I'm moving on too quickly, but there's also electric vehicle charging, which creates a further cost, which is also expected to be within that £150 a square foot based on Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence. So taking those three things together, I calculate that it, especially if you use the costs that have been agreed or set out, I should say, by Mr. Orst of Pathfinder on behalf of the council for both future homes and electric vehicle charging, that there's an inadequate amount of money available within the £150 a square foot to accommodate all those costs.
Yeah, if you're right and the future home standards is separate, you identify that as equivalent of £4 million. Is that right?
Correct.
And the electric charging, again, not necessary in houses yet, but it's coming in. Is that right?
It is a requirement. Yep.
Okay, and anticipated an additional £1 million, yes?
Correct.
The precise figures, madam, are there, 4.062 million in the table of the Statement of Common Ground. So if you look at future home standards, in the last line of that box, you've got your 4.062 million. And then for the electric charging, same point, you can see a figure of 957,500. So I was just rounding in effect to say future home standards 4 million, electric charging 1 million.
Yeah.
Infrastructure costs then, you say Mr. Mitford-Slade makes no reference to the source of the infrastructure costs nor how these costs have been calculated. We'll see today whether we get more information on that.
Before we move to the point of infrastructure costs, apologies, Mr. Young, I think it's also important that I highlight for the inspector's benefit, and again this is within my note that was shared, that it's not just the costs that we've set out that were included within Mr. Mitford-Slade's assessment. There's also an assumption which is in the Statement of Common Ground under construction costs on page 6 that garages, so garage provision, is incorporated with that £150 as well. And so just to be clear, that's garages, plot externals, base construction costs, future home standard and electric vehicle charging within the £150 rate based on Mr. Mitford-Slade's assessment. I've not included a further allowance for garages at this point, but my view would be is that it would be very difficult for all of those costs that we've just discussed, as well as the garages, to be incorporated within £150 a square foot as a base cost.
Yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, you're saying his costs are too low.
I am concerned his costs are too low.
Yeah, okay. Infrastructure costs. Just tell us about this topic, please. What do we mean by that for members of the public? What do we mean by infrastructure costs?
So it's important to set out a distinction between strategic infrastructure costs related to strategic highways and other strategic infrastructure costs required to service a development site. The strategic highways works in particular obviously addressed by the cost consultants for Kent County Council and are being addressed by the applicant separately, so just putting those aside for now. The other elements would be strategic drainage, landscaping, ecology, utilities, site preparation, enabling works, and internal road infrastructure. So all of the costs required to allow houses effectively to then be built and for the development to function as a place.
That's all other, is it?
Those are the infrastructure costs other than the strategic highways work, so the relief roads and the motorway junction.
So the strategic highway costs are just those dealt with by Mr. Parks,
Yes.
and you're dealing with everything else.
Yes. I have to take account of those costs,
Yes, of course.
but
Yeah.
I'm not advising on those.
We're having separate evidence
I'm not
on
a
that.
quantity surveyor. I'm not an
No,
expert in strategic
understand.
highways costs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we got a whole week on that. That is identifying a total cost of 52.7 million, and then that's a per unit figure. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just so we understand that. So this is the northern side. We're still just talking about the northern side.
Just the northern side.
We know that there are highway works required for the northern side, the northern relief road in effect. A large part of it has been built. I think we heard 7.8 miles have been built and so on, but there's a further section to do. But the impact of those costs is to put effectively a roof tax on every property of £42,000 per unit, yes?
That's the entirety, including both the wider strategic infrastructure and the strategic highways costs. So all that I've set out previously.
So,
Yeah.
sorry, can I just clarify then? So the cost that you've got there, the 52.7 million,
That includes
the strategic
correct. If you
building of the Northern Relief Road and the junction.
correct, if you extract those costs, so isolate it just to those other costs that exclude the interim junction and the Section 278 highways works in the
Oh,
list,
right, okay.
then it equates to 16.77 million. So it's the figures just at the very top of that page, or £13,416 plot, and that is based on Mr. Mitford Slade's costs.
Yeah, so the costs have been assessed by the applicant and their internal consultants, excluding the interim junction in Section 278, at 13,000 a plot. If you add in those works, it's 42,000 a plot. Yeah,
Correct.
Sorry, is the interim junction, is that not a strategic cost then?
it's the way it's been approached. The excluding, if you go back a page to page 6, it excludes the interim junction and the 278. So whether you label it strategic or not, that's what's been excluded for the purpose of that calculation of 16,000.
Okay.
16 million, 13,000 per plot. If you include all those works, so if we look at the highway works, the infrastructure works associated with the northern site, that includes the interim junction at 3 million, the Section 278 works at 33 million, strategic drainage at 2.5 million, etc. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's where you get to your 42 per plot. Now, on top of this are many other items. For example, education. There's education provision to be provided through the Section 106. So we're getting a picture of a roof tax per property from all of these costs. Is that right?
Yes, you can build up a picture in that way.
Yeah, and this is on average. So that 42,000 per plot is spread across all the units, the 2-bedroom ones and the 5-bedroom ones. So some will be lower, some will be higher, but that's to spread the costs. That's how you do it, yeah?
We presented it as a blended average rate per unit.
Yeah.
Or I should say Mr. Mitford Slade has, given that's
His side of the column. Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. Your position on this then, please, just to make clear, because you've set out his position.
Yes. So as it stands, so you'll see my commentary is in the left-hand column. So the issue I have with this information is that there isn't actually any supporting evidence to justify these costs. And I'm setting aside the strategic highways works cost for now, that's a separate matter. But on all of the other infrastructure costs that we've itemised out, so if we say that's 16.77 million, there is no...
We occasionally get sirens as well.
There is no reference to the source of the infrastructure costs or how they are calculated within any of the financial viability evidence provided by the applicant. As a result, at this stage, I've applied it within my viability testing on a without prejudice basis, but I'm very concerned that it's not a set of figures that can be relied upon because the underpinning evidence for it is not before the inquiry.
Okay, so I mean, you've looked at the applicant's application documents, you've looked at the information, and it's not there. There's some new evidence coming in today. We'll see if there's anything there. What would you expect to see? So on your other projects, what would you expect to see to support these type of costs?
So typical practice, and that required by the RICS in their guidance documentation, which for reference is CD 7.28, confirms that evidence should be collected and presented to support assumptions adopted on development costs. And I would expect, as absolute minimum practice on a scheme of this complexity and scale, and particularly given that these costs will have a major bearing on the outcome of the viability
Just pausing there, because we've got to get this. You said, given the complexity
and scale
of the proposal.
of the proposals,
Yeah. And then you went on to say,
that I would expect that the infrastructure costs would be assessed by a chartered quantity surveyor specialising in cost consultancy for strategic greenfield sites, and a full cost report produced. That would typically be expected to set out the quantities of each of the infrastructure items, a build up to how those quantities have been assessed by measuring drawings or benchmarking from recent contracts, and then I would expect there to be a set of rates using the same methodology applied to build up a calculation which is demonstrable and can be followed for each of those costs. And there should be a supporting description of what is included and excluded, and we have none of that.
okay, and what? Yeah, not in the application. The application is the Inspector Observer was in for 4 years, I think, or a number of years, and it wasn't there. If we then turn to other construction and abnormal costs on page 7 of the Statement of Common Ground, what's the position there?
In terms of the availability of the evidence, it's the same. There's an absence of any evidence. There isn't even anything beyond the headline descriptions that are set out in Mr. Mitford-Slade's comment on the right-hand column. So I don't have any detail as to how those costs have been arrived at, or indeed exactly what they contain. So I find it very hard to place any underwrite on it, because I can't validate those myself, or given they may be specialist in nature, I can't instruct or recommend my client instructs a quantity surveyor to actually review and validate those figures.
Okay, if you take Mr. Mitford-Slade's position, then this adds, for the northern site, 27 million.
Correct, under
450,000.
other construction abnormal costs.
The abnormals, so the latent defects policy, foundation abnormals, etc. That's nearly 22,000 per unit. Is that in addition to the 42,000 per unit?
Correct.
Okay, on addition to the education costs and so on. So what we're building up again is another picture of a per plot cost.
Sorry, sorry, Mr. Young. You talked about the education costs. Would they be in the what would they be in that above list? That's
Would
not.
you ask the witness, Madam?
Oh right, sorry. Okay, yeah, education.
I believe that the education may be included as part of the Section 106 costs.
So they're actually not in the 42.2 per unit. Then we haven't got.
I think it may be included within that, within the 42. I'd need to specifically check the build up to it.
Because they're not actually set out there.
It's
are
not.
they?
It's not set out.
So we'll need to get clarification, and clarification is welcome. Clarification on where the education got, which I think are about 13,000 a plot, where that sits in the figures.
Yep.
Okay, all right. We are going to go through your notes in due course, so I don't want to deal with every topic. I just want to get a flavour of that. But we've got disagreements about professional fees, about contingency, and then the issue of cash flow. Is that right?
Correct.
Good. Okay. And then for the southern site, again, the exercise is repeated. This is a master developer exercise. The inspector's already acknowledged she's aware of that. That's effectively a master developer comes in and sells plots to the house builders, yes?
Correct.
They're not making the profit on the houses, they're making the profit on the sale of the land, is that right?
That is correct.
Good. Okay, and we've got all the areas of agreement, and then we see a similar set of concerns set out in the Statement of Common Ground. And then I think it would be useful at that point probably then just to go to your notes. It's clear, I think, from the statement of common ground that there's a lot more dispute over the southern site. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Let's take up your note then. And if we go to the first page, and first of all, you're giving, we've done the introduction, a brief summary of the applicant's viability results. This is a kind of overview point, is that right?
Yes, this is correct.
If you just want to explain this.
So, very briefly, the original viability evidence produced by the applicant dated January 2024. There's been a series of updates to that viability evidence which has been submitted to the inquiry since January 2024, concluding in the most recent evidence submitted as part of rebuttal proof of evidence as of last month, June. So the position has shifted in relation to the viability of both sites throughout that period of time quite considerably, and obviously that could be seen from the evidence that's been submitted. Just to summarise my understanding of where the applicant's evidence produced by Mr. Mitford-Slade now sits, I've set that out under points A and B. So firstly, in respect to the northern scheme, Mr. Mitford-Slade considers that's financially viable if affordable housing is reduced to 11.28% provision, and there's a Section 106 obligation of £17,167 per plot. If the cost of acute care is included, then the impact of that is that the affordable housing available drops to 0% based on Mr. Mitford-Slade's figures. And that's set out, I believe, on page 18 of his proof of evidence, which is CD 37.13.2. Albeit, my understanding is the applicant would still be offering 6.08% affordable housing if that full cost of acute care is required.
Even though it will be unviable.
That's my interpretation, but obviously that's a matter for Mr. Mitford-Slade and the applicant to address.
Okay, key points then.
The key points in relation to the northern scheme is that there's a requirement to obviously reduce the level of affordable housing below what I understand would be the policy requirement, which my understanding is 40%, albeit I can't find that it's been clearly set out in any of the documentation by the local authority or the applicant as to exactly what the policy compliant level would be. And then the Section 106, the 17,167, if we exclude acute care for
Where
Mr.
are you now? Sorry.
So it's on the sorry, I'm sorry, madam, I've gone too quickly. Brief summary of the applicant's position, and then down to point A.
Point A.
Halfway down the page, or northern scheme viable.
On page 1, under brief summary of the applicant's viability results.
Oh, sorry. I thought we'd done that. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's my fault. So what you're doing is you are summarising Mr. Mitford-Slade's position.
I am.
Yeah, this isn't the contention. This isn't your evidence. This isn't anything else. This is just setting out clearly. So the inspector has a note. This is what you understand. Will be corrected if you're wrong. Mr. Mitford-Slade's position to be for the northern site. He says it is viable if it delivers 11.28% affordable housing. Yeah, that's
Correct.
not our client's concern. That's an issue for the parishes and for Swale. But what is of concern is that he says it justifies a Section 106 per plot figure of 17,167. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where the county council's interest comes from. But if the acute cost is included, and that's a matter of debate at the inquiry, then the affordable housing drops to 0%. Is that right?
Correct.
albeit the applicant is saying if they lose that point on the acute care, they would still offer 6%.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Does that make sense, Mo?
Yes, and that's presumably including all the strategic infrastructure costs as per Mr. Parks. Sorry, no, not Mr.
No,
Parks.
as per their...
As per our side, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen that yet, obviously, but yeah. Okay.
And then for the southern scheme, what's the position?
The southern scheme, so I've set that out under point B. There's the evidence for the northern scheme, I should say, was in the proof of evidence produced by Mr. Parks, but the latest evidence for the southern scheme produced by Mr. Mitford-Slade is in the June financial viability assessment, which is set out in his rebuttal proof of evidence.
When you say June, you mean last month? June.
I do mean last month, so it's just been updated.
Okay, so he's updated his evidence as of last month.
Correct.
Right, and that's helping the inspector. That's the reference point for her to understand his position in his rebuttal. Yes?
Correct.
And it's a change, is that right, from previously?
It has changed, yes, and I'll go on to explain that shortly. The headlines are set out in Table 4 on page 16 of Mr. Mitford-Slade's rebuttal proof of evidence. The reference there is there for the inspector. And this sets out that 22.5% affordable housing and a maximum Section 106 of £15,857 a plot is viable. However, when you what's not clear necessarily from the way that Mr. Mitford-Slade has presented it is that actually it shows his figures show there is a 2.36 million viability gap, so there is a slight shortfall. Based on my calculations, that will equate somewhere up to circa 2% affordable housing. It may be slightly less, but it would still result in a reduction of what can be offered, or a £2.36 million drop in the Section 106. There's a suggestion from Mr. Mitford-Slade that this can be that it's a small amount and it's not significant, or that via increasing sales values or reducing costs that this could be resolved. However, my concern is that we've got a situation with both the northern and the southern scheme where, depending on whether the acute care cost is included in the north and just at face value on the south, that actually the level of affordable housing and obligations that could be offered just at face value, taking all of their figures, could actually be less, because of the viability evidence actually showing that those figures aren't achievable. I've gone on in point 2 to talk about the implications of the other contributions which remain contested, to my understanding. So similar to I did in respect to the northern scheme. So we start at 22.5% affordable housing, but if acute care as a cost is included, that reduces the affordable housing by 5.8%. And if the KDNL contribution costs is allowed for beyond the nominal £250,000 the applicant is offering, then that also reduces the affordable housing by a further 0.8%. So the impact, if those additional contributions are required, is a 6.6% drop in the level of affordable housing. Factoring in also that viability deficit, that would suggest that if those additional contributions for acute care and KDNL were required, this would mean the level of viable affordable housing would reduce to a minimum of 14% and circa a maximum of 16%.
That's factoring in your 2% in 1A, is it?
At the upper end of the lower end of the range. So if that was in full, that would be 14. If we set that to the side, that would be 16.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Good. Okay. Now, the key points in terms of your assessments. So you said independent viability modelling conclusions. This is you,
That is correct.
This is your independent assessment of their work. First point, please.
So, as referenced, I've prepared independent financial viability models for both the northern and southern sites, and I've included scenario and sensitivity testing where appropriate. What I have done under point B is, on a without prejudice basis, I've maintained the methodology for preparing the viability modelling and the inputs in the first instance consistent to those set out in Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence.
You say without prejudice, you mean you don't agree, basically, is it?
I've set out on, yes, so the points that we talked about before that Mr. Young raised are those that I don't necessarily agree with.
Yeah.
But for the purposes of trying to objectively set out a like-for-like assessment, I've maintained the methodology and inputs other than, and this is the important point, under point C, the inclusion of the strategic highways costs for the Northern Relief Road, Southern Relief Road and the M2 Junction 5A as prepared in the Highsted Park cost plan produced by Alan Dadswell Construction Consultants.
Yeah. So we've got very clearly specific disagreement there. With the rest of it, you've got other areas of disagreements. For the purpose of modelling those, so the inspector is comparing apples with apples. What we've got is a position where he's adopted, let's take the southern site for example, a master developer approach. And you've accepted that approach, yes?
Correct.
And you don't question that, you don't say there's anything wrong with that. That for a big site, that would be a perfectly normal approach, wouldn't it?
It would be something of 3,000-4,000 units and above. That would be appropriate.
And then looking at the costs, for example, that you're looking at, you largely adopted the approach, but where you've got when you've seen an issue that concerns you, like the lifetime homes and whether all of that is wrapped up into the 150 or it should be disaggregated plus the 15% disaggregated, you've set those points out as well.
I have.
And your point is you could disagree with a lot more, or you could disagree with more, but you don't need to for the purpose of your exercise. Is that right?
Correct. I could, as I've set out, I could disagree with more and I could run significant volume of additional scenarios and appraisals to show the implications of all of those. But I've tried to be reasonable and focus on those issues which are of primary significance to the viability assessment, but also highlight where I have concerns around other parts of the evidence which may impact on the results.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit like we heard earlier that Leonard Friend's successful appeal decision here, it was in front of Inspector Gareth Jones. His approach to 5-year land supply is sometimes to say, well, I'll discount the sites until I get a shortfall, and then I'll stop at that point. Different inspectors have different approaches. Your point is similar to that, really. You've got to a point where identifying a number of factors, you find the scheme's unviable, and you haven't felt it necessary to go further and beyond that because you've identified some issues, some major issues with it, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's look then at the cost plan evidence over the page. We can see the scale of the difference in a nutshell from that table. What I can see. So we've gone on to the next page. You've got Mr. Mitford-Slade's highway costs in the first row. So do you have that table, madam? This one here?
I have, yep, sorry.
Okay. And then you've got ADCC cost plan. So that's Alan Dadswell's, is that right?
That's correct. So
yeah.
Produced by Mr. Parks.
And then crucially in the bottom line, we've got the differential. And if we go to the end, the total costs, we can see that Mr. Mitford-Slade identifies from the costs plan for the Northern Relief Road, Southern Relief Road and the motorway junction, that would come in at just shy of 200 million, so 195 million, whereas Dadswell's cost consultants assess that at 366 million, which is a difference of 170 million pounds, yes?
Correct.
Could I just ask, sorry, the top row, Mr. Mitford-Slade's assessment, is that the assessment that we're going to see by Mr. Goodwin, is it?
Not.
I understand it is. Sorry, my microphone went off then. I understand it is, but these figures, just to be clear, are the figures that have already been included within Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence. So they're the figures. They've changed slightly, but not significantly, since the original evidence was produced. So this evidence is used in advance of that cost evidence being available. I think it's probably important to make that distinction, because evidently there's been costs incorporated within the evidence since January 2024 of Mr. Mitford-Slade, but we've not seen or not had the benefit of a cost plan as of yet that underwrites that. No.
Just to be clear, it's going to be primarily Mr. Gearing. Mr. Goodwin gives evidence on, with a focus on contracts and prelims. You'll see all of this later, but it's part
So it's from Mr. Gearing's.
Sorry? The
Mr. Mitford-Slade's assessment is primarily derived from Mr. Gearing's
evidence, correct.
Cost evidence.
Correct, and there are appendices there too. Yeah.
Right. Is that what you're
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's all right.
I think it's an interesting point, that, because obviously Mr. Mitford-Slade has been producing viability evidence with figures in since 2024,
Yeah.
and Mr. Gearing's evidence was only submitted last month. So before that, there wasn't any evidence to the inquiry that explained the costs that had been applied in Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence for the strategic highways works,
But
to
when
my
you
understanding.
yeah.
It's a point, an evidential point, Ma'am, about that there not being specific figures underwritten by evidence to support the viability assessments prepared by Mr. Mitford-Slade on the strategic highways works. It's a similar situation to those other infrastructure works that we outlined prior, where there wasn't and still isn't evidence to support and justify them.
Well, I mean, it sounds as if when we get Mr. Goodwin's evidence, it's not actually going to address these headline costs, is it? Or is it?
I prefer to read them both in full and then explain how they fit
I just
together.
wonder where these costs. I was asking you.
This is.
Where you,
Oh, I see. Sorry, you're not.
no, where, these costs you've got are from Mr. Mitford-Slade, but are they consistent with your reading of Mr. Gearing's costs? Or is that as far as we can go?
It's a good question, Ma'am. I'd probably say that's one to put to Mr. Mitford-Slade himself. My understanding is that they are now, but there's a wider point, but I think it's for him to explain that. But there's a wider point to my understanding, which is that they haven't changed significantly since, or they've changed slightly, but not significantly. And there was already figures being utilised for the highways works by Mr. Mitford-Slade to produce his earlier evidence.
In the first.
Yeah, well, for up until last month, but we've not seen any of the evidence that underpins that. So hopefully, this next round of information that comes out post Mr. Gearing's proof of evidence and that arrives today or tomorrow in rebuttals will provide the evidential underwrite to support those figures.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think I understand.
This was not in the application documents. This was not in the application documents.
These figures were not in the application documents. These figures, well, we've still not seen a full cost plan to underwrite them. We certainly hadn't seen in the application documents or anything up until Mr. Gearing's proof of evidence any sort of analysis on strategic highways costs to support these figures or earlier figures produced by the applicant.
in that table, you've highlighted separately the cost of the southern Relief Road and the junction 5A of the M2. And those two items, the difference between Dadswell's and Mr. Mitford Slade is 154 million, so nearly 154 million.
I believe it's 154 million, yes.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps unsurprisingly, that's the main item. For the Northern Relief Road, the difference is just 16 million. I say just, but 16 million. Yeah?
16 million, yes.
Okay. The main component, obviously, of the 170 million difference is the 154 million for that Southern Relief Road and the junction. Yeah.
Correct. Relevant to the southern site, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Next, cost differential, please.
So just very briefly, under the table, my understanding, albeit, as I said, I'm not a quantity surveyor specialising in strategic highways works. That's for others. But my understanding is that cost differentials are driven by differences in the overall construction costs, and there's dispute between the applicant and Mr. Parks over a number of those cost items. There's also some dispute over professional fees and the appropriate contingency risk and scope risk allowances that are applied. So rates of contingency and risk related to the level of design detail available at this stage.
I mean, the
Yeah.
big difference seems to be relating to the project risk and scope risk allowances and the contingencies, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe that that's going to be dealt with by Mr. Birchall
Yeah.
and Mr. Parks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. If you just keep the microphone close, it's easy to forget when we're going
Sorry.
through this.
Unfortunately, I can't move it any closer to me.
No,
so
it's a wedge there. Yeah, we've all tried to rip it off its
having
name.
to be sort of leaning over the table. But
Yeah.
okay. Apologies.
Okay. No, it's fine, and you're reasonably clear. It's just sometimes if we drift away from the microphone, you can't always hear it. Okay. The impact, point D, then the impact of inclusion of the Highsted Park cost plan, NR1 revision B. So whose cost plan is that?
So that's Mr. Parks' cost plan produced by Alan Dadswell's.
Yeah.
And the impact of that, if I was to take, as I said earlier, all of Mr. Mitford Slade's other assumptions, excluding the strategic highways works, is that it's not financially viable for the northern or the southern site to maintain the affordable housing and Section 106 levels as advocated by Mr. Mitford Slade and as per my summary earlier in the document.
Okay, and the results, please, of that. When you say it's unviable, what is the significance?
It's highly significant. So under points 2 and 3, I've set out that the results for the northern site have a very significant impact such that it necessitates affordable housing being removed altogether, and the Section 106 obligations are also required to be reduced to £10,500 per unit. So that's a drop from Mr. Mitford Slade's position, his base position of 11.2.8% affordable housing to zero, and Section 106 of 17,167 per plot.
Yeah, and just pausing there, the significance of that won't be lost on the inspector when the school contributions are 13 per plot, and then there's all the other things the County Council are seeking, endorsed recently by Inspector Woodwards in that decision yesterday, or Friday I think it was. We're getting into the realms here of the applicant not being able to deliver, even with zero affordable housing on the northern site, deliver the contributions necessary to deliver the schools, etc. Is that right?
So where did you get the school one from, 13,000 a plot?
I've done it through looking at the Section 106 and adding up the contributions, but we're going to have different sessions on that. But
Okay.
I'm just trying to sort of outline why we the county council might be interested in this.
No, I wondered where it was in.
Yeah, it's not on there, but when we come to the section 106,
Okay.
but we can provide a note on it separately about.
No, it's all right.
As I say, it's also, those are the capital costs, I think, before we turn to interest and timing. Right, and the results for the southern site then, please.
So in respect of the southern site, the position is worsened further, such that if we were to include those strategic highways costs set out in the table within the document that we just ran through, that we cannot reach, or I cannot reach, a viable position, even if the affordable housing is reduced to 0 and all of the section 106 is removed. And that therefore is a best case position on viability. There's still a very substantial gap based on my assessment of more than £80 million.
So no affordable, no section 106 contributions, and still a gap of 80 million.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, point E then, please.
So in the latest viability evidence produced by Mr. Mitford Slade in relation to the southern site, which, as we referenced, is set out in his June FVA, financial viability assessment, which itself is part of his rebuttal proof of evidence issued last month. Mr. Mitford Slade includes an adjustment to his inputs whereby he includes an increased commercial service land revenue, so serviced land for commercial uses, which almost doubles and is increased by 24.51 million. I'll come on to the details on that later, but in principle I don't see that as credible or justified, and I've set that out in the statement of common ground. I've not reflected that in my viability modelling for the southern site, because my rebuttal proof of evidence obviously predates me having the benefit of that information, because they were exchanged at the same time. So I didn't see, before submitting my evidence, the additional 24.51 million added by Mr. Mitford Slade as of last month. But it's clear, based on the figures that I've just set out for the southern site, that given there's a very substantial viability gap of more than 80 million to even get to a position where it breaks the scheme breaks even without any affordable or section 106, the inclusion of additional 24.51 million revenue, if I was to accept Mr. Mitford Slade's assumption on the commercial service land, would not return the southern site to a viable position again, even on my most optimistic scenario.
Yeah, because although he's doubled the revenue from that in his latest evidence compared with his earlier evidence, even doubling that doesn't even have an effect, does it? Because
No.
they're 80 million under already with no affordable and no section 106.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that the sale of the employment plots?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the other critical points of contention then, let's turn to infrastructure costs, please.
So just to introduce this, it's important to highlight that as we've mentioned previously, that the analysis discussed to date is based on adopting Mr. Mitford Slade's assumptions and the results other than the strategic highways costs. What I've also now done is set out more detail around the other points of contention, which I think have a very material bearing on both the viability assessment results themselves, but also the ability for this inquiry to rely on the applicant's viability evidence, i.e. its robustness or otherwise. So we've already introduced under point 2, just moving on to page 3 of the note.
Yeah.
That the nature of the infrastructure costs as applicable to both sites. And we've discussed previously in relation to the statement of common ground what those items are as set out by the applicant, and the fact that I've set aside in my work an analysis of the strategic highways works to be dealt with by others. It's fair to say, I've set out under point B, that in the rebuttal proof of evidence, Mr. Mitford Slade acknowledges that the infrastructure works do have a major bearing on viability and deliverability of both schemes.
Those are his own words.
Those are his own words.
Yeah.
So it's acknowledged that the infrastructure works are material and have a major bearing on the outcome.
Strategic ones or the other ones?
He says the strategic ones, doesn't he?
Yes, they're all strategic in one sense. So
No, but
It's gone. Sorry, it's clicked off.
Oh, it's clicked off. So the infrastructure works for servicing the site. I may occasionally say strategic. That's apologies for that. That I don't want to confuse that. So if you just take that as infrastructure costs, so you've got infrastructure costs, abnormal costs, and then what I would call strategic highways works.
so we're not dealing with that.
I've put the strategic highways to the side because we've discussed the implications of those already.
Dealt with that.
Right. So
This is
talking
back
about
to
all the
the.
other things.
If you were to look at the infrastructure costs,
Just
and you
pausing there.
want to-
It's me because if you look at the headings, because that's why a note like this can be helpful. The headings, number 2 is infrastructure costs, and what we mean by that, or what this witness means by that, is distinguishing those from the strategic highway costs, which we've already dealt with.
I see.
And it's deliberately designed to be a separate heading and a separate topic, so that we are clear we're not here talking about the motorway junction and the relief
No,
roads.
that's fine.
if it's helpful as well, so the statement of common ground that we went through,
Let's
that's
just turn
clear
that
in
up. Yep.
distinguishing the infrastructure costs.
Just show us that visually, if you like, in the statement of common ground. How does it demonstrate we're talking about different types of infrastructure?
So if you were to go to, on the northern site, page 6,
Yep.
on the statement of common ground, it sets out infrastructure costs. And then if you go, it runs on
Sorry, hang
to
on,
Page
just
6
racing
or
ahead.
7.
page 6.
page 6,
Yep.
statement of common ground.
Where am I looking? At the bottom,
Bottom
of
of
the page?
page 7, so the last row, it says infrastructure costs.
Yep, and we know, don't we, from Mr. Mitford Slade's box that we looked at, it excludes the interim junction for the northern site and the section 278 works.
So all those other things.
Yeah, all the other things listed. So those amount in the northern site to the 16.77 million or 13,416 a plot if we exclude the strategic highways.
Yeah, all those things that are listed in that box as we go to page 7, they are the things excluded from the infrastructure costs. Is that right? In his approach.
That's correct.
Yeah. The items, like the interim junction, are not included in his 16,000. If you include them, it goes per plot to 42,000.
Correct.
Yeah. You are dealing with these as infrastructure costs, is that right?
Correct.
They are separate from the strategic highway costs.
Correct.
So let's think about this. The interim junction is not the final strategic highway solution, is it? It's an interim provision which just allows certain development to come forward.
Correct. It's part of the strategic highways costs. Those top 2 items
Yeah.
on page 7.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep. Okay.
They are.
Okay, so we'll talk about everything else then.
Yes.
That's
So for this section, I'll focus on the other costs. So we've referred to the costs of those infrastructure works. So the points I and II relate to the northern site, where Mr. Mitford Slade, as we said, uses 16.77 million. And for the southern site, if you exclude the strategic highways costs again, the infrastructure costs are 169.6 million or 23,724 per plot. As we've mentioned, there's no evidence at all as to the sources of those infrastructure costs. I can't find any evidence to set out how they've been calculated, and therefore it makes it very difficult for me to robustly review and validate or otherwise those costs. As I mentioned earlier, the RACS guidance on undertaking financial viability and planning under the NPPF, which I've referenced in point D there, so it's actually CD 7.28, and there's a specific paragraph reference, sets out that evidence should be collected and presented to support the assumptions adopted on development costs. And as I mentioned previously, I would expect as absolute minimum practice that those infrastructure costs would be assessed within a full cost plan produced by a chartered quantity surveyor. We don't have that information at all, and I don't know whether that is going to be part of the information that is produced by the applicant as part of the rebuttal. It would be for the applicant to have to clarify as to whether we will receive that, but in any case we would be receiving the cost analysis after all of the figures have already been produced and relied upon in this inquiry, which to me is the wrong way round.
Can I just ask something? Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Young. But
No, quite the opposite. The whole reason we're doing it this way is so that it is clear.
yeah,
So-
it is.
And you will have questions along the way, inevitably.
Yeah, but I won't have any afterwards. So anyway, so this you're now looking at these costs in detail, but you're 80. You know, you went back to the £80 million viability gap.
Yes.
So was that on the basis that you accepted your assessment?
On
when
a
you
without
accepted-
prejudice basis, yes. I've accepted those costs.
Right.
But
Now you're coming back to them.
I'm coming back to them to
West-
unpack them, yes.
Got it.
Exactly
Thank
that. Exactly that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Okay.
I appreciate it's not straightforward, so
No. Thank you.
I should move on to point F then, which is that there's some mandatory requirements that are set out by the RICS for producing financial viability assessments. So there's the guidance note, which I've referenced, which is CD 7.28, which is best practice that all parties should follow in producing this evidence. But there's also a professional statement produced by the RICS, and these set out a series of mandatory requirements for chartered surveyors preparing financial viability assessments, and they must comply with a series of reporting and process requirements, and these are set out in sections 2.1 to 2.14 of the document. I've attached this, should you wish to review it, ma'am, Appendix D to my proof of evidence. So it's in CD 39.4.2. The references are all within that note that you've received, so hopefully that's helpful. Having reviewed Mr. Mitford-Slade's viability evidence, and this is the all evidence from 2024 to now, my interpretation of this, in my opinion, is that Mr. Mitford-Slade has failed to meet the mandatory requirements of the RICS professional statement in several areas. So to list those, which I've set out in brief, and there's more detail on this within my proof of evidence and rebuttal proof of evidence, but to summarise, section 2.4 requires that underpinning evidence utilised in a financial viability assessment must be transparently presented. Section 2.6 requires inputs to viability appraisals must be reasonably justified, and by that it means justified based on evidence. And then section 2.13 requires that a surveyor must disclose which parties, other than the author themselves, so the surveyor themselves, contributed to the viability assessment. So for example, if relying on a cost consultant or another party to produce, let's say, infrastructure costs, then it's important that that evidence is presented. It's a requirement, in fact. And also that the surveyor must disclose which evidence they're relying upon and who produced that evidence. It's actually the responsibility of the ICS member, so the author, to ensure those parties also comply in full with the ICS professional statement. So, based on what we've discussed and what I've set out, the absence of supporting information at this stage where evidence is being heard in an inquiry for areas that, as acknowledged by the applicant, have a major bearing on the viability and deliverability of the sites, in my view, represents a serious breach and a failing of the ICS professional statement. As a result, I would have actually expected the reviewing chartered surveyor acting on behalf of the council to reject Mr. Mitford Slade's initial submissions and those thereafter for these breaches. So that would be Mr. Orst of Pathfinder, who is obviously not here and not giving evidence. But I would have expected him or whoever else the council were to instruct on any major strategic site of this scale and complexity to require a cost plan and evidence to support costs of this nature. This actually is an opinion, I should say, that's shared by Mr. Gardner. I'm sure he'll touch on this in his evidence. It's reflected in his rebuttal proof of evidence. And therefore I'm not alone in my opinion that this is a serious breach and a shortcoming of the applicant's viability evidence. Because there is not a robust cost plan for each of the sites, as I said, I can't scrutinise the evidence supporting Mr. Mitford Slade's figures, and I can't instruct my client to instruct themselves, a chartered quantity surveyor, to review this evidence because there is nothing to review.
This is separate from the area that has been looked at.
Correct. It's separate from the strategic highway. So it's
You don't have the evidence, so you can't analyse it because it's not there.
correct. And therefore it prevents a full process, an appropriate process of scrutiny and due diligence. And therefore my professional opinion is that I can't actually place any reliance or material weight on Mr. Mitford Slade's infrastructure costs. And given their bearing, which is acknowledged by all parties on viability, this, I believe, undermines the ability to actually robustly conclude on the financial viability of the sites.
Yeah, now the applicant must have been aware that viability was an issue because they've provided some viability evidence. What you're pointing out is the shortcomings of it. The council looked at it.
Correct.
They didn't raise these concerns. They were going to refuse it for a variety of other reasons. We know that. What they decide to refuse on is a matter for them. But you've got an observation about Mr. Rost of Pathfinder acting for the council at point K, because
Correct.
Yeah. What's your observation there?
So, Mr. Orst of Pathfinder, acting on behalf of the council, appears to have reached the same conclusion that I have just set out. He prepared reports of Mr. Mitford Slade's viability assessments in April 2025 for each of the northern and southern sites. These are contained within Appendix 5 of Mr. Mitford Slade's proof of evidence. So CD 37.13.3E. And Mr. Mitford Slade, Mr. Orst actually concedes that the significant sums that are allowed for by Mr. Mitford Slade for major infrastructure costs are not able to be verified due to the absence of the evidence. And he actually states there is a significant risk in placing reliance on the viability outcomes of both his and the applicant's reports, given his inability to verify the applicant's figures. And I've given you the exact references where he states that, and he states it in almost the same way, the same terms, for both his reviews of the northern and the southern sites. That's why you've got two separate paragraph and page numbers there under point M.
So he was highlighting a significant risk with the conclusions reached by both the applicant and indeed himself, because he was reliant on their costs.
Correct. So he has set out, in essence, that his assessment and the applicant's assessment can't be relied upon, because if it was relied upon, there would have to be an acceptance there is a significant risk that that work was wrong, simply because he could not validate the figures that were included.
Yeah. Now, the council could make a submission on that. They said there's a significant risk. Our evidence made that clear. Fortuitously, this inquiry is now getting into that issue, and the inspector has made time. So the matter is going to be explored, and she isn't left with a report and an assessment, an appraisal of that report, an appraisal and a report, I should say. So applicant and council both saying there's significant risk there. No, let me get that right. Mr.
I don't know if the applicant
let me get that right. Mr. Orr saying there's a significant risk of placing reliance on the applicant's approach. Yeah. Luckily, it's going to be looked at. We now have a discussion about those issues, which is taking place in a fortnight's time. You're flagging this up because you've been through all the evidence and looked at all this.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Point N, please.
So in the viability statement of common ground, if we can turn to page 6 if you wish to check this, but I have quoted it. So it's the bottom row.
Just give us a second to catch
hold
up.
on just a minute, sorry. Right, we're going to the statement of common ground.
Statement of common ground, and it's the bottom row on page 6, ma'am.
Infrastructure costs, yep.
Right hand column.
Yep.
And Mr. Mitford Slade has stated his position that the costs have been assessed by the applicant and their internal cost consultants. So Mr. Mitford Slade is now saying, and this obviously wasn't in evidence prior to this, that the infrastructure costs are assessed by the applicant themselves and their internal cost consultants. So I can take my understanding being that the applicant has produced these costs and produced analyses to support them. However, despite this being raised in my proof of evidence, and actually the proof of evidence of Mr. Gardner, I should say, apologies, that there has been no cost plan evidence produced by the applicant to confirm how these costs were calculated. And I do not believe that the applicant themselves has put forward a chartered quantity surveyor from their own organisation to represent them as their cost consultant as a witness.
Well, we don't know Mr. Goodwin.
Is Mr. Goodwin from? I don't know if Mr. Goodwin's from Quinn or from somewhere else, but I
don't know, he's from somewhere else, isn't he?
Oh, we'll find out, I suppose, when we see the
Well, we were
evidence.
told, weren't we? Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the
it's an interesting distinction, because if Mr. Goodwin is to provide evidence on costs, and he is from an external organisation, then that would point to Mr. Mitford Slade's signed statement of common ground on this point being wrong.
Yeah, because he says internal, and we all know what internal means. It's internal cost consultants.
The applicant and their internal cost consultants,
Yeah.
meaning within their organisation.
We've got Mr. Gearing, who's internal.
Anyway, I mean, I don't know how much it's worth people speculating. I mean, we've circulated what the proofs are. We're responding only to Mr. Parks in rebuttal. We're not introducing new wadges of evidence, because that would fall into the same trap that we criticised Kent for doing through Mr. Parks's proof. We're just rebutting Mr. Parks, full stop, through a combination of Mr. Gearing and Mr. Goodwin, as I've explained. And Mr. Parks' his evidence is all about the strategic road costs. So that's what we're rebutting.
And Mr. Goodwin, I think, is an external consultant.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, yeah, I should have. Yes, that's absolutely right.
so.
He's an external consultant, but he's not produced a new cost plan or whatever, because it's a rebuttal proof of evidence to Mr. Parks's proof. That's what we've got permission
So we
to
can
do. That's what
imply
we've
from
produced.
that then that these costs that you've been talking about, excluding the strategic, we're not going to get any more about.
That's correct.
Sorry.
That's why.
Is that what the conclusion is?
That's why I spoke up.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's why I said that.
So that helpful confirmation, Ma'am, is that whilst it's been acknowledged that these are significant costs that have a material bearing on the viability, and that actually the council's own advisor says the lack of evidence to support these costs places a significant risk on their findings of the viability evidence produced by the applicant and by the council, that despite these issues, we aren't going to have any evidence produced by the applicant to justify those costs and explain what they represent.
Well, apart from Mr. Gearing.
Well,
I haven't read that yet, I'm afraid.
oh,
So.
I don't think Mr. Gearing deals with this, Ma'am,
Okay.
at all in his proof of evidence.
Okay.
Okay, we've got to 11 o'clock now. We had a 9 o'clock start.
I know. Yes, please. Yes. Sorry, I know it takes longer, but it's my interruptions that are causing it to do so.
No, it'll take time.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. So it is nearly 11:05, so we will have a break until 25 past. Thank you.
Thank you.
You obviously can't really communicate with your team, you know that, don't you? 11, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So if you'd like to continue, Mr. Young, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Spilsbury, if we take up where we left, I think we were on page 4 of the notes, and you were making your observations about the applicant's evidence, and then I think we got to point O. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Just tell us your point there, please.
So, just to recap briefly, in relation to point N and the discussion that was held in relation to the lack of available evidence for infrastructure costs, that related to specifically the northern site, my comments, so on, and the quotation from Mr. Mitford-Slade. So we, in point O, I'd like to also now turn to address the southern site.
Yep.
It's the same. It's the same issue, ma'am.
Right. Okay.
But I'm just separating it out by the two sites.
But Mr. Oust, that's how you pronounce his name, his comments just related to the northern site.
Oh, sorry, no. If we're talking about Mr. Aust's comments, this under point M in my note, that relates to both the northern and the southern sites.
Oh, okay.
I think we then we touched on the suggestion that there may be some evidence being submitted on these costs, and it was clarified that was not the case. That was point N.
Right, I see. Okay.
Point, and you said, I remember you saying, the significant risk point is referable to
both sites.
Both sites, and
correct.
What you do, as you do throughout this note, is provide the inspector with a specific core document number, paragraph number, page number.
Okay.
To support those points. Then on the viability, for the northern site at point N, we dealt with the internal cost consultant points.
Correct.
And not external consultants. And then we're moving to O, and that is a southern site, as you rightly say, southern site specific point. And this is referable to the statement of common ground on page 14. Your point, please, on this?
So, page 14 of the statement of common ground. Table 2.6 in the bottom half of page 14, and it's the bottom row relating to infrastructure and master developer delivery costs. I'm just terming this under infrastructure for simplicity. And again, under Mr. Mitford-Slade's position and comment in the bottom right quadrant, Mr. Mitford-Slade states that these costs have been prepared in conjunction with the applicant's in-house team and or external consultants, including Jackson Consulting Engineers, JCE, and are aligned to other major projects in Kent, such as Otterpool Park. See rebuttal of Ben Gearing.
Could I just ask a question? Is Mr. Goodwin from JCE?
That's a question for me. No, sorry. No, he's not.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Goodwin is not from JCE.
I'll just say where he's from, just so everybody knows. He's from. I said, but I think you weren't here. He's a managing director of GVE Commercial Solutions. GVE. And he's a surveyor. Okay,
so we don't get our three letters mixed up. GVE, very close to GBA, but it's GVE. He isn't the external consultant that Mr. Mitford-Slade was referring to in what's agreed in the viability statement of common ground on Friday. Is that right?
Based on that exchange, that's correct.
Yeah, and obviously he's not Jackson's, because Jackson's, I think, a firm of engineers, and that's not GVE either. It says, and are aligned to other major projects in Kent, such as Otterpool Park. Now, there's a number of these large projects the inspector's going to become a little bit more familiar with, I suspect. Otterpool Park was raised by the applicants. Mr. Finch will deal with that in due course. There's another one, madam, called Chilmington Green, which is in Ashford. He also refers to that. Costs and delivery are issues on all of these sites, or both of those sites, I should say, and now we're looking at this one, so all three. They're all major 8 to 10,000 size developments.
What was the other one called?
Chilmington Green, it's the subject of enforcement action. There are further developments which we'll tell you about when we can. And they're dealt with at 6.8, and it's 5,750, sorry, 5,700, nearly 6,000 homes.
6.8 in Mr. Finch's proof.
Yes. Yeah. And the thing about that one is the developer doesn't want to provide anything anymore,
Oh.
and has appealed to remove all the obligations, as I understand. There's enforcement proceedings and other things that we'll tell you about when we can.
When you say when you can, you mean when Mr. Finch gives evidence?
No, when I'm given authority to talk about court proceedings.
Right. When's that going to be?
I'm not the instructing solicitor.
Is it going to be in the inquiry?
Yeah.
This week or next week?
Soon. I can't speak out of turn. All I can say is the issue is being looked at by counsel, and as soon as I can tell you, as soon as I have instructions to tell you, I will. And so will Mr. Finch if he can.
Sounds very exciting.
It's a bit dramatic for planning, isn't it?
It is.
Cloak and dagger.
Right. So next then, please, point P.
So, my professional opinion, having reviewed the narrative in the Statement of Common Ground in relation to the potential authors or advisors in relation to the infrastructure costs for the Southern site that informed Mr. Mitford-Slade's viability evidence, is that this does not resolve the lack of evidence before the inquiry. My understanding is that Jackson Consulting Engineers, or JCE, have only provided cost evidence related to strategic highways costs, and I assume that is the reference to the rebuttal of Ben Gearing. Now, I've looked at that, and I can see there is advice by JCE on strategic highways costs only in Chapter 4's Quantum Cost Report at Appendix 1, but this does not cover the other infrastructure items, so only strategic highways costs are dealt with, none of the other costs that are deemed to be material and have a significant bearing on the viability assessment. The second point made in relation to Otterpool Park. So the inquiry itself has got no visibility of Otterpool Park as a cost comparable. There's no evidence of the costs, cost planning, or overall viability of Otterpool Park before the inquiry. And therefore, this can't be relied upon in the absence of a robust cost plan. I don't even know if Mr. Mitford-Slade is advising in relation to Otterpool Park, but certainly none of the actual evidence has been put forward from Otterpool Park to allow us to determine whether there is alignment or not is valid. I therefore remain of the view, as with the northern site, that there is an absence of evidence in relation to the southern site, and therefore I cannot place weight accordingly on the viability evidence before us.
Okay, and then point Q, so you deal finally with the fact that 18 months have passed since Mr. Mitford-Slade published the applicant's original viability evidence.
Correct.
And you give us the reference numbers there, helpfully. The northern site, CD 1.6, southern site, 7.28. Your observations on this, please?
So my observations are that having reviewed the original viability assessments as set out there, the northern site FVA, financial viability assessment, and equivalent for the southern site that were dated from January 2024, that over that period of time, I would have expected there to be a change in the costs, because we see inflation in costs over time. That's a normal factor of the market and the economy. And we have regard, it's appropriate to have regard to the RICS BCIS all-in tender price index. That is a index that measures the change in construction costs, so construction tenders or contracts over time, and it's widely utilised. RICS BCIS costs are pointed to within PPG on viability as an appropriate measure, and it's the same measure but as an index. So it tells you relative from one point in time to another point in time how costs have changed. And from Q1 2024, which is when the original viability evidence was produced, to Q2 2025, which was when the last viability evidence was produced at the end of May. Well, actually, it should be June now. So let's say the end of Q2. Construction costs have inflated in general by 2.8%. Now, that might not sound like a big change, but we're dealing with some very, very significant numbers here in respect of costs, and therefore it is actually quite a material consideration that should be applied. And it is standard practice for indexation to be reflected. All viability evidence should be as up to date at the point of a determination, in this case in the inquiry, as possible. I've provided a copy of my index, a copy of the RICS BCIS index. I don't produce it myself, at Appendix A to my rebuttal proof of evidence. However, when I've cross-checked the infrastructure costs as adopted by Mr. Mitford Slade in his original evidence versus those costs now applied, the same costs are being used for these cost items. This, in my professional opinion, is a significant flaw, as it means those costs being used by Mr. Mitford Slade are at least 18 months out of date, given they will have been produced at the very latest in January 2024, if not earlier in 2023. And they do not account for any cost inflation over that period. As a result, it puts these costs out of kilter with revenues, which Mr. Mitford Slade has updated to the latest point in time in his evidence, which means that viability may now be overstated accordingly. It's important to highlight that revenues have increased in Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence over that period. So revenues increased to reflect market changes, costs for infrastructure stayed the same.
Yeah, I mean, increases in sales values, he takes the benefit of that.
Correct.
Yeah, but not the cost increase. And you explain what the 2.8 would mean for both of the sites.
I do. Just in relation to infrastructure, just applying that 2.8% for inflation without any changes would be an additional cost of £470,000 on the northern site, and a much larger 4.75 million for the southern site. And that is simply just applying inflation, no changes at all to anything else. But those costs haven't been accounted for at all.
When you applied those costs, have you also applied the increase in values? Oh, sorry, no, you're just talking about just costs then, I see. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but to answer your question, Ma'am, Mr. Mitford Slade has adjusted his values.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
It's okay. So, drawing infrastructure itself to a close, based on the flaws on the infrastructure costing alone and the significant bearing that those infrastructure costs are agreed to have on the viability of both northern and southern sites, it's my opinion that the inquiry can't place material weight on Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence or the viability evidence of Mr. Orst on behalf of the council, who admits his own work carries significant risk. For the reasons that the evidence is not justified, which it must be, and the process followed is fundamentally flawed and in breach of the RICS professional standards.
Okay, other construction costs and abnormal costs.
So there's another separate item which is other construction costs and abnormal costs, and these are also very significant components of the total costs for both the northern and southern sites, which will have, in my professional opinion, a material bearing on the outcome of viability testing, like the infrastructure costs. And this is section 3 on page 5 of my note, which you were handed this morning.
Can we identify some way what they are?
Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that for you now, Ma'am. So for the northern site, if you look at point 3b, it comprises items including external and on-plot works, abnormal costs, foundation abnormals, latent defects policy, lifetime homes, third-party land acquisition, replacement of the Dean building, and the Bapchild CC Sports Hub. And the total cost is £27.45 million, or £21,960 per unit.
Didn't we talk about lifetime homes right at the beginning?
I think that was a mistake in passing that was referenced. It should have been, we were talking about future home standard, and I think there was an accidental reference to lifetime homes, but that should be in this cost category. Yes.
What's lifetime homes?
So lifetime homes is an additional cost, put simply, that's applied to ensure that housing is suitable and adaptable for people as they get older and require different forms of accessibility and such forth to the housing. Future home standards is a requirement that is being introduced by government next year to construct housing to a standard which means that it produces less carbon, so they're more energy efficient.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Thank you.
And it's just for clarity, the latter, future home standard, is a cost that will go beyond the current requirements of building regulations. So it'll be a step change in building regulations that is introduced.
The future is for the climate, the future standard. The lifetime is for our own lifetime, so you don't need to make adaptations.
Correct. It may be helpful just to take you to where these costs are listed in the statement of common ground, just so you've got the full list and the cost for each item.
Okay, just give us a minute to catch you up. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So, statement of common ground.
And it's on page 7 for the northern site, and it's the second half of the table, other construction and abnormal costs, and Mr. Mitford-Slade's figures are listed on the right hand column, with then highlighted the total of the figures is £27.45 million, or £21,960 per unit, which matches the numbers that I quoted to you prior, and you can see the cost allocations by heading. For the southern site, a similar cost heading comprises external and infrastructure works, abnormal costs, latent defects policy in lifetime homes, and that comes to a total cost of £71.5 million, or £10,000 per unit. I will take you to that. It is on page 12. And it is the third row down, titled Other Construction Abnormal Costs. And if you look to the bold text under Mr. Mitford-Slade's position and comment, the second set of bold text down clarifies that for the full northern scheme, that total cost equates to 71.5 million or £10,000 per unit.
So we're looking at page 12.
Page 12
Yeah. Which line?
is the third row, and it's the right-hand column. And then in that right-hand column, it is the second set of highlighted figures, which state full scheme total 71.5 million or £10,000 per unit. Serviced land parcel. So that's the figures above. So it's that to explain that, ma'am. The approach that Mr. Mitford-Slade has applied is to when he's tested the residential service land parcels, he's applied a cost on each of those alongside the construction of the dwellings. So that cost is built in to the value of the service land, residential service land that is sold by the master developer to a house builder to construct. So what you do is you would say, well, that's the cost on each of the service parcels, and you prorata that upwards to get to the cost for every unit, every dwelling on the scheme. So that it's easy to follow if you know the scale of the figures they used on a service land parcel. So if you look at SLP subtotal, it's 1.2 million in the top highlighted text.
Yeah.
And each service land parcel has got 120 dwellings on it. And to get to the 1.2 million, Mr. Mitford-Slade has used to discussing this with my children, who are quite young. Multiplied the 120 units by £10,000 per unit, which gets you to the 1.2 million. For the full scheme total, if you take the £10,000 per unit again, and times that by, I've done it again, multiply that by, I'm into a habit now, multiply that by the 7,150 dwellings on the entire southern scheme, that multiplication exercise gets you to 71.5 million.
I've got a funny feeling your kids are going to be quite good at maths.
It's really being a bit dense here, but so the service land part, all those, the abnormal costs, foundation abnormals, latent defects policy and lifetime homes,
Yes.
do they all add up to
71.5 million once they are applied across the entire southern scheme to all on the entire development? The easy way to think about it is that Mr. Mitford-Slade has divided them down into bite-sized chunks and applied them on each of the service land parcels as they are to test the impact that has on viability within the service land parcels.
I still don't understand.
If I can help, the headline figure is the 71 million. Yeah, that's what it all costs.
Correct.
Admittedly, some of those costs, like lifetime homes, are self-evidently on a per-dwelling basis, aren't they?
Correct.
But some of the others, like abnormal costs, might be, spread across the whole thing. But when you take the costs collectively, the key figure to start with is the 71.5 million. Is that right?
Correct.
Right.
Then if you divide that by the total number of units on the scheme, you get 10,000 per unit. Is that
Correct.
Right? So, it's rounded, but very conveniently, that's the cost per dwelling of these other construction abnormal costs.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, okay. And how do you, and the service land parcel, I understand that. So could you just explain the service land parcel then, how you get to that?
So it doesn't affect. It doesn't affect the figures because the figures are
Okay.
total, but the way the development has been organised is it's been parcelled up into units of, I think, amounts of about 120, which sort of tells you the sweet spot of what a house builder wants.
Right, 120 units.
120 units.
Yep.
But that doesn't affect the maths. That's just explaining how he's just. If you put
Okay.
in your mind the 120, it was just an explanation of how they've arranged, but it doesn't affect the maths.
Right, okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
So if we work on that universal, let's call it southern site, scheme-wide cost for other construction and abnormal costs of 71.5 million, it's my professional opinion that we have the same flaws that were evident in relation to the infrastructure costs used by Mr. Mitford Slade, as we have just discussed and as I have set out at some length. So I've, without wishing to repeat the entire exercise in relation to infrastructure costs for these other costs, I've just set out in brief, and I'll state these now, the reasons why I consider the same flaws are evident. So there's no evidence to justify the costs provided, or beyond the headlines, i.e. what is simply written here in the Statement of Common Ground. There's no evidence to justify what those costs are, the content of those cost items, or how those costs have been arrived at. There's no supporting cost plan, again, prepared by a RICS chartered quantity surveyor. And there's no explanation as to who has produced the costs at all in relation to this cost category, other than assuming, we have to assume that those are produced by Mr. Mitford Slade. If not him, we don't know who. So there's 71.5 million of costs that I can't validate, as they can't be scrutinised. Again, same as the infrastructure costs. In my professional opinion, that means I can't place any material weight upon those costs, and neither can the inquiry. Finally, we have the same issue, that these costs have remained static and haven't changed over the last 18 months, which means the inflation impact over that time again has been ignored. So without even changing any of those figures, those costs will have increased. If we take that same 2.8% increase, that's 769,000 as applied to the northern site, and 2 million as applied to the southern site.
Okay, thank you. Next, contingency.
Are you going on to 4, development programme and cash flow?
Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong document. That's the Statement of Common Ground. It's
I see.
unputdownable.
Would it be all right? So sorry. What if we're changing topic just to raise something about timing? It's obviously important that we do this in detail, to state the obvious. But there was an estimate of an hour and a half.
That was without me.
Huh?
That was without me interrupting.
Do you think you've interrupted to the tune of more than half an hour's worth of
Probably.
material? Because we're at, all right then.
Don't know, but
I mean, we're at 2.5 hours now, and we've done 5 of 11, and we're about to turn to 6 of 11.
okay, well.
All right. Well, I mean, if you're not concerned, you're not concerned. That's fine.
Well, I
It's
mean,
just-
we've got to do it, haven't we? So, but
Well,
It takes the
All right.
time it takes.
that's fine. It's just that if it's difficult because we have been told. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it takes the time it takes as an answer. It's an answer across the board. To I've tried
I have
really
given
hard.
leeway to everybody, I think.
All right.
haven't I?
Ma'am, I could try and be quicker,
I'm not asking
if that's
to
helpful.
Speed up at all. I'm just saying that, you know, if the programme officer said a week or two ago that we'll try and stick within our...
I do understand.
But that's fine.
It's quite complicated, and I think
All right.
it probably merits a bit more than an hour and a half. I think you will.
Yeah, I've undershot, I think, it
Fair
would be
enough.
fair to say,
has
and I'll
happened.
take that on the chin. What I would say is, I think that more importantly, when you look at the overall programme, we've got 3 days to cover this topic. And learning friend Mr. Bell was kind enough to indicate that his amount of cross-examination is reducing, I think.
Seeing some of the note helps quite a lot in that regard.
We thought the note would help, and so I don't think we're going to have any difficulty finishing this topic in the 3 days. I actually thought we might get it in 2, but
Well, I don't.
ambitious.
Right, okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Let's carry on then. Thank you.
So we got to somewhere. And
Four.
We've dealt with that. So point 4, is that right?
Yes, point 4.
Spencer's right. Yeah. Development program and cash flow.
Yes. So
Links to the requirement to substantially complete the NRR, SRR prior to first occupations. Now, the applicants have come forward and said, perhaps slightly to the surprise of many, we're going to build this motorway junction and build this road before a single occupation on the southern site. That's been their case. Sorry, go on.
on the northern and the southern site.
On the northern and the southern side, yeah. So we'll build all the infrastructure. And of course, what we're talking about in terms of the southern site, if our figures are to be followed, you know, 150, if the total, let's do the total figure, the total amount, £366 million. Now, in fairness, the northern site, you'd build it and then they'd sell the houses, and I think it's suggesting a 10-year programme for that. But with the southern site, for example, we've got costs associated with the southern link road and the motorway junction of 313 million. £313 million junction and road before they sell a single house. Your observations on that, because that affects cash flow and development programme, doesn't it?
Correct, it does. To explain, so I'll elaborate on what Mr. Young said in relation to the programme. So my understanding is that the working Section 106 legal drafting regarding the Northern Relief Road.
Sorry, didn't catch that.
Sorry, Mom. It's quite loud, isn't it, with the fans?
I wonder if it's just the big fan over there, I think, could just go down a notch or two.
I must admit, I am struggling to hear some of what's coming from over here as well.
Yeah,
so.
okay. That's very helpful. Okay, yeah, that's much easier. Yeah, sorry. So yes, away you go on the northern side.
So my understanding is that the working Section 106 legal drafting, and I provided the reference there, regarding delivery of the Northern Relief Road, includes a requirement not to occupy any dwellings until the Northern Relief Road is completed.
And
Based on the...
Just pausing there. And Madam, that's why the Section 106 is so important to all this, because it's not until that's crystallised that we'll know definitively that that's the position. And we did think that was the position, but we'll come on to why that might not be the position on the southern site now. But we are dealing with a... what's the neutral way of putting it? We're dealing with a set of obligations which have a direct bearing on all of the viability. I interrupted you, Mr. Spilsbury, sorry.
The confirmation that the Relief Road will be, or is required to be delivered prior to any occupation of dwellings on the northern site, has been confirmed within the rebuttal proof of evidence of Mr. Gearing. And I've set out the paragraph number and page in which he states that. However, there's a disconnect between this requirement that's been agreed by the applicant and the approach taken by Mr. Mitford Slade in his cash flow model viability assessment for the northern site. And if you wish to check that, it's in Appendix 9 of his proof of evidence, and there's a reference there. But in summary, Mr. Mitford Slade assumes strategic highways costs are expended for the Northern Relief Road over a 2-year period at the beginning of his cash flow, but that dwelling sales and therefore revenue generation commences 6 months prior to completion of the strategic highways works. So in my view, this must be an error, because the first dwelling sales should certainly be moved back to post-date completion of those strategic highways works.
Because that would be consistent with Mr. Gearing's evidence.
That would be consistent with Mr. Gearing's evidence.
But, yeah.
The impact would be on viability of moving back those dwelling sales would be that revenue generation is postponed. Doing so would generate higher or roll up higher costs of interest, of debt, because you're still having to spend the money on constructing the strategic infrastructure, but you're not getting money back into the scheme, so you roll up more debt, interest. And that would mean that viability would worsen in comparison to the evidence that we have before us.
So, is it assumed then that the Northern Relief Road would be started and finished in 2 years? Is that what?
That, I believe, is the assumption in Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence.
Okay.
You don't, do you, look at this, I mean, to the issues of land ownership, because there's various different land ownerships.
No.
Section 106 refers to the option of the county council using its CPO powers, but you don't get into any of those issues.
I don't.
The implications of not controlling the land and the implications of the CPO timescale or anything like that. That's not something you looked at.
I've not addressed those matters in my assessment.
No. Okay.
Actually, on that, we did get some evidence in from Trenport. Did you see
Meant to
that?
mention that.
It should have been circulated.
We did receive it, yes.
Yeah, it should. I did accept it because having looked at it, it was fairly factual, I think, but I don't know whether it needs to be addressed anywhere.
Well, I suppose we'll come back to it maybe in the 106.
I mean, what they were
Discussion.
saying, I think, was that basically that they will build their section of the road in accordance with
Yeah.
KCC requirements. So,
Their section.
in other words, no CPO will be necessary.
Yeah, they've submitted their reserve matters. There's a discussion about whether their submitted road meets the requirements, but I don't want to start giving
No.
evidence. That's why I think I was flagging up several
Section
sessions of the
106.
Section 106. Yeah, because I think we've got issues that go into that. As I understand it, there's a letter or there's some correspondence with Network Rail and their position. And then, of course, we've got the land that is going to pass to the ownership of Swale for the Northern Relief Road. But let's imagine, for example, Swale couldn't reach agreement over the value of their land, then there would be a need for CPO powers, which is why because we want the road, we've made that clear. It's in our local transport plans. We're here examining the costs, but that doesn't in any way demur from our desire to have the road. We just want it deliverable, I suppose, is the key thing. And that's why we have said we're willing, in circumstances where agreement can't be reached with, say, Swale and Network Rail, that we will use our CPO powers. But the crucial point is, whatever the implications of that, both timing and financially, has not been something that this witness has sought to add as an additional level of, we're not getting into Stokes and Cambridge or anything like that. We're just presenting the evidence without thinking about those encumbrances as an additional issue.
Thank you.
But your question about the road being delivered in 2 years is a very prescient one, because, of course, that's highly unlikely if there was CPO powers needed to acquire the land from Swale or whoever.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to your note then, please.
So moving on to the southern site, Mr. Gearing confirms in his rebuttal proof of evidence that clause 2.1 of the draft section 106 agreement also includes an agreed principle that the southern relief road is to be delivered prior to any occupations on the site, so any residential or commercial occupations. Comparing that to Mr. Mitford Slade's cash flow model, so his master developer appraisal cash flow for the southern site, which is in Appendix 9 of his proof of evidence, page 325. This shows the strategic highways costs profiled over the first 5 years of delivery. So in their entirety, so the Southern Relief Road and the motorway junction. But Mr. Mitford Slade includes revenue to a total of 1,500 dwellings, including from year 2 onwards within the appraisal. So 1,500 dwellings in total over the same period. So there's revenue coming in, presumably from the house builders, through disposal of the service parcels from year 2. However, the strategic highways costs run over 5 years. So,
Sorry, so the revenue comes from the disposal of the service plots.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, that could happen, couldn't it? But it's just that houses couldn't be occupied.
I'll come on to that, Mum. You've spotted the link here, and you've got ahead of me.
It's the implications of selling to a house builder when they can't actually build the site out.
Yes. So Mr. Mitford Slade states in the viability statement common ground on page 16 in relation to this matter.
We're at
Where are we
point
now?
B, Roman 3.
Correct.
Hang on.
And if you want to go to page 16 of the statement of common ground, I've put the quotation in the note. But
Just in the note first of all. So you've got the note, madam. We're on page 6, and it's
Right,
4B3.
Yep.
Okay, great. And then statement of common ground, page 16.
so
Yep.
this is at the top right of page 16, so the top right quadrant, and it states the Southern Master Developer cash flow allows for the sale of service land for development plots in the first 5 years, but not the development, sale and occupation of dwellings, which is fundamentally different. So, Ma'am, that's exactly the point that you just raised. But I need to develop this further. So, subsequently, this is expanded upon by Mr. Gearing in his rebuttal proof of evidence, and I've set out the paragraph numbers. Rather than going to that, I'll summarise. But there is a section on it that's worth reading. And in summary, he states that part payment would be received from house builders for service land parcels once technical highways details were approved, with the balance paid once preoccupation infrastructure was delivered. He states payments would typically be made over 3 to 4 years. However, Mr. Mitford Slade's cash flow assumes the full revenue from service land parcels equivalent to 21% of the entire number of residential occupations prior to the completion of the service of the Southern Relief Road. So that would suggest that, well, to my mind, before I say what I think it would suggest, my view is that there's a lack of clarity around the credibility, practicality, and commercial reality of generating that scale of significant upfront land receipt from house builders, potentially up to 4 years prior to the developer actually being able to commence construction and sell the dwellings to generate their own revenue. So you're getting 21% of the entire revenue of the development in before the Southern Relief Road is completed. And equally, the longer the process that you defer the ability for the developer to construct and sell their dwellings, the greater the downward impact on the price they can pay will be. Because the house builder will start to roll up interest on their initial land payment from the outset. And if they're rolling that up over 2 or 3 years, potentially longer, before they can actually sell their houses, that will increase their interest payments and compress the price they would be able to pay to the master developer. So to my mind, this gives rise a contradiction between the evidence of Mr. Gearing and the approach taken by Mr. Mitford Slade and his viability testing. So the approach described by Mr. Gearing has not been reflected in the value of the service land parcels calculated by Mr. Mitford Slade. So that's the revenue generated by the master developer when they sell to the house builders. The reason I say that is that Mr. Mitford Slade has agreed in the viability statement of common ground on page 10 that the sale of each service land parcel to a house builder, that following this, construction will start immediately and the first dwelling sales will start from month 13, so 12 months following acquisition. So there's been no allowance in that for any, and they pay all up front. The house builder pays everything up front, one payment. There's been no allowance for any staged or deferred payments running over several years as described by Mr. Mitford Slade or Ben Gearing. And therefore, if we were to reflect that approach described by Mr. Gearing, so initial payments and then payments several years later, once the relief road is completed, this would require a far longer lead-in and deferred tranche land payments to be applied by Mr. Mitford Slade in his master developer cash flow. So assuming 21% of all of the revenue coming in year 5, that would need to be spread out, because the house builders would not pay, in my professional opinion, the full value of that land 3 to 4 years before they're able to actually start selling the houses or constructing and selling the houses.
So with this model then, so you get your service plot of land, and what you're saying is that the house builder will only pay a proportion of what they think it's worth.
Based on Mr. Gearing's analysis, he is saying that they will pay, we don't know exactly how much.
Did you say?
Well, no, I'll explain that in a moment. So Mr. Gearing's assumption is that the house builder will pay an unspecified percentage once the technical detail is in place for the highways, and then 3 to 4 years later, potentially, once the strategic Southern Relief Road is completed, they will pay the rest of it. So that's what Mr. Gearing says.
Right.
But Mr. Mitford Slade, his methodology assumes that all of the money for the service parcels are paid straight away from year 2. So you've got all of the money for 1,500 dwellings.
Year 1 then.
There isn't he's allowed 1 year before he starts assuming that there's a payment for this, which is presumably linked to, I'm guessing, but linked to the requirement to get the technical approvals on the relief road. But then he's assuming that 1,500 dwellings worth of value is generated through sales of serviced land parcels. So that's 100% of that value for 100% of that land parcel and 100% of those dwellings before the relief road is finished. So there's a lot of revenue coming in for all of those serviced land parcels, when Mr. Gearing suggests that there should only be a portion of that revenue coming in and the house builder would pay the rest later. So there's more revenue, it appears, coming into Mr. Mitford Slade's appraisal earlier than Mr. Gearing suggests in his approach to delivery.
Yeah, so he's got higher levels of cash coming in earlier.
Higher levels of cash,
Yeah.
which is going to be more beneficial to the scheme.
And it's like this. I walk into a sales room and a showroom, I should say, and I say, I'd like to buy number 37 from the layout plans. And they say, yes, Mr. Young, we pay us all your money now, and you can have the keys in 4 years. I'm going to be in a negotiating position, aren't I? If that's the position. And what happens with the house builders is there's payments and there's deferred payments and there's deposits. How likely is it, in your experience, they're going to pay 100% up front for a site that they don't know when the road's going to be finished, but they're assuming it will be finished in 4 years' time?
I think it's highly unlikely, and Mr. Gearing states that himself.
Yeah, it's in his own evidence, isn't it?
It is in his own evidence.
But it doesn't sit consistently with the applicant's viability evidence, does it?
It does not.
No. Okay. They're inconsistent. Is that right?
They are inconsistent.
Yeah.
So I've actually run a scenario test within my evidence.
This is your Roman 8,
It is Roman 8 in the note.
page
And
7.
it's in my rebuttal proof of evidence. And I run it as a proxy.
Just pause a second, Inspector.
Sorry,
Sure.
where are we? 8.
Page 7, above point 5 at the bottom, and it's Roman 8. I have run a... yeah.
Page
The-
7.
I have run a scenario test. I'm just not up with my Latin.
This appears to give rise to. Yes.
It's 13.
Oh,
It's my fault. I got my V's mixed up with my X's. Amoamasamat, Amamasamant. Thank you.
So I've run a scenario test appraisal which looks to establish the impact of delivery of the strategic highways works prior to first occupation or sale of serviced land. So it's a proxy, so it effectively brings forward those costs of the strategic highways in advance of the sale of any of the serviced land. So you could say it's going to be the worst case scenario. And it's very significant. It actually, based on my figures, it increases the interest payments because you're incurring more cost before you're generating any revenue, so you're deferring that revenue. It causes an increase in interest payments of circa £75 million, based on my figures. So, in summary, I consider that Mr. Mitford Slade's service land sale revenue is included in the cash flow in full far earlier than has been stated by Mr. Gearing in his evidence. And the impact is that Mr. Mitford Slade's approach will generate less interest costs because revenue arrives sooner to offset those costs than if applying Mr. Gearing's delivery strategy proposition of staged payments by house builders that may be occurring over several years. The impact is that costs are understated, and therefore Mr. Mitford Slade's approach will overstate viability.
Costs are understated, aren't they?
Yes, so costs are understated, which means that it will overstate the positive viability, because you've got lower interest costs than should otherwise roll up over that initial period of delivery.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on that topic?
Nope.
Okay, if we move to on-plot residential build costs.
We may be able to accelerate here.
Oh, okay.
That'll get everybody looking up. As we've already touched on this at the outset, so I'll try and go through this relatively promptly. We discussed it in relation to the statement of common ground, so I'll go through it, but I'll try to be prompt. So on-plot residential build costs, if I'm moving on to section 5 and page 8, as we've discussed earlier, this relates to the difference in opinion between Mr. Mitford Slade and I in respect of the use of the rate of £150 a square foot for the residential build costs plus externals. As we've stated, Mr. Mitford Slade suggests that this rate allows for some plot externals, garages, future home standard and electric vehicle charging. But I have concerns related to this approach, because I believe that if he was to use the most recent 5-year BCIS bill cost rate, add 15%, that instead of coming to £150 a square foot, he would come to £155 a square foot. We've discussed the figures that this would add to the costs. For the northern scheme, it would be 6.53 million. And for the southern scheme, it would be a higher figure of 37.36 million.
And your main point, because we covered it before, as you said, is that he doesn't disaggregate his assumptions. So
No.
As for the transparency requirement in the RICS guidance, is there transparency about each of the individual items?
There is not, and there is not a credible conclusion stated in relation to how the cost of garages would be met within that overarching cost either. And I've run some figures which would, and I'll set them out here, but essentially I come to the conclusion that I don't believe there is enough money within the £150 a square foot to cover the costs of constructing the unit, external works, future home standard, electric vehicle charging and garages.
And you set out at J the cost impact. So
I do.
These are effectively the additional costs that you don't feel are accounted for in his evidence.
I do.
Which are for the northern site 11.5 million and the southern site 65.9.
Correct, and that is before the inclusion of additional costs for garages as well. So it would be, if garages aren't covered, it would be a materially higher figure than that too. So those figures are, in my view, a best case scenario on the additional cost impact. I've then referred to the point in relation to the flatted units.
Yep.
And the absence of information justification for not applying a separate cost to flatted units.
K2.
K2.
Big Mountain. K2, and you're making the point about the flatted costs.
I have.
And that's not something you've included as an additional cost.
It isn't.
An observation that would be an additional.
So
cost.
Again, that would be an additional cost, which would mean that those figures that I stated of the 11.53 on the northern and 6.96 million on the southern are very much a best case scenario in my opinion. Then moving to point L, it's my professional opinion that the cost analysis on that basis is conservative and should be higher when allowing for those base construction costs by dwelling type, i.e. houses and apartments. There should be a clear, transparent build-up of the external works costs, the garages allowance, future home standard and electric vehicle charging, and clarity provided as to how those costs could be met within the allowance that Mr. Mitford-Slade has made. I also want to highlight at point M another issue, which is the final issue on this point, that having cross-checked Mr. Mitford-Slade's original evidence in January 2024, so the Northern Site FVA and Southern Site FVA, that Mr. Mitford-Slade has retained the same residential construction cost allowance at £150 a square foot. So that follows from his original evidence to his latter evidence, which was over 18 months ago that this was first produced. As we've discussed and I've set out, there's been 2.8% inflation over the same period, and therefore this calls into question, in my mind, the validity of Mr. Mitford-Slade's assumed cost base. It doesn't make sense that those original costs of £150 a square foot allowed in the original work are still £150 a square foot as at June of this year.
Okay, next, district centre and commercial service land values.
So in respect of district centres, the approach that's been taken up until Mr. Mitford-Slade's submission of his rebuttal proof of evidence was to exclude any land value for district centre land uses. That's now changed completely in his viability modelling for the southern site set out on page 11 of his rebuttal proof. And he now includes an allowance of £500,000 per net acre, which generates 5.77 million in new revenue that was previously not accounted for in any of his earlier viability evidence. It's not a case, in my professional opinion, that this has been an area of revenue that's been missed accidentally. It's a specific intention to change completely a professional opinion, and contradicts Mr. Mitford-Slade's earlier position in his proof of evidence. And I've extracted a quotation from it because it's important, in my view, that it's clear that the position has changed significantly. So the quotation is from para 3.29, and it states, "The district centres in the schemes include some elements of value, but also community uses which will have a negative residual value. Furthermore, any value which may be extracted for the district centres will be relatively small in the overall project budget and unlikely to come forward until the schemes are suitably mature. As such, it is not considered necessary or appropriate to layer any significant value or cost for the district centres in the FVA." So that was in proof of evidence, but in the rebuttal proof of evidence, we've now got £500,000 per net acre and 5.77 million added. In explaining why Mr. Mitford-Slade has now done so, in his rebuttal proof of evidence, he cites a comparable or a land transaction for a district centre at Tattenhoe near Milton Keynes. But I've made separate inquiries myself with the agent who is marketing the land, and I understand that that land is actually yet to transact, and the current offer is less than £500,000 per net acre. Perhaps more importantly, that land parcel is of a purely commercial nature. So it's not a district centre in the sense that it will have community uses, as acknowledged by Mr. Mitford-Slade, that will be relevant to the southern site in his quotation. It is a retail scheme and a nursery scheme at Tattenhome, which will be fully commercial and generate revenue and therefore be value positive. That's inconsistent with the district centre land in the southern site, which, as I've said, by Mr. Mitford Slade's own quotation, will include non-revenue generating or loss-making negative residual values. Negative values. I remain of the professional opinion that there's insufficient design detail to justify inclusion of a service land value for the district centre, particularly when it appears that there's an acknowledgement that there will be a mix of uses within the district centre to include both revenue and community uses. The community uses will have a negative value because they are just a cost, they don't generate revenue, and therefore it's unclear whether it's credible at all at this stage to include £500,000 per net acre.
I mean, in a nutshell, he didn't include it. He explained why it wasn't appropriate to include it. Now he's included it. He's used a comparison with somewhere else that isn't really.
It's not comparable. It's not a comparable comparison, and there isn't any other evidence that's been presented to justify the inclusion of that figure other than the Tattenhome example.
Okay. Commercial service land.
Mr. Mitford Slade consistently applied a service land value for commercial land uses of £400,000 per net acre, which was actually also agreed by Mr. Orst of Pathfinder, acting on behalf of the council. And that figure has remained consistent since January 2024 up until June of this year, where Mr. Mitford Slade has altered his stance within his viability modelling for the southern site, and this is within his rebuttal proof of evidence again, where he now adds a further £300,000 per net acre to apply a total of £700,000 per net acre for the commercial land. The impact, as I've set out under point G, is that this generates an additional 24.51 million of revenue and increases the commercial land value from 32.9 million to 57.2. Incidentally, Mr. Mitford Slade, whilst it's not referenced in my note here, has also brought forward the sale of that commercial land considerably within his cash flow. The reasons for this are not explained.
Yeah, I mean, you've worked on other large settlements, as have I, many. You need chimney pots, you need people in houses before you can open certain activities and so on. That would apply to the district centre. With the commercial centre, is that similar, or what are we talking about? You
would expect the commercial land to be similarly to the residential land, to be sold in tranches, and the reason for doing so is that you would want to make sure that the timing of that disposal was linked to appetite and demand within the market. So you wouldn't want to sell all of your commercial land too quickly and flood the market, because that would compress the price you could achieve. So you balance supply and demand. It's often referred to as a sort of as a burn rate, the pace at which you dispose of your land. And previously that was in tranches. That's been brought forward quite considerably within the latest evidence. So an increase in value and the bringing of that forward within the cash flow.
Yeah,
that's not the employment land.
This is the. Sorry, I should be clear. This is the employment land.
This is the Kent Science Park land, is it?
It's the land that sits around the science park.
Right.
So he's changed. He's on more than a few things. He's changed his position. He's changed his position since the proof of evidence.
Correct.
He's obviously, in all instances, it's increasing the money, it's increasing the values, and it's accelerating the the payment, so we
Correct.
get the money quicker.
Correct.
And in this case, he's actually agreed something with the council's viability expert, and now he's gone from 400,000 to 700,000 in breach of that agreement.
Correct. He has deviated from that.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a subsequent review of those figures by the council to validate them or otherwise. He has given...
he agreed it because he thought it was appropriate, presumably. And the significance of that is I don't know whether the council do know that that has changed or that is the position. But how recently did we see the 700,000 figure?
June. In May, in proof of evidence, it was still £400,000 per net acre. So the opinion has changed between May. So the value has gone up from £400,000 per net acre in May to £700,000 per net acre in June, which is a significant increase in the value of commercial land in 1 month.
Yeah, and that sends it from 32.9 million to 57.2.
Correct.
million.
It almost doubles.
Almost doubles, yeah. Okay, point H.
So Mr. Mitford-Slade provides limited justification for this, simply citing that he deems the uplift to be appropriate as he sees this as a better location closer to the M2 in comparison to industrial estates in Sittingbourne. So this infers that in absence of comparables, he's assuming that industrial and logistics land value should apply in the entirety. It also suggests that he didn't take into account locational characteristics in his original assessment. However, obviously that was agreed by Mr. Orst as appropriate, so I would question whether that's credible. I don't believe that it's logical, given the location and proximity to Kent Science Park and the large volume of land that's going to be brought to the market, for it to be fully industrial and logistics in use. I would expect also a mix of offices and industrial uses, a blend of commercial uses, shall we say, to be brought forward, particularly if there is going to be any form of acceleration of disposal of that land, as has been assumed by Mr. Mitford-Slade. So I went to have a look see what I could find in terms of comparables, and I found that land at Love Lane in Faversham is being marketed for office use, and that's at a price reflecting £550,000 per net acre. I should note that that's land being marketed, it's not sold, and that I would actually expect a discount to that marketed price would be realistic in order to secure a transaction for office development. As a result, if we were to blend an office use with industrial use, as has been suggested by Mr. Mitford-Slade, it would be unrealistic for it to be at £700,000 per net acre in its entirety. And my view is that a blended rate would be logical, and that may sit closer to, say, £500,000 per net acre. There's a distinct lack of robust comparable evidence to justify that, and in reality, if bringing forward a large amount of land, commercial land, quickly, that may compress that value further, because obviously the acquiring parties will have the benefit of a significant amount of supply in relation to their demand, and they will adjust their prices accordingly.
Okay, overall findings then, please.
So, in brief, it's my professional opinion that the evidence published by both the applicant and the council relating to financial viability is in breach of the RICS professional standards, and there's also been a failure to adhere to the RICS guidance for conducting viability assessments. In brief, the reasons for this are a failure to declare third-party contributors to evidence, for example, construction or cost consultants and quantity surveyors. An absence of transparency, specifically a failure to provide evidential underwrite for significant inputs upon which the site viability hinges for both the northern and southern sites, which has been acknowledged as significant items by Mr. Mitford-Slade. The impact of this is leading to the use of flawed inputs and results that cannot be validated independently or objectively. A failure to account for inflation on major cost items since the original viability evidence was prepared and published in January 2024, sorry. And a failure to disclose details of and any recording of negotiations between the applicant and the council's advisors during the determination. That final point is one I've not set out previously in the note, but it is within my proof of evidence and rebuttal proof of evidence.
Just on this point, I mean, in fairness to the council and Mr. Orst, his assessment comes with that significant risk health warning.
It does. So, turning on to the final page, point B, Mr. Orst of Pathfinder does concede on behalf of the council that there's a significant risk in placing reliance on the outcomes of both his and the applicant's reports, given the inability for him to verify the applicant's figures. On this basis, I think it's only possible to conclude that I cannot recommend that the inquiry places any material weight on Mr. Mitford-Slade or Mr. Orst's evidence due to these acknowledged flaws. Finally, even if I was to accept Mr. Mitford-Slade's inputs, aside from strategic highways costs, in which I've applied those produced by Dadswells on behalf of Kent County Council. On a without prejudice basis, my viability modelling still demonstrates that the northern site is only viable without provision of any affordable housing and without the required Section 106 contributions, which is wholly unacceptable to my client. The southern site is wholly financially unviable, even without affordable housing or Section 106 contributions. As I've stated, my sensitivity testing demonstrates that this position materially worsens if the applicant is required to defer the revenue from the service land sales over several years, given the occupancy restrictions linked to the delivery of the Southern Relief Road. Under such circumstances, it would be my professional opinion that it would be necessary and appropriate for public sector funding to be sought to assist in meeting the cost of that strategic infrastructure. The objective would be to reduce the upfront cost burden on the applicant and assist them in closing the viability gap.
You're working on Worcester Parkway for Homes England and Summox, the applicant.
I am.
It's at the local plan stage. I'll declare an interest. I act for Hallam Land. We haven't always seen eye to eye there. But what is happening there about that major new settlement? I don't want chapter and verse. Just what is the applicant doing there if they're working with Homes England?
There are major strategic infrastructure requirements necessary early in the delivery programme for Worcestershire Parkway, which is a 10,000 dwelling new settlement. As a result, there is a viability gap which has been acknowledged by the parties and demonstrated in evidence to the tune of somewhere around, I have to be careful what I say, but I'm going to put a range of circa 50 to 150 million pounds. As a result, Homes England, as a strategic partner, have stepped in and are preparing a full business case to Treasury to secure infrastructure funding to assist the promoters of that scheme to deliver the strategic infrastructure early. What that will do, I suspect, through a combination of grant or infrastructure loan at a low cost, will reduce the upfront cost burden and interest costs, and will either be a grant payment or will be recouped later in the delivery process, towards the back end of the process, through the Section 106 agreement and effectively a roof tax. And that would be to pay back the infrastructure loan. The infrastructure loan would be at terms granted by Treasury, so theoretically preferable to market rates.
And in this case, we've got a road we've got roads, I should say, in junction, which is either on the applicant's case nearly 200 million, or in our case 360 million. Is that, in your experience, a substantial upfront infrastructure cost that the combination of grants and loans can assist?
Yes, it's one of the most substantial that I've seen from my professional experience.
Good. Okay, those are all my questions.
Could I just ask something before you stop? So you were talking about your other case, this other case, Worcester Parkway.
Worcestershire, sorry, as in the source.
Oh, Worcestershire Parkway, which is a local plan allocation, is it, for New South Wales?
Yes, it is, yes.
Partly Homes England involved in that.
Yes.
So this one, they're not involved, obviously.
Sorry, Ma'am, I missed that then.
In this case, the
Yes.
case, there's no Homes England not
No.
involved. So, I mean, if the Secretary of State were to, obviously, we haven't heard all the evidence, but on your case, what would be the likelihood then that, I mean, where would the money come from? Would it be risk funding or?
So the approach would be that, and I've spoken to Homes England about this, because they welcome approaches from private sector developers to their various funding regimes, and they have, not specifically in relation to this case, but generally stated that if there are viability gaps of a similar nature to that of Worcestershire Parkway, that they would encourage the applicant to go forward through engagement with Homes England in a similar way to gain Homes England's support to preparation again of a business case to Treasury, and the money would have to be identified through Treasury. Given the government's appetite to deliver large-scale residential development and the 1.5 million homes target it's identified, there is particular attention being given to accelerator sites. Worcestershire Parkway has been identified as one, but obviously there's the range of new towns that are likely to come forward too, and it's expected that there'll have to be public sector money identified to support the delivery of infrastructure across large-scale sites going forward. So it would be a full business or an outline business case with the support of Homes England, followed by a full business case. That would be one of the routes. That would be to secure an infrastructure loan or grant. There are other routes that the applicant could go down, and it's not. I'm moving into an area that's not my area of expertise, but my client obviously works effectively to secure public funding through submission of bids for highways works and grants, and can also work alongside other agencies to secure similar secure grant from similar bids. That there could be a combination or a cocktail of funding, which wouldn't be unusual in my experience, to support major infrastructure such as this. It's a very, very significant amount of money that's required, and the offer that's in place for that to be delivered, for all of the infrastructure to be delivered prior to any occupation, does put a huge burden on the scheme. It's very significant.
And so obviously the applicants haven't addressed that at all, have they, at the moment?
No, the applicant's position is that they can deliver all of the infrastructure prior to first occupations fully viably, based on, as we touched on earlier, the provision of 11.28% affordable housing on the northern site, 22.5% on the southern, and a package of Section 106 contributions.
Okay, thank you. Should we have a break? Oh, well, is it really? Oh, yeah, nearly 5 to 1. Right, okay. So we'll have a break now before we start cross-examination. So it's 5 to 1 almost, so we will break to 5 to 2. Thank you very much. Could people leave the room if possible over lunch? assume. Let's just get some sort of handle on time.
Yes, of course.
So you
I'm in for an hour and a half. I'll try and do that, but Chief was long, so if it,
Yes.
it might go up to 2, but I'll try and say 2 on a conservative basis. Hopefully an hour and a half.
We'll finish this afternoon.
We'll finish Mr. Spilsbury this afternoon. I think the big question is going to become, depending on Mr. Bell's either existence or not of cross-examination for this witness, which I know was on the way down, he was saying, the big question will be the extent to which we might want to think about Mr. Gardner in chief today or not.
Yes,
sort of thing.
okay, well, let's wait and see
So
how
there
we
we go,
get on. shall we?
obviously. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Am I right to? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Spilsbury.
Good afternoon, Mr.
You can hear me all right over there?
I can. I can.
All right. Good. Oh, hang on. We'll do a quick pause. Thank you. One moment. Now, first thing, the scope of what I want to ask you about and what I don't want to ask you about. This is really as much for, it's probably more for the inspector's benefit, to be honest, than it is for you, just so it's clear how the land lies in terms of who I'm going to be asking about what. So just first thing, planning policy, including but not limited to policy DM8, which is the affordable housing policy, but obviously there are others as well. You're not a planner. There are those who are, hands up, there are those...
I am a qualified planner.
Oh, you
actually.
are? I
Yes.
didn't miss that. You're not providing evidence, or maybe you are then, on the correct interpretation of DM8? Is that part of what you're seeking to do?
There is I think there is an issue around DM8 in
No, there
relation
is
to
an
the
issue.
affordable housing percentage. Is that what you're referring
Big time.
to?
No. Okay, I'll take a step back. Maybe I need to be asking you. There is an issue between us and Swale as to the interpretation of policy DM8, on which there's been evidence from Mrs. Dickinson and Mr. Dygan. Have you read those proofs?
No, I've not been asked to read those proofs.
Okay. So I think that I will then park the issue. It is an issue the inspector's going to need to deal with, DM8, but I'll deal with it through the planning evidence in October or whenever it is those witnesses come on. That's that. Next thing, you are not, are you? We'll find out. You're not a QS.
I am not a QS.
There you go. All right. So obviously the Kent has lots of witnesses that deal with, in particular, highways costs, highways related costs, the strategic roads, the motorway junction, etc. Mr. Parks and also others as well. Let me just get the names up. Mr. Birchill as well. So those two in particular, I think. And you rely on them.
Correct.
And so I will not, therefore, be asking you questions about the detail of those numbers and whether they're right or wrong and all of that and how they're derived, because those will be questions I asked to Mr. Parks and also to Mr. Birchill in due course in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay.
It'd also be fair to say, I mean, you provide no evidence on those costs because you rely on them, but you're not an expert on costs more generally, are you, in respect to things like build costs more generally?
I'm not a quantity surveyor, so I'm a planning and development surveyor. So I'm not somebody who specialises in preparing cost plans.
No, which is a point you were alluding to in your evidence in chief. What I think your evidence does broadly is two things, I think. You raise a number of, and I'll just call them matters of contention, because I use that phrase because that's the way you put it in the Statement of Common Ground, which cover, in particular, they cover costs, build costs, abnormal costs. You've obviously been over them at length in evidence in chief. They cover those things. They also cover commercial land values and some other things as well. Those are matters of contention. That's one thing that you do. And then there's another thing that you do, which is you model alternative FVAs, financial viability appraisals, right?
Yes, alternative scenarios.
Alternative
and sensitivities.
scenarios, yeah. Alternative scenarios. And the two things, these two things that you're doing in your evidence are different, obviously, because the alternative scenarios that you model in your alternative FVA is appended to your proof and then your rebuttal. All of them, they assume that the Dadswell Highways costs are correct.
Correct.
And they do not challenge things like the build costs for housing or the infrastructure or abnormal costs outside roads.
Correct.
So that's what you were talking about, your without prejudice thing earlier on. That's what's
Exactly.
going on. So you're raising queries about a number of things, but when it comes to the alternative scenarios that you model, all of them are dependent on this debate about road costs. But when I say road costs, what I mean, just for the inspector and for you for shorthand, so I don't have to say it every time, I'm talking about strategic link road and M2 rather than the smaller roads that you'll get within each estate, which obviously are different. But there's a big old debate about the big strategic link roads. And it's that is the focus of your modelling exercise in your alternative FVA scenarios.
That's the critical difference that we apply.
Yes.
And I've utilised that on the basis of the provision of that evidence.
Exactly.
I don't have evidence on some of the other costs, as I set out earlier, so I've not been able to present an alternative.
Exactly, and that's what, again, it's just important to, you've made that clear, but it's important just to emphasise that there are some things where you present evidence on where you have got an alternative. You're saying to the inspector, applicant's wrong, here's what it should be, and the key example is the road costs, because there you've got a whole proofs of evidence, plural, that suggests what the correct figure is, and you model that stuff. That's one thing that you do, but then there's another thing that you do, which is you raise matters of concern, and you say, well, I can't see how Mr. Mitford-Slade's done this or that, or what the basis is for that. But you don't, in those other cases, present alternative figures.
I think in some instances, yes, that's correct.
All righty. Okay. So to give examples, just for the inspectors, I mean, I'm sure she's fully on top of this now, having sat through your evidence in chief, but just to be clear then, a couple of examples of things that you're raising queries on, or not queries, sorry, concerns on, but are not modelled in any of your FVAs. So one example would be build costs for the houses, right? Is it correct?
Correct.
This is an example where we'll come back to it in a minute, or not in an hour probably or so, as to what the actual differences are between us. But in a nutshell, you're saying that we are too low. Mr. Gardner, of course, as we'll hear from today or tomorrow, thinks we're way too high. You're aware of that, right?
I am aware.
So you're saying we're too low. Mr. Gardner thinks we're way too high, and we are in the middle of the two of you.
I don't know if you're exactly in the middle.
Oh, I don't mean. Sorry, I didn't mean literally in the middle. I meant.
Yes, I'm aware that, okay. But I don't support Mr. Gardner's approach there.
I'll ask you more about that in a minute. So that's that one. And another sort of, either way, you don't model in your FVAs the implications of your case on build costs being correct.
No, and the reason for that is, as I set out in giving evidence in chief, that because of the conclusions that I arrive at as to the viability of the schemes in any case, those matters would only worsen the viability.
Yeah.
So
make a bad situation worse. Sorry.
And the issue, there's another issue. Obviously, the onus is in viability in a planning process for the applicant to present the evidence and for that to be reviewed, not necessarily for the other parties to present their own evidence. So it's for the duty and the obligation is on the applicant to set out clearly their evidence and justify that.
I'm not sure that second bit has anything to do with my question, because you have presented a series of alternative FVA scenarios to the inspector, haven't you? And you have taken it upon yourself, on instruction, to change some of the inputs into that analysis on cost. Sorry, your mic's come off.
The only element that I've changed in evidence in the viability testing is the strategic highways costs.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You have not decided, for whatever reason. It's not a criticism. It's just trying to establish.
It's for the
what-
reason that I just set out before.
Fine. Because your position is that it would have made a bad situation even worse. But look at it this way. If question now, if the inspector ends up siding not with Kent, but with the applicant on the correct quantum of the highways costs, about which we'll hear more in 2 weeks' time, if that's what happens, she has no assistance from you as to what your other criticisms amount to in modelling terms, because there are no alternative FVAs.
I think the way that I've considered it is that I've set out that there's a series of wider issues, and I've given monetary sums as to the implications of those issues. We've set that out based in the evidence in chief and explained the implications on cost of well, I think all of those concerns that I set out, I've given a monetary implication of that. So that could be interpreted and utilised to see what the implication is.
By who? But it could be by who? You're asking her to do it. I mean, good luck. I mean, not because. I mean, no, I don't mean it like that. I mean, like, but part of the process is that you're supposed to, if you want her, the inspector or the Secretary of State, to reach judgments on your alternative inputs into the FVA process, you've got to tell her what it does, so that also then I can cross-examine you on it. I mean, it's correct, isn't it, that if you lose on highways costs, you've got no FVA scenario that demonstrates what the implications of you being right are on any of the other items that you've been talking about this morning.
Well, I disagree with that.
Where is it then? Which scenario?
Well, perhaps I could just talk you through some numbers based on the evidence that I've already put out.
Before you start trying to do an FVA scenario on the hoof.
I'm not going to do it on the hoof.
That sounds good. But please, can you answer my question first and then take us to where you want to take us to? So my question is, you've presented in your proof and in your rebuttal, I mean, there must be, 12 or something? Alternative FVA scenarios modelled with different affordable housing inputs. You've done your updated master developer appraisals, service plot appraisals for the north, for the south. All of them assume that the Dadswell highways costs are correct, don't they?
They do.
And therefore, you have not presented any alternative appraisals that illustrate the effects of your other points if the Dadswell costs are wrong. Have you?
In terms of presenting specific appraisals, then I would agree that I've not presented a series of other appraisals. However, I have provided analysis, and there's wider points that I think need to be taken into consideration, which I'll set out briefly in my response now. So the first thing is, I don't think it's as black and white as if the Dadswell's costs are wrong and the applicant's costs are right, then it's a black and white scenario. I suspect what will happen is, because we've not seen a full cost plan from the applicant, and there's been already, to my understanding, a process of discussion of the costs moving, that what will happen is there won't just be a right and a wrong. I suspect the applicant's position may move, or the alternative KCC's position may move, and so we may end up in a situation where there's actually a change from either one party or both parties in what the strategic highways costs actually are based on the evidence we're yet to see. Obviously, Mr. Mitford-Slade hasn't presented evidence that includes the strategic highways costs produced by KCC, and he's not produced anything that includes a cost in between that either. So what may well be needed, and I think this might be what was being alluded to in part earlier in the session, is that the strategic highways costs may cause a fundamental change in the viability, and it might not just be as simple as one party or the other based on what we have now. That's my first point.
Sure.
The second point then is, let's just say in the it's not going to happen, but in the perfect world where KCC's position is completely wrong and the applicant's position is completely right, there's still, in relation to strategic highways costs, there's still a number of areas that I would see as resulting in fundamental flaws in the viability evidence that's before us. So first of all, a failure to underwrite the infrastructure and abnormal costs based on any evidence. So I picked that up in detail this morning.
Yeah.
There's some very significant numbers there. A failure to justify those conservative plot construction costs, which we've talked about, and to account for the inflation. Those are all matters that the inspector will need to consider in determining, even if those strategic highways costs are agreed between the parties, whether or not there can be any reliance placed on the viability evidence, and I would still say no. The third point is that you can actually start to interpret some of the sensitivity of the northern scheme and the southern scheme viability testing to changes in cost through the analysis that I've already provided in my evidence and my evidence in chief. So, for example, you can look at Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence that he submitted, that there's a sensitivity test that he runs that includes and excludes the cost of acute care, which you'll be familiar with from his evidence as a Section 106 obligation. That's set out within his proof of evidence. I believe it's the actual table is page 18 of his proof of evidence. I don't know if it's helpful to go there, but I'll continue in case obviously we can go to it if you feel that's appropriate. The cost of acute care adds about £4.5 million, or £3,610 a plot, to the viability testing. That is shown in Mr. Mitford Slade's proof of evidence as reducing his affordable housing ability, or the ability to pay for affordable housing, from 11.28% to 0. So that in fact actually doesn't achieve a completely viable position in itself by including the acute care. So it doesn't quite get to the benchmark land value of £110,000 per gross acre, allowing for the developer's return. So you can quite easily work that through to say, well, if £4.5 million of acute care is the difference between 11.28% affordable housing and 0, you just have to divide the £4.52 million by the 11.28, and that says, well, every 1% affordable housing is worth £400,000 to the northern site. It's actually £400,069. So if the cost increases, this is on Mr. Mitford Slade's own figures. I don't need to run a viability appraisal to be able to work that out. He's done it for me. So if £400,000 is 1% affordable housing, then it only takes that 4.51% on Mr. Mitford Slade's, 4.51 million on Mr. Mitford Slade's own numbers to move the northern site from viable to unviable. So if it's any more than that, then you start to eat into those Section 106 contributions that Mr. Mitford Slade set out. So that would be £17,167 a plot, or 21.4 million. And so 4.51 million to get to 0% affordable, and then anything below, and you eat into the Section 106. Those disputed points that I've set out, and I've put all the costs against it in my evidence in chief, it's all in the note, clearly sets out how much cost or additional cost I believe would be added by those points of contention. And you can easily compare it and say, well, there's 2 million there, there's 3 million there, there's 5 million there. So I don't have to run another appraisal to be able to understand that it really doesn't take much, for example, on a northern site, to turn it on Mr. Mitford Slade's numbers, including the applicant's strategic highways costs, from a viable position to an unviable position. That's one example to demonstrate that I don't need to run an appraisal, because you can work the numbers through in a straightforward way.
The difficulty I've got is that you might think it's all perfectly straightforward, but if the inspector doesn't side with Dadswells on costs for the Southern Relief Road and the M2 junction, and if she does, then she's got your appraisals, obviously, your FVAs that show what happens. If she doesn't, then she can't rely on what's in your FVAs, can she? Because all of your FVAs assume that those costs are correct.
She wouldn't need to rely on my FVAs because you
Take it
can.
in stages, but she couldn't.
He said she would not, inspector, would not be able to.
I thought she said would not need to. Sorry.
He didn't finish the sentence, so should.
The inspector would be able to consider the evidence that's already been produced by Mr. Mitford-Slade. She wouldn't need to look at my appraisals because my appraisals include the strategic highways cost. She could look at Mr. Mitford-Slade's appraisals, but she could read my evidence, which also points to the other issues that I've identified, the points of contention we've talked about, and the costs that those points of contention would add in most instances to the appraisals. So you could quite easily, just like I've done for looking at the results of Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence,
Yeah.
work out that if there's a cost of more than £4.5 million, let's just say that the strategic highways costs stay exactly as they are now based on the evidence put to the inquiry by the applicant to date and Mr. Mitford-Slade's figures.
Yeah.
It only takes a move of one of my points of contention of 4.5 million to remove all of the affordable housing on Mr. Mitford-Slade's own figures from his Northern Scheme appraisal.
Cut you off. Sorry. In the south, assume, for instance, take one example that you're right on commercial land. Just try to isolate that assumption. We'll come back to it later on. But you're wrong on everything else. Is that enough on your assessment, and if so, where do we see it, to turn the scheme unviable?
So, when you say I'm wrong on everything else, you mean that we'd be taking all of Mr. Mitford-Slade's figures, excluding the commercial land figure that he's now applied? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear of the question.
Yes, and what I'm trying to do is to work out from your evidence which matters are actually determinative of the question of financial viability, because there's a lot that you raise. Some of it is clearly hugely important, like the strategic road costs, and that you model and you show what happens there, but all the other ones you don't, and you're asking us now, or asking me or the inspector or everybody, to do our own calculations in order to work out which ones do have a bearing on viability and how much they do. So just to sort of illustrate then what you're asking us to do, let's assume for a minute that the inspector sides with the applicant's viability evidence on everything, other than this question of commercial land values. Just to take one example, is that enough? Is that a determinative issue in your assessment of the issue of viability, or is it not?
In the situation where you would take that one item and say everything else in Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence is correct and none of the other issues that I've raised are relevant points, which I just fundamentally disagree.
I know it's an if.
It's so hypothetical, because even the problem I have with answering that question in the way that I'm being asked to answer it is that even if the numbers, as you say, hypothetically are all accepted, I still have a fundamental issue with the point that I've raised earlier, which is about the lack of evidence to support Mr. Mitford-Slade's figures, and the fact that there's no way that I believe or could credibly say that I would support the acceptance of, for example, those figures around strategic infrastructure. The problem being, and I'm not trying to avoid answering the question, I am answering it in a very honest way, is that I wouldn't be able to advocate as a chartered surveyor doing what I do, that I would accept the outcome of the figures you're sort of suggesting, which is accept all Mr. Mitford-Slade's numbers, simply because I can't validate a number of those really key numbers around the infrastructure.
I'm going to interrupt you because you're not answering the question. I appreciate that you don't like the approach that Mr. Mitford-Slade's taken for all the reasons you've explained in chief. What I'm trying to explore with you is the extent to which you have explained to the inspector the consequences of any one of your points being right. The one that you have explained the consequences of in terms of the strategic road costs, and we've got that. And in fact, we agree with you on it, which is to say that if the Dadswells costs are correct in full, as it were, I know you say that there's likely to be somewhere in the middle, putting that to one side, if the Dadswells costs that you model are correct, then the scheme's unviable. That's a matter of common ground.
Okay.
However, what you've not done, and I think you're agreeing with me, but saying that you don't need to do it or whatever, or you're leaving it for us to do or for us to work out, you have not taken the same approach to any of the other points that you raise, which is to say you've not explained to the inspector in isolation, or to be fair, cumulatively, what the implications are of you being right on commercial land or wrong, what the implications are of you being right on BCIS or wrong, what the implications are of you being right on abnormals and infrastructure or wrong. We're left with your concerns, and we're left to, I guess, do the maths ourselves. Right?
There's quite a lot to unpack there. So I think the first thing is where you said that I don't like the approach taken by Mr. Mitford Slade. I just want to be clear that it's not a case of me liking or disliking it. I'm taking a completely objective approach to this. It's not a subjective matter. It's simply what is set out in the IICS professional standards. And the fact is, it's not a question of me liking or disliking his approach. It's a case that his approach falls short of what is necessary and required in line with the IICS professional standards for undertaking this form of work. And therefore, it's not a case of I'm saying I don't like it, so I'm saying something else. It's simply work that should have been done that hasn't been done by the applicant, and therefore I can't, and I suggest the inquiry can't, irrespective of what you're saying as to whether there's one point that's right or one point that's wrong. I can't accept that that evidence should be relied upon. And I've set that out very, very clearly in my proof of evidence, and I stated it again in my rebuttal proof of evidence, and I asked for the information. And I've now had to do it again, giving evidence in chief and being cross-examined. So I've given every opportunity for the evidence to be put forward, and I've tried to take a very reasonable approach in only really focusing on a without prejudice basis on that strategic highways matter. And asked repeatedly for the evidence to be provided and clarification on other matters, and it hasn't been provided.
Are you going to answer or not? I mean, come on. I've asked several times now. You have not. Oh, I'm going to leave it. I've asked more than enough times. Let's go through what the scope was of your assessment. In your proof of evidence, you tell us on section 6, page 21. Sorry. Main proof, section 6. This is really just to make good what we've just been going over. 6 point... No, it's all right.
Yeah.
6.2, you were instructed on a without prejudice basis, maintained inputs on a consistent basis, ... and then you say that's 6.2, and then at 6.3 you say the only input you've adjusted are what I'll just call the road costs. That's the strategic highways costs. So that's what we've just been going over, which is to say your various FVA scenarios that you produce in your proof and in your rebuttal all follow that approach, in different ways, obviously, but that's the approach.
That was my original instructions. It does obviously have implications for other parts of the viability testing. So one of the main ones being the finance. Costs.
We're going to come to that, but yeah, absolutely. So there are a number of knock-ons that come from doing that, is what you're saying. One of them is finance, but finance changes in your assessment because the highways costs change, and other things do as well, right?
Yes.
And that is all just a way of saying, and again, I'm sure the inspector's got this message by now because you've agreed, but that's what you changed. You didn't change building costs, commercial land values, abnormals, infrastructure costs, or any of the other things that we were talking about earlier on.
I couldn't change the infrastructure costs because I haven't, as I said earlier, or the abnormal costs. I requested the evidence. As part of my proof of evidence is to request that evidence, and that evidence hasn't been produced, so I don't have anything to review against which I can present an alternative figure. So a lot of the points where I've been asking for clarification, as you mentioned earlier, and further information, are those that are my points of contention, and they haven't been answered in full. So I've not been able to, in some instances, therefore model them forwards into the viability testing. Instead, I've set out what I believe the implications would be in respect of the costs.
There's no reason, is there, that you couldn't have plugged in your own BCIS cost into your service plot appraisal? There's no reason you couldn't have used your own rate for commercial land value. You're telling us what they are now. You're saying we got it wrong, but you, in any event, for whatever reason, that has not been done. Correct?
I mean, if I was to, I know what the answer is to whether if the impact of plugging, if you're asking me to tell you what the answer is of plugging the construction costs in line with my opinion into the appraisal, I can say what that is right now if you'd like to know, or if the inspector would like to know. So I've got that figure right in front of me.
You know, when I said earlier on that it's going to get difficult if we start doing FVA work in the middle of the inquiry. I don't mind if the inspector wants to know, obviously you can tell it, but it would really help. Sorry. It would really help, Mr. Spilsbury. You're a very, very intelligent person and an eloquent person, and you can hear the questions that I'm putting to you, and you understand what they mean. It would help if you answered them directly with a yes or a no, ideally. They are all yes or no questions, before you started saying, well, I can sort that out for you now on the hoof if you'd like. My question was that there's no reason is there that you couldn't have inserted your own figures for build costs or for commercial land values, to take two examples, but for whatever reason that was not done. Was it?
We could have I could have inserted alternative figures. However, I didn't do that at this stage because the figures that were coming out of the appraisals based on the changes to the strategic highways costs alone were fundamentally undermining the viability of both the northern and southern sites. Therefore, it isn't necessary for me to pick up on a range of other points, aside from to note them and raise concern about them, because that matter alone, the scale of the difference in viability that causes, undermines the viability. I could have run. There's a balance to be struck, because I could have run umpteen scenarios.
Yeah,
I could have run 20, 30 scenarios, factoring in individually, which I think is what you were suggesting, individually what one change makes the viability, and then cumulatively what multiple changes make. I could have done that, but the amount of additional work and paperwork and scenarios that would have created would have been hugely burdensome. And so I focused on the appraisals on the number that creates a very significant differential between the parties, the most significant differential. And then I've raised the fact that even if that figure isn't correct, so one party's figures or the other party's figures, there's a number of other significant issues and flaws that still require resolution. And you raised then the point around, well, what happens if you ran an appraisal and you reflected the changes in the base construction costs for the southern scheme? So I can tell you that the impact would be that it would reduce the service land value by about £59 million. And that in itself on the southern site would reduce Mr. Mitford Slade's figures from the 22.5% to 13.6% affordable. The southern site,
I can't. I mean, I don't know. It's very difficult. The point is that none of this is in right. I mean, you're saying it now. It may well be absolutely right. It might be wrong. I've got no way of. You said I couldn't. You said it would have been disproportionate to produce umpteen scenarios, and obviously we can all sympathise with the desire not to be disproportionate. And you could, in theory, do hundreds of these things. Fair enough. But there's not one. Forget about umpteen. There's not one scenario that you've put forward for Kent that doesn't assume the Dadswell costs are correct. That is right, isn't it, Mr. Spilsbury? You can just answer with a yes or a no if you'd like. What I'm saying is correct. Is it difficult?
it is the fact that I've not run any alternative viability appraisals that don't incorporate the Dadswell costs.
And therefore the answer is yes, you're right, Mr. Simon. You could have just said that. Okay, so that's what we've got. The costs that you have used are the Dadswell costs that we've just been over. And they include, well, you've done them including and excluding the scope risk allowance, haven't you?
Correct.
And it means, what you've just said means that your analysis on non-viability through your FVAs depends on those costs because they're assumed in every one of your scenarios.
Well, only in the appraisals themselves.
Yeah.
So I've only run appraisals on that basis, but the financial viability assessment is obviously wider than just the running of the appraisals. Okay. It relates to all of the inputs and the evidence that goes into it. So as I've set out earlier, those are the appraisals that I've prepared, and I explained the results of my appraisals.
Okay.
However, there's a wider set of issues related to the inputs and the supporting evidence for that too.
And where we're at on the wider set of issues, I'm aware that this is my fault, that we're slightly going round in circles, but on the wider set of issues, because they've not been subject to analysis in any of your FVAs, there's no written evidence from you before the inspector to prove that they alone or in accumulation turn the scheme unviable or result in a negative residual land value on their own. It's just not something you've done.
In isolation, taking each of those individual points of contention around costs or revenues, no.
Thank you.
However,
right. Sorry, go on.
However, as there is now evidence obviously in front of the inspector, and that's in my proof of evidence and rebuttal around these issues, and the figures that relate to these issues were set out in my evidence in chief. So the inspector does have the figures, and you could add them up cumulatively and look at the figures overall, the viability gaps, versus what Mr. Mitford-Slade says is the viability, let's call it a sort of threshold or buffer. So it could be considered in that way.
Can I ask you about a couple of things that we've all either agreed on or worked on the same basis as at this stage? One of the things that we've agreed on in terms of the correct approach is benchmark land value, isn't it?
Yes.
We've all agreed that the right approach, for the purposes of this case anyway, and it's the approach you've used, is to take take essentially 10 times existing use value, which is £10,000 per acre, and apply it on a gross basis to the area of land in the south.
Yes, it's in the north. It's slightly different. It's 10 to 11, so £110,000 a gross acre. That's Mr. Mitford-Slade's analysis. I've considered that's appropriate. It's £100,000 in the south. It's within an acceptable range in my professional opinion.
Could I ask you just a couple of things about that? Why is it, in your opinion, that a 10 times multiplier is an appropriate multiplier in terms of an uplift?
So 10 times uplift is effectively an uplift over, let's say, an agricultural land value of £10,000 per acre, give or take. It then gets you to circa £100,000 a gross acre with the 10 times uplift.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
There's that 10 times uplift to £100,000. The figure of £100,000 typically, in my experience, is the right level to encourage a landowner to sign up to an option or a promotion agreement, particularly an option agreement, the minimum type of pricing level that you'd expect to see on strategic greenfield sites.
You say it's the minimum?
Typically,
Typical minimum.
Yeah.
Could I just ask? We're struggling to hear Mr. Spilsbury
sorry.
back here.
My microphone's gone off. It's clicked off. I didn't
Sorry,
realise.
you were saying that £100,000 is the typical minimum. You were saying to incentive or to induce a sale.
Yes, and there's been research by DCLG, now MHCLG, which supports that figure as well in their analysis that's published. Then there's also been evidence produced by what was the HCA, now Homes England as well, that a 10 to 15 times rate is an appropriate range. It's also been tested at appeals, including appeals in Kent, actually.
In where, sorry?
In Kent.
Sorry, I didn't hear. That uplift, I say uplift, from EUV up to benchmark of the 10 times multiplier, are you applying that, in your opinion, to the entirety of the site or just to the parts of the site, the net part of the site that's developable?
I apply it to the gross area. It's £100,000.
Why is that?
Acre.
Why wouldn't you just take? Why do you take that approach?
I take that approach because it's my opinion that you can't just take the developable land area. You would need to deliver a site of this nature, take in the wider land area as well, and that would be utilised for the benefit of the development. Things like public open space, drainage, highways. It's not possible just to isolate on the developable area or the net developable area and value on that basis.
There's been reference on this topic in some of the evidence back and forth between the parties to an appeal decision that our inspector will know, I think, quite well, called Warburton.
Land at Warburton Lane, in Trafford.
Just a question then, we'll come back to it maybe in more detail when we get to the Rule 6 part. You're going to be hearing all sorts about your decision there. But are you familiar with that decision? It's an iconic decision, obviously. How could you not be familiar? No, I was kidding.
The only reason I am familiar with that decision is because I do a considerable amount of work in the Northwest and in Trafford as well. Right. So I am familiar with it, albeit it wasn't an appeal decision that I acted in relation to.
But are you aware of what's being said about it in this appeal, which is to say that it's supportive of an approach to let me get this right, benchmark land value to where you only apply an uplift in respect of the net developable area rather than the gross area? I'm summarising, but that's the gist of it.
Yes.
What do you say about it in that context? Do you see it as authority for that proposition?
No.
And why? Could you explain why not, please?
It's the approach that was taken was, in my view, isolated. I've not seen it as an approach that's widespread. Since it certainly isn't something that's specified in guidance. And I don't think there's sort of specific case law that supports it either. The approach has also been superseded by other decisions, either made locally or through appeal. And
Are there any that you have in your mind, or just in general?
Multiple.
They don't have to be, but multiple.
Yeah, so for example, Gilston Villages was mentioned as one of the schemes that I've been involved with.
That was the East Hertfordshire.
It is correct.
10,000.
Correct. And in that approach, £100,000 per gross acre was deemed acceptable. It was a determination made locally that was acceptable.
Yeah.
And it was in accordance with the local plan viability study that was produced as well. There's a appeal decision which was actually not long after. And just to be clear, this isn't in my evidence. This is just
no. I mean, I asked the question.
Knowledge.
You're entitled to say.
There's an appeal decision in Thanet
In Thanet.
on land at, it's called land at Shottendane Road
Can you spell that?
in Margate. Shottendane is Shottendane Road.
Okay.
And that was, I believe, made in 2022. And in that, I think it was 400 units, greenfield allocation, and it was a Gladman planning application. It was refused, went to appeal. I think it was heard and a determination given in 2022. I'd have to check. And that accepted £100,000 a gross acre.
Per gross acre.
Again, in line with the local plan viability study.
Okay.
That was also followed as well by what I believe were certainly one local determination for a strategic site. I think it's I can't remember the figures now, but somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 units at Westgate on Sea.
Westgate on Sea.
Yeah, again in Thanet. And that was, I think that was, there's two. There's one at Westgate on Sea and one at Birchington on Sea, both strategic allocations, both circa 1,000 to 1,500 units, both granted with viability negotiations, and both had £100,000 per gross acre accepted via submission of a viability assessment and independent review.
So I suppose put another way, last question on BLV, we'll move on. In your view, would a BLV in the south of, I think it's 66.5 million, which is the one that's put against us by the Rule 6 party, on the basis of this net approach rather than a gross approach, is that, in your view, an appropriate basis for analysis?
I think the benchmark land value that's been proposed in Mr. Gardner's evidence is very low, in my experience, lower than I would typically expect to see, and probably one of the lowest, if not the lowest, that I've seen on a site of if you combine the two sites of a proposed scheme of the scale of this. I think reliance on the Warburton Lane scheme is tenuous. It's not relevant to this part of the world, even part of England. It's very outdated. I think from a planning perspective as well, there's potentially a slightly different context, because when Warburton Lane was heard, and this is in the appeal decision, that was it was prior to Places for Everyone being adopted, prior to allocation of the site, and I believe it was a site in the open countryside.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was also some quite specific provisions regarding the landowner's minimum expectations on Warburton Lane.
Yes.
And I seem to recall that it was disclosed that there was an ability for one of the landowners to simply accept the outcome of a residual appraisal that was undertaken upon determination.
That's explained in the
I think
appeal
that's
decision.
referenced in the appeal decision.
It is, that's
so
right.
obviously that would mean there isn't the same minimum expectation. That's quite unusual for that to happen, but I think that could have been part and parcel of the reason why the inspector accepted that there could be a lower benchmark land value in that case.
All right.
There's a couple of other points as well,
Please do. Yeah.
which might be of relevance. There's obviously been quite significant inflation in costs, inflation in revenue since that point. It's 4 or 5 years ago now. It's difficult to sort of take one of the ways that's considered, that's analysed in Mr. Gardner's work, is to look at the scale of abnormals and infrastructure related to these sites and to sort of proportionately reduce the benchmark land value to account for those. I think that's quite difficult to do because the markets, in simple terms, the market's considerably changed since 2021 when I think that decision was determined, and obviously the evidence would have been from significantly prior to that.
Yeah.
I think it's not possible to just to sort of draw a straight line between the two and say that that appeal decision in a different place, which it hasn't been followed widely to my knowledge, or subsequently passed into guidance or case law, should be applied in other places.
Thank you. Moving on from that topic, another topic where there's not much, if anything, I think, between us, are residential plot sales. So there's a dispute between us on commercial land values.
Yes.
But you've assumed in your master developer appraisals, just like we have, for residential plot sales, a per serviced plot sales value of just under 80,000, or 77.97 thousand, I think.
Yeah, so in simple terms, there might be some very minor differences, which is just really down to sort of rounding in
Yeah.
one. We've got two different appraisal models. They both try and do the same thing. You might get very slight differences in figures, but essentially we've accepted Mr. Mitford Slade's sales revenues, both open market and affordable housing, as being appropriate. There was originally in my proof of evidence, I set this out as an area of concern due to a lack of evidential underwrite on the open market sales. That was subsequently resolved, in my opinion, via Mr. Mitford Slade's rebuttal proof of evidence.
Fine.
I think it's his rebuttal. It may actually be his proof of evidence. I may be doing him a disservice. It may have been in his proof of evidence, but certainly there is evidence. Let me have a look.
In a rebuttal or something.
Yeah, it's not in the proof of evidence. It must be in the rebuttal proof of evidence appendices, which provides what I would consider to be an appropriate level of market comparable analysis in relation to specific schemes, and looking at the both transactions and marketed prices. The transactions are also indexed as well, so I obviously mentioned the issue about the non-indexation of costs, but on the revenue side, Mr. Mitford Slade does bring transaction values up to date through indexation, and also then looks at marketed sales prices. I actually think that potentially, based on Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence, he positions the sales values slightly above where the evidence suggests, and references a place premium. I think as a result, I would suggest that the revenues are potentially slightly ambitious. I can unpack that if it would be helpful, but I have agreed with the revenues with that footnote.
So with that caveat, that's not something that's between us, and no. You've essentially agreed on that figure in your FVA, or you've used it, I should say, in your FVA.
Correct.
And so here's my question then. In your view, having reviewed the work that's been done by Mr. Mitford Slade and his rebuttal and all of that, is there any basis in the evidence that you've seen to assume a serviced plot value of £96,500, which is what the continuum evidence suggests?
If that's in relation to, are you asking me in the round, or in relation to revenues and costs?
Revenues.
Just revenues. So GDV, sales GDV.
Yeah, income per plot. I mean,
yes, so that's a function.
The number that we've used and that you've said is, with your caveat, is acceptable to you, is £77.97 thousand per serviced plot, which I think you've just said is slightly ambitious, but you're happy to sort of go along with it.
That's the function of the revenue for the serviced land parcel. So that's how it then flows into the
master developer appraisal. Exactly.
But I just wanted to be clear that I was talking about the plot sales values before, when I was talking about the value. So it's the value per square foot of open market sales houses. Obviously, that then flows in the southern site into the serviced land parcel appraisal, and then the value you're referring to is the actual land value of that service land parcel.
Correct.
I just wanted to make
That's
sure
all
we're
clear. So
exactly
the
on the
figure
same
that
wave.
we have used, and that you've been happy to accept the output of, is £77,97000 per plot. And what's suggested as being appropriate by continuum is 96,400 per plot.
If that was calculated on the same basis of, say, the same level of affordable housing as Mr. Mitford Slade has set out, then I would say no, because it's my view that the revenues that Mr. Mitford Slade has used are appropriate. The housing sales values are appropriate, if not slightly ambitious. My concerns is more the opposite. That I know you don't want me to go down that route.
No, that's all right.
I don't want to go over old ground, but we've accepted that figure. But obviously, as I've set out, I have concerns that the costs could be higher. Which, if they were higher, they would actually bring down the service land value rather than increase it.
That's residential land. Commercial land. There is, as you've explained, a delta that is between us, and it's unpacked in the statement of common ground.
Sorry,
Did you want me to go to that?
I'm sorry. I was saying that's values for serviced residential parcels that input into the master developer appraisal, but then there's also a debate on commercial land as well, commercial serviced land, and that the headlines are set out at the in the statement of common ground on page 19. And if everybody's got that, you're finding it a bit warm.
I'm very jealous of your fan.
I know. Me too. It's wonderful. Are you, in all seriousness, are you feeling all right?
I'm fine. Yes.
Please say if it gets too. Please do, obviously.
Oh, is it already set?
Not here.
I'll just turn it on here. That's too close. This one Thank you very much.
Get all set up and then.
I've got both on. I think it's like being in a wind tunnel.
I know.
All my papers blown all over the place.
That's the one. That's the one. Just let me know when you're all good to go, Mr. Spilsbury.
Try it in there instead. Oh, has it got? Oh, is it this in the middle?
There you go.
See, you're obviously all expert in fans.
We've had to become expert.
You survive a cross-examination in
Just
fans.
about. Lovely.
Fantastic.
So the nub of it on commercial land is that you were both at £400,000 per net acre, and you're now at £500,000 per net acre. Mr. Mitford Slade's at £700,000 per net acre, and as it says here on in the statement of common ground, Mr. Gardner is at £1.5 million per net acre.
Yes.
That's the nub of it, right?
Where does it say, sorry?
Page 19.
I realise that you've increased yours from 400
Do you
to 5.
see? Oh, do you see? So it says the first paragraph on the left-hand column says 400,000.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom, on the
Oh,
next
is it on the other
page.
page.
Sorry, on the next page. There's that. Do you see 500,000 at the end? Is where I think we end up.
550 it says. Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
That's on page 20.
Is that correct? Yeah, at the end of page 20.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's obviously not been reflected in my appraisals, on the basis that I only received that evidence in
Mr. Mitford-Slade's rebuttal proof of evidence, as I set out earlier. So I wouldn't have had the opportunity to reflect that in new viability appraisals.
Yeah, so that's one of the differences between us that's not reflected in your appraisals.
No,
Correct?
it is. Yeah.
But to be fair, none of the differences are reflected in your appraisals other than road costs, are they? We've been over that one. For reasons that you've adduced, but I mean, that's just, anyway, whatever. But so that's another one that's not in your appraisals. Let me put this one to you then. You're saying again, we're too high at 700,000 per net acre. Mr. Gardner's saying we're way too low. We're under half what we should be. He's saying £1.5 million per net acre. Is there any evidence that you've seen, firstly, to support, say, let's just say, over £1 million per acre for commercial land values in this part of Kent?
Not that I think is credible in relation to this location.
Okay.
I don't mind. I'm just laying down a marker that obviously these are questions probably for the author who's saying 1.5 million. Hang on, we've not said 1.5 million. This witness isn't justifying it. Of course, you can make the point that he's not really the witness to defend that sum, or provide the evidence on it, or talk about it. So if it takes longer, that's fine. But his figure is 500. That's the figure he's defending.
Okay.
So the 500 that you criticised, I thought you criticised Mr. Mitford-Slade for increasing up from 400 to 700. You were saying that's an increase. You increased from 400 to 500. You.
Yes.
On the basis of a single comparable, the only one he talks about.
It's that there's limited comparable evidence, which is a big issue, and yeah, it is a single comparable. However, obviously the whole values around the district centre are also based on a single comparable from Mr. Mitford-Slade. So, if Mr. Mitford-Slade is relying on a single comparable to support that, I don't think it's wrong to see what's the evidence in the market and look at a comparable. The issue that I had a challenge with was finding comparable evidence of land for office uses, because obviously, as we've talked about, this is a mixed use commercial scheme, so it's difficult to find that kind of evidence. And if we're just relying on industrial and logistics schemes, that doesn't necessarily reflect the fact that this is going to be around the science park. There will be a mix of commercial and a mix of office and industrial uses. So
did you familiarise yourself? Oh, I thought you'd finished. Sorry.
So taking a single comparable where there is limited information, I consider to be reasonable, as long as that comparable is appropriate and caveated accordingly. So I did find that comparable, and therefore I've looked at that in the context of the evidence that Mr. Mitford-Slade's put forward, and I've then said, actually, being reasonable, it's appropriate in my view, because of that evidence, to move my position up slightly. I don't necessarily view it should go all the way, because I think it should be a blended figure, but we don't have the detail on what the mix of commercial uses are going to be, other than that it's going to be a mix of industrial logistics and office development. So again, trying to be reasonable in my approach.
Did you read or listen to the evidence of Misters Pestel and Dobson on employment land?
No.
So you don't know what they had to say to the inquiry about the differences between the markets in Faversham and Sittingbourne?
I've not heard their evidence.
So you've got nothing to say, or no, you've not accounted for in your assessment of this as a comparable any relevant differences in market between Faversham and Sittingbourne?
I do consider there is likely to be some difference between, and this is set out, I think Mr. Mitford-Slade even sets this out in his opinion, in the proof of evidence, as to the differences between the two, which are that he said this is a more westerly M2 location compared to Faversham, which is further from the M20 and M25, so less favourable. And I accept that. I've not suggested anything to the contrary. The issue is that there's only limited comparable evidence, and I would suspect that bringing forward office development at scale, if it was to be brought forward now, if it's £500,000 or 550 that it's being marketed for in Faversham, and it's only a relatively small site, 3.18 acres, that if you were to bring forward a significant amount of employment land at scale, then there would be both supply and demand effects, because you'd be bringing forward more scale, more supply.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said, I'm so sorry. There'd be supply and demand for what?
Impact, so you'd be bringing forward a significant amount of employment land here,
Yeah.
and therefore there would be a impact on price as a result of bringing forward a significant amount of employment land. There'd also be locational effects. So I've accepted that, in my view, that Faversham is likely to be a less favourable office market location. There is just very little comparable evidence out there. I think we have to remember that we started at £400,000 a net acre.
Mm-hmm.
It's been Mr. Mitford-Slade's opinion since 2024 until May of this year. Only last month did that change to £700,000 an acre.
Well, he was presented with a whole range of comparable evidence from Continuum, Mr. Gardner, and he's reacted to those comparables. You've found another comparable, you've reacted to that comparable. People have gone up. Not gone up over £1 million an acre, but they've gone up.
Yeah, I consider that my approach is reasonable and measured.
Alrighty. Now, moving to a couple of other things that we disagree on. One of them is cash flow and development trajectory and finance. I'm not sure what you call it in your note, but the topic about the 1,500 homes being occupied before the roads, that topic that you deal with in your note that you spoke through this morning. Now, just to take this through in stages, because in the end quite a lot of this stuff's just going to have to be for Mr. Mitford-Slade to explain his detailed cash flow spreadsheets to the inquiry tomorrow or the day after. But take us through what you've said. In your rebuttal proof of evidence on page 16, it's
16.
1.6, hopefully. Yeah, 1.6. There's a heading at the top that is development program and cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where you deal in writing with the thing that you were talking about this morning. And you say at 3.83 in relation to the southern land appraisal cash flow, it appears that the strategic highway costs are profiled over the first 5 years. Just pausing there, just for the benefit of the inspector, that is correct. So that sentence is correct, and we can see it in a minute. The next sentence says, during this period, the cash flow includes delivery and disposal, which
Sorry,
is...
I'm
I'm
with
sorry.
you where you are.
Oh, right. Take a step back. Have another go. 3.83.
Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Let's just start again because I do want to be clear about this.
Yeah.
3.83, you're reviewing the southern cash flow, essentially. And you say that it appears that the strategic highways works costs are profiled over the first 5 years. And that was just pausing there. That was the sentence that I said is correct. And then you say, during this period, the cash flow includes the delivery and disposal, and then you say in brackets, occupation of 1,500 dwellings in advance of those works being completed. And that bit's incorrect. I think you're accepting that bit's incorrect from the way that you gave your evidence in chief this morning. You understand that the cash flow doesn't assume occupation of 1,500 dwellings in advance of highways works being completed, but the sale of 1,500 serviced plots in advance of that happening.
I'm working off what's been said because this has been an issue that I've highlighted previously as well, the absence of clarity around cash flow in my proof of evidence before this. So I'm working from what Mr. Mitford Slade has said within our statement of common ground on this matter.
Okay.
So I think
but
I'm
the
assuming
common ground's a day old. This is in your rebuttal proof. I'm just doing it.
Yes. So you're raising the point that I've stated in my rebuttal proof that where I've said about occupation or disposal, I only had that information. I didn't have Mr. Mitford Slade's clarification on this matter. So I'm making an assumption at that point because I can see all of the revenue in this cash flow in Appendix 9, which is unbelievably small. But I can see the revenue from the service land parcels all flowing in, as I've said. To me, based on the service land parcels that assume that you're going to start selling units within 12 months of acquisition.
Yeah. So just
that you're going to have occupations in that period. So that's why I've assumed it says occupations. If Mr. Mitford Slade is saying that that's not the case that it's just sales, then we need to hear that from him and him explain that in a way that's consistent with Mr. Gearing's evidence as well.
Okay, well, fine. There's no evidence at all that we've put forward that indicates occupations in the first 5 years.
Well, I disagree with that because you're looking at the figures here of.
Hang on, where are you? Where are you taking us to? Mr. Mitford Slade's cash flows.
Sorry, I realise it's not for me necessarily to take us anywhere, but
don't mind it. Wherever you want. It's in his Appendix 9.
Yes, I'd gone to Appendix 9.
Right, just slow down. Just let us all get there. So it's Mr. Mitford Slade, main proof of evidence. Appendices to main proof of evidence.
Magnifying glasses at the ready.
I know, absolutely. I'm zooming in.
I don't know if I can even see it properly in this light, to be honest.
It's not going to be easy to see without
I might just have to use my phone light, if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get it. It would be better on your computer, madam, because you can zoom in. But
Okay.
So it's just, if anyone doing it on online, it's 37.13.3. 37.13.3. There he is.
325.
There certainly is, yeah. Yeah, it won't be easy for if you're doing it on paper.
Oh dear.
The PDF page number is 325. And we'll just explain what it is when we get there before you start talking about it, Mr. Spilsbury. Just hang on.
Okay. Save the battery on my torch.
Yeah. You tell us when you find the page. Sorry? Oh yeah.
It should look like that, ma'am, if it's helpful, with 325 in the bottom corner. I said it it should look like this with 3 I just wanted to.
Oh, that's
And then
clever.
zooming in.
Yeah.
Oh,
Clever.
There we
That's
go.
clever.
This is not your first rodeo, is it?
I think we'll look at the first 5 years or so. Any, George?
I'm okay.
Are you happy to? First few, it'll be the first 5 years will be the focus, I think. Okay, so just to give some, when we talked earlier on about the bit that we said was correct, you can see in years 1 through to 5 on the costs section, which is the upper half of the page, excuse me, you can see highways works, link road, and also section 278 highways works, including junction 5A. You can see that those costs are indeed distributed over years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of this cash flow model.
So these aren't cumulative, they're
No.
individual years.
Those are individual years of cost, that's correct.
Right, okay.
There is, yes, that's correct. And then that's the cost side, and at the bottom, not the bottom, but towards the bottom, there are revenues that are being derived also in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. Can you see those numbers?
Yeah.
So like the first one is 37 point something.
Yeah.
37,263.
Yeah, so you've got residential land and
Exactly,
commercial
yeah.
land.
Those relate,
total income.
exactly, just as Mr. Spilsbury said, those relate to the sale of residential land in year 2, 3, 4 and 5, and then on, obviously, but just focusing on those first few years. So obviously, now that it's been put into, what's the right word? Dispute in the way that you have done today, it'll be important for Mr. Mitford Slade to actually explain his cash flow table. But is the point, so I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Spilsbury, has your interpretation of this table been that it implies occupations before the end of the highways works?
It implies, it more than implies, it states development trajectory. So if you look at the top left of it, where it says description, and then you've got A, development trajectory, and then it says 150 units, which is all of the housing dwellings.
Yeah.
And then you've got a running sum along that row from starting in year 2, which is what I set out, of 500 units. So that's development of 500 units.
Yeah.
Year 3, 250 units. Year 4, 250. Year 5, 500.
Yeah.
Which is where I get to my figure. So what that suggests is there is development of those dwellings.
Could
The
you say that again?
total.
Sorry. What? Sorry. I didn't
There
hear
is
you.
there is development of those dwellings.
Yeah.
It's the total of 1,500 units running concurrently with the costing of the strategic relief road.
And that is your understanding of this table.
That is my understanding.
So.
Keeps cutting me out.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. You've got that row, haven't you, at the top,
At the top.
madam, where
Yep.
it says A, development trajectory, 7,150 units. So these are units, development trajectory units, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So if you're wrong in the way that you've interpreted the table, your big concerns about trajectory and the need for extra finance and stuff go away, because they've been all predicated on an interpretation of the cash flow table whereby occupations are actually happening in houses in years 2, 3, 4 and 5? Have I understood this correctly?
Well, construction and potentially occupation, because if you were starting construction of those houses in year 2, based on the service land appraisals that have been agreed in our statement of common ground, they would be complete by year 3, and therefore you would be intending, as any sensible commercially minded developer, to sell them immediately. You would, as a developer, you would absolutely not construct a house and then sit on it until a relief road's completed several years later.
Have you read the evidence? Have you read the evidence of Mrs. Dickinson about the nature of the master developer model that's intended to be used here?
No, I've not read that, but I've read the information prepared in the proof evidence by Mr. Gearing, which does describe that.
All right. I'm going to leave it. Obviously, Mr. Young can then ask Mr. Mitford Slade about it, about the correct interpretation of the table. But just to be clear, last question. I think you have answered this clearly, but I'll need to know for closings. Your objection on this theme, and if I call it a theme, on this point, a couple of pages of your evidence in chief note, depends on your understanding of a situation whereby units are either being developed and or occupied, as the case may be, in years 2 to 5.
Correct. In advance of completion.
In advance of completion of the highway.
Of the relief road.
Okay, let me just take a note of that.
And I think the other there's a second point to that, Mr. Simons, which is even if they aren't being constructed and occupied, the service land appraisals that have been prepared and the programme for construction and sale within those assumes construction within 12 months and then sale of the dwellings. It doesn't allow, as I set out in my evidence in chief, for any kind of deferred land payment or partial land payment.
Again,
and then
that's because you make another assumption, I think, which may be linked to your first assumption. You're assuming that the revenue that's being derived from the sale of residential land relates to, I think you called it 100% upfront, something like that in your evidence in chief, 100% upfront sales of land parcels.
That's the approach that's been actually applied and agreed within the viability appraisals prepared by Mr. Mitford Slade.
So just to again crystallise it, because obviously Mr. Mitford Slade is going to explain what this table shows from his perspective. Your assumptions are, firstly, that this table demonstrates that units are developed and or occupied in years 1 to 5. And the second assumption is that when we see revenue being derived from residential land, that relates to 100% upfront sale of plots. Correct?
Or
that's what you said in your chief.
Which I think it needs to just be followed through to the assumption that that you're receiving 100% of the revenue from the plots is because it's assumed that you would sell that service parcel.
Yeah.
And so it's because the service parcel is assumed to be sold, and the service parcel has only one land payment, and then 12 months later you sell, or 13 months later you sell the first houses. So if we've got here a number of units, so let's say that's the land, let's call it the land payment. We'll see what Mr. Mitford Slade says tomorrow. But the land payment for the first 500 dwellings, well, that's the full payment that's in there of the £77,000 per plot.
You are again making an assumption in the way that the table works, which is that.
Well, it's the only evidence that's before me, Mr. Simons. So if that's the only, there's been no clear explanation until we've got to the rebuttal proof of Mr. Gearing, and there's still questions I have about that. And there's also no clarity provided beyond the brief paragraphs that have been put within our statement of common ground that I was supplied with last week in relation to this matter.
With the greatest of respect, Mr. Spilsbury, it wasn't until you circulated your note today commenting on the approach of Mr. Gearing's rebuttal that this point about phased payments and an alleged inconsistency between the approaches of Gearing and Mr. Mitford-Slade's been raised.
That's because I only got it.
Fine. I know, I'm not criticising you, but equally,
but
you can't criticise us for not reading your mind in advance, and we're going to answer it when we're asked about it.
I did set it out in my rebuttal proof of evidence.
And we answered it. Anyway,
well,
okay.
I don't think it has been answered, because otherwise we wouldn't have to be coming to this table, and then there wouldn't have to be subsequent clarification in evidence in chief as to what this table means. It should be in evidence. It should be very clear as to how that approach to land disposal has been understood. And it's at the moment it's not clear from this table that there's a consistency between what Mr. Mitford-Slade's table says and Mr. Gearing's figures.
Well, what's happened is, again, with respect, you've made a couple of assumptions. You might say they're perfectly reasonable assumptions. I'm not pursuing whether they're reasonable or not. You've made a couple of assumptions, and your evidence on it depends on those assumptions being correct. And so all of that can be taken up with Mr. Mitford-Slade tomorrow, hopefully.
I think the other thing as well, and I might need to go back and check in my proof of evidence, but I don't think we actually had a copy of this cash flow until we'd received the proof of evidence. I think this is the first time, and I might be wrong, but it's the first time, I think, in Appendix 9, page 325 of Mr. Mitford-Slade's proof of evidence that there's been this detailed cash flow provided. And I'll, if I'm wrong, I'll stand by that. But it's the first time that I've seen it set out in this way, and therefore there hasn't been the same explanation or even this level of explanation around it. So it's the first opportunity that I'd had to raise it as an issue. I'd said we need to see it.
Yeah.
And once I've seen it, I've given my interpretation of it based on what's in front of me.
No, I'm not criticising you. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where we are, and that's where we are.
77,000 per plot.
Yeah.
You said where does that figure come from?
I can show you that. If we take up the, so it's not on that table, is the short answer.
Not on that table.
Do you want to take to where it? Do you want me to take to where it is?
Yeah, just.
It's the serviced. It'll be the serviced land appraisal in the south, which is. Hang on. Yeah, I think it's in Appendix 4 of the proof of evidence of Mr. Mitford-Slade. 55. Sorry?
Of whose proof?
Appendix 4 of Mr. Mitford-Slade. So you should be in the right PDF already. And
do I go to that? So what PDF is that? Is that what I'm in at the moment?
okay, so the figure. Yeah. Sorry, 37.13.3. It's the same PDF you're in already.
One.
But if you turn back in it to page 54.
So have we finished with this table now?
For now we have, yeah.
Actually, I was just going to say,
sorry.
What might be helpful is because of this very issue, that there's no. If you look to the infrastructure costs, there's a column which has got the totals in.
Are you back in? So sorry.
I've not moved anywhere.
You've not moved.
I'm in the same place.
Hang on, sorry.
So 325. There's a column which has got total for all of the costs and a total number of dwellings.
Total infrastructure cost.
Total infrastructure costs.
It's got a total of all of those individual costs that makes up the total infrastructure costs.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't any total for the residential land or the commercial land. It would be very helpful because if that figure was filled in, or we had a version of that table that was filled in with that figure,
right,
it would be useful because that would show straight away that it correlates with the figure for the service land price. And I'm slightly concerned, having looked at the numbers, that I'm not sure it does.
Righto.
So I think it would be helpful because obviously if it doesn't, then, and this is the only table we've got, then we haven't got a direct correlation in the evidence.
Okay. Well, obviously, Mr. Mitford-Slade, if that's important, can be asked all about it.
Can you just tell me, anyway, you said Appendix 4.
Yeah, Appendix 4.
So can I
So
go out of this?
you can leave that. The relevant appraisal begins on page 54.
Page. Okay.
So you can derive the
Page 54. I haven't quite-
Yep, sorry, yep. So if you turn on to page 55, that's the actual appraisal itself. So this is the serviced land parcel appraisal at 22.5% affordable housing for Highsted Park.
Oh, yeah.
And in order to derive the figure that I gave you before, let me just do it myself first to make sure I can do it. 5, 6. Yeah, so you take the this is a calculator job, but the total residual price, which is the 9,356,000, about halfway down.
Hold on. On for page 55.
Yeah, about halfway down. There's residualised.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So that's 9,356,347. You take
Yes.
that number and you divide it by the number of units in the upper table of revenue, and the number you'll see that's 120 in the totals.
If
If it,
where does it say 120? Oh, I see, yeah.
yeah, so if you take the total price, you divide by the total number of units, the result of that sum is £77,970.
Sorry, what's it again?
£77,969.50.
Oh.
And that's the effectively agreed with a caveat from Mr. Spilsbury, as between us and Kent. That's the approach that's been taken to the value of the serviced residential plots in the viability analysis. Okay.
Thank you.
So, last thing from me in cross-examination is we've done this point about, well, to the extent we can now anyway, done the point about trajectory and 1500 and isolated what the basis is of your evidence on that. We've talked about your approach to things that we agree on, talked about commercial land. The thing I want to deal with you, touch on with you finally, is build costs. Build costs for the houses, essentially.
Yeah.
And the debate, such as it is crystallised in the Statement of Common Ground again. Where, if we take, just for instance, page 11 of the Statement of Common Ground, you gave all these numbers in your chief, but just to remind the inspector and just see it handily set out. Page 11, we're on the southern side, serviced land parcels, areas of contention, and construction costs is the first one.
Yes.
And you've got that. Well, we've got anyway. The position on the right-hand side, £150 per square foot, and the per position on the left-hand side is yours, which is £155 to 25p per square foot.
Correct.
Yeah? Right. And in a nutshell, I'm summarising. Your position is that our build cost isn't high enough to account, in particular, for things like you mentioned in particular garaging, EV charging, maybe other external things like on-plot landscaping, future homes, etc.
Yeah, so just for absolute clarity, it's the base construction cost of the dwelling.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
So everyone's got the fans working.
No, I
on,
know. I'm sorry. It's not you're talking perfectly fine. I just can't hear.
It's for clarification. It's for the base construction cost, the build of the dwelling, the plot external works, future home standard, EV charging, and garages. And
I think that's what I said, isn't it? Did I miss something?
You were talking about wider landscaping. You mentioned it. You may have mentioned it just in passing, but I just wanted to be clear.
Landscaping.
I just wanted to be absolutely clear that. I would just call it plot externals.
Plot externals. Okay.
And that, in my view, is not a cost that could all be accommodated within £150 a square foot.
Which is why you're at 155, basically.
I'm at 155 before we then look to the cost of garages, before we then look to adjust the base construction cost to reflect the mix between apartments and houses that's been applied in Mr. Mitford Slade's analysis. So the service land parcel that we were just at, it's got flats, 1 and 2 bed flats on page 55 of his appendices. So there's that, and then there's also the inflation point, which has not been accounted for, which raised a concern.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to keep cutting you off.
It's okay. You can. I'm finished now.
Thank you. So all of that then, your criticism of Mr. Mitford Slade there is based on the assumption that he seeks to wrap up all of these, I'm just going to call them externals as shorthand for all the things that you've just said, these externals into the 150.
Yes, and it's not been unpacked to explain how that can be accommodated within that cost or elsewhere within the appraisal.
So if it were right that there was another figure where he picked up on external works, that would sort this problem out.
I'm aware that he has got a reference to other externals somewhere else, but the issue we have, it wouldn't sort this problem out because it is not, as I've set out earlier, it's part of the other costs. And we don't have that unpacked. There's just a single line, there's no explanation as to what that accounts for.
Let's see if we can do some unpacking. So do
you want to take us to it?
I do. I'm about to. But exactly where we were before, madam. So you might even have it up. I don't know. So it's Appendix 4, the service land parcel appraisal. We were at page 55, so that's where we were just a minute ago. I'll just have you got that, Mr. Spilsbury? Have you got that, Mr. Spilsbury?
Page 50.
If you start on 55, just to so we can
sure.
we can
I know where we're going.
acclimatise.
It's on 56.
So, just for the inspector's benefit, we looked at acquisition costs before. The next section down is construction costs. And we can see where that £150 per square foot rate plays in the serviced land appraisal, madam. Hopefully you can see. So for each of the different sorts of home, that build rate is applied, and then a construction cost is derived on the right-hand side. Are you with me, Mr. Spilsbury?
Yes, we're on page 56 now.
No, 55 at the moment.
So
but
we're on.
Just seeing how the 150 plays into.
Oh, I see. So you've just got the base rate of the 150.
You've got a base rate of 150 applied per square foot, and that's where the 150 comes in.
Yeah.
And then over the page, we've got a number of other figures that play into the construction cost section. There's build contingencies, abnormal contingencies. And then there's another line for external and infrastructure works, do you see?
Yes, I'm familiar with
that. And that's expressed as a sum of £6,750 a unit, which adds up to to £810,000. Right?
Yes, no, I can see that.
Which adds up to, in effect, if we just do the maths 1 second, because there's 120 units in this appraisal. If you do and indeed we know what the total number of square foot is just from the, if you look just above, 4 lines above where I'm showing you at the moment, we see that the total amount of square foot is 119,235. Do you see? Do you see where I'm at?
Are you sorry, yes,
Don't worry.
I wasn't sure whether you were talking to me or the inspector.
It was you. I just want to make sure you can. I don't want to lose
No,
everybody.
I'm familiar with these figures
Oh,
completely.
good. So you know.
You're-
Fine. So we know.
I know where
then-
we're going.
We
it's
know
fine.
there's a total externals cost of 810,000. We've got a total square footage of 119,235, which means, doesn't it, that adds an extra £6.80 per square foot onto the construction cost of 150 to deal with external infrastructure works.
Well, I don't know what it's dealing. It says external and infrastructure works,
Yeah.
but we've got. So I agree that's £6.79
Yeah,
per square foot. So if you just added that to the 150,
you're at
you're
156.
at
or whatever. We're
156.79.
getting pretty close, aren't we?
Well,
Then.
no, because that's I'm at
not.
the 152.
Yeah.
But my figures. Sorry, it's not 152, isn't it?
You're at
I'm
one.
getting
I thought you were at
confused.
155.
I'm getting
weren't you?
confused between 155.25,
Yeah.
not rather than 152.
We'd
So we're
be a
still-
bit higher than you.
You are slightly higher, but you don't. But in my view, that's before accounting for garages, for example,
Right.
which I mean, as I've set out in my note, we didn't go into it in detail actually earlier, but there won't necessarily be garages with every single unit. But if you assumed that on average the unit size is it's just under 1,000 square foot per unit on this assessment, and if you were to then say, well, how much is the cost of a single garage, it ranges, but let's say I would say somewhere between £10,000 and £15,000. I'll take the midpoint of 12,500. That would be another £12.50 per square foot. It might not apply to every unit, but it would apply to a number of units, and therefore my view would be, and that's before we deal with the inflation issue. So I still don't think that figure's adequate. And just to add to that,
Okay.
because I think it's fine pointing to a figure that just says external infrastructure works, but we've got no idea, well, how much of it is external works, how much of it is infrastructure, what does it actually account for? So we've not unpacked it at all, because unless you can point me towards something which explains what, in evidence, what that external and infrastructure works actually accounts for,
Yeah.
then we can't unpack it at all. It could all be infrastructure, and I don't know what that is.
I got overexcited there, didn't I? Because I thought that because you're at 155 and I showed you that we were at 156 and a bit, and I thought, well, it'd be
But
so
we've not accounted
Well,
for
that's
garages.
disappointing, isn't it?
It's very disappointing.
Can I just check your 155? Your 155.25. Does that include garages and apartments and EV charging and all that other stuff?
No.
So what does it include then?
So it's the lower quartile cost plus the plot external costs. So that would be things like plot connections, driveways, pathways, grass, boundary treatments, and such forth.
Right.
So it
What
does-
I've not allowed for, and that's the same approach that's been set out by Mr. Mitford Slade, but I just start at a different base figure, BCIS base figure to him. So I start at, as we talked about earlier, the lower quartile rate for the last 5 years for general housing, and then I add 15%. That gets to 155.25.
So that includes the inflation point, does it?
No, so we're still. I mean, this is why I was saying it doesn't resolve the issue, because we're still in a completely different place, really.
So sorry, just to clarify then, so your 155 is just the basics with some driveways and paths and that
What you would
sort of thing
typically
thrown
assume
in.
would be the general plot externals for a house, yes. And then on top of that, we would assume garages, because they're usually an extra over allowance, and then future home standard as well, and the EV charging. So all of those things are in addition.
as well as addressing the issue around mix, including the apartments. That would be an addition, as would be the inflation point. But Mr. Mitford Slade says all of that is included in the 150, and now Mr. Simons, although it is telling me that that's also allowed the extra £6.79 that's under external and infrastructure, also covers part of that, albeit I don't think that that's been pointed out before to me directly in evidence. So I still don't think that's,
but
I still don't think that's
Alright.
that's sufficient
So
to
you're
cover
a
those
bit further
issues.
apart than maybe you might
so
have thought,
shame,
aren't you?
isn't it? But it's one of those situations, just like almost everything else in the case, where the situation before our inspector is she's got 3 viability witnesses, well, 3 expert viability witnesses, or there's other people who speak to viability. There's you, there's Mr. Mitford Slade, and there's Mr. Gardner. And you're saying that our build costs are essentially too low, and that they should be higher. We've set out our build costs, and then we've got Mr. Gardner who's saying our build costs are substantially too high. Right? He's at £142.50 per square foot.
Without
No,
until
we'll
we
find
hear.
out
We
tomorrow.
don't know whether he's including all these other things.
No,
do we?
we'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. Maybe his number's going to go up, which we'll find out. And the way that, I mean, it's the same for commercial land. It's the same analysis that applies there, except sort of in reverse. The appellant's figure sits between the two,
Sorry, are you asking me a question?
doesn't it?
I wasn't sure whether it was just an observation. There's differentials between
Yeah.
a number of the figures between the 3 parties that have provided viability evidence.
All right. Yeah, well, I think I'm done, actually. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Spilsbury, and that's it, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simons.
Righty-ho, now let's just get a grip as to where we're at then. Mr. Bell, how long do you think you'll be?
So I think I'll probably be about 15 minutes. I've got 3 pages of notes condensed down to 1.
15 minutes. I obviously won't have any questions. So, Mr.
That's
Young.
not obvious at all.
Well, I've been asking them as we go along, haven't I?
30 to 45 minutes.
Today,
So that's about an hour, isn't it? So that will be perfect, won't it, to finish just after 5. So we'll have a break until it's quite hot and we've been going quite a long time, 4:05.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much. The inquiry to resume. So, Mr. Bell's questions, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Spilsbury.
Good afternoon.
We're nearly there.
Thank God.
So I only have a few questions for you. They're on kind of diverse topics, but if we just kind of work our way through them. I mean, first of all, I want to just kind of address one particular issue, which is kind of, well, obviously, we understand that in respect of Mr. Gardner's analysis and conclusions, you don't agree fully with all of those. And whilst you don't agree with some of his inputs, I think you said that the exercise he's carried out is quite hard to do. He has provided some detailed evidence, albeit in respect of some issues that you consider not to be credible, and that's the £1.5 million figure used for commercial values. And this evidence he's put forward to support all of his inputs in the appraisal assessments for the northern and southern site. That's right, isn't it? He has provided evidence to support his working.
I think in some instances, I would say, or the majority of instances, he's provided evidence. It's just where I have differences of opinion, I might not agree with that evidence. And then, in respect of some particular areas, I don't necessarily agree that there is evidence per se to justify the figures or approach that's been adopted.
And it's perfectly fine for professionals to have differing opinions, reach different conclusions.
Yes, it is. It's not. You rarely find a situation where two professionals providing viability advice will come to exactly the same figure. If it's done in isolation, in particular, because you have to look at it objectively yourself.
Thank you. And Mr. Gardner will be here tomorrow to explain his approach to this. But in the meantime, is the position, I'm speaking fairly coarsely here, the areas where you agree with Mr. Gardner effectively concern the fact that the viability evidence advanced by the applicant, both at the time the application was filed and throughout the inquiry, is essentially not fit for purpose and provides limited detail to support their appraisal assessments.
That's absolutely correct.
And as you say, no material weight should be placed upon it, or indeed that provided by Mr. Orst on behalf of the council.
Correct.
Moving on, when you first undertook your review, were you surprised by the quality of the financial viability assessments provided by both the applicant and the council?
Yes.
And had you been acting for the council, presumably you would have advised that the FVAs prepared and filed by the applicant were not acceptable.
I would have advocated that the FVA submitted was not fit for purpose.
And would you have advised that the FVAs prepared by the council were acceptable?
I would have again said that they were not fit for purpose.
Thank you. Now, I don't know if you've read any of the planning proofs in this inquiry, but Councillor Bonney, in her planning proof, raises concerns that this application is an attempt to circumvent the local plan process. I just want to ask you, would you typically expect a proposal like this, infrastructure and housing, to have come forward via a planning application, or is it more usual for it to be progressed by way of a local plan allocation?
That's a difficult one, isn't it?
It's obviously not my place necessarily to be advising on planning matters per se.
I should
that's
ask
not
the
my
planning witness
instruction.
that one, actually.
So I want to just ask you a couple of kind of questions on abnormal and site-specific infrastructure costs. And I want to take you to the local plan, which is CD 13.1. Do you have the downloaded PDF, or are you looking at it online?
I'd have to get it off the core documents list if it's on there.
Sorry, 13.1, and it's PDF page to, bear with me, just managed to, hang on, just scrolled past my reference.
CD.
13.1.
Oh, sorry, it's just taking. I'm trying to access it via the documents list, but the internet's being very slow. Now doesn't want to work. Sorry.
Close it down and try again. 'Cause mine's just opening without a problem. So maybe
Oh yeah, 31. Did you say?
13.1.
13.
CD 13.1.
Yeah, I don't seem to be able to locate the right list.
I mean, we may not, I only want to read a short passage from it, so you may not need to turn it up. But for those of you who have turned it up, it's PDF page 208.
Thanks. Sorry, page 208.
208.
Thank you, Darley.
And this is the section on land allocations for new development, specifically the central Sittingbourne area.
Yep.
And at paragraph 6.7.26, the text of the local plan says, solving the north-south connections to and from the town centre is difficult as east-west road and rail routes create a substantial barrier. Given experience with the former retail proposals north of Eurolink Way, it seems unlikely that a bridge over the railway could be achieved without adversely affecting the viability of development on either side of it. Given the reduced levels of development likely to come forward, it is considered that attention should focus on improving existing conditions. Now, are you aware of a need to bridge the railway at around Lomouth Road?
I'm not aware of the specifics of this.
And the simple question is, have you seen anything about the need for a railway bridge and the impacts on viability from this applicant in anything you've reviewed?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you. Just turning now to your appraisal outputs and deliverability. So I'm trying to go through this quite quickly. Based on your appraisal outputs, do you believe the schemes are deliverable?
No, I don't. Not without public funding.
And presumably you'd have a view as to whether or not an undeliverable scheme should be granted planning consent?
I believe it shouldn't be. Shouldn't. I don't think it's appropriate for a undeliverable scheme to be granted planning permission, particularly given the agreement from the applicant in relation to the provision of strategic highways works prior to occupation. I think if it's deliverable at the outset, it's not an appropriate scheme to be approved. If it's undeliverable at the outset, it's not an appropriate scheme to be approved, as it places the delivery of that infrastructure at significant risk.
Thank you. We've been unclear as to what the actual gross area is that we should be looking at for the purposes of assessing viability. Are you completely clear as to what the gross area is from what you see?
My understanding, as agreed with through the statement of common ground, is that the gross areas to be adopted are in line with the planning applications, which are set and the figures are set out within the statement of common ground for the northern site. So the viability statement of common ground, I should say. So the northern site on page 4, and then the southern site
We've got the gross area, obviously, for the service land parcels, and then we've got, but that only reflects the small scale nature, I should say, of the service land parcels. There is, particularly in relation to the southern site, some questions around that I set out within my proof and rebuttal proof regarding the appropriate area to be included within the sites. There was a change in Mr. Mitford Slade's area that he adopted. I believe that was dealt with in his rebuttal proof of evidence, although I couldn't take you to the paragraph exactly now, apologies, whereby he states that it was simply a correction of the areas. So my understanding is that the areas as being used now are correct. However, there was a change in that the area that was adopted, so that it was, I believe it was increased quite considerably by Mr. Mitford Slade in his most recent evidence.
And that, so you said, did you say it's correct in the statement of common ground?
For the northern site, and then we don't have a specific area applied to the southern site. It's not particularly a matter of contention. I've assumed, rightly or wrongly, that the southern site area isn't something which is that we are contending specifically, but it has changed. So I'd have to go to Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence to check on exactly what area he's utilising for the southern site. But I'm aware that it has changed.
I mean, you may not need to turn it up, but coming back to my question, are you satisfied that you understand the gross area that we have to be looking at for assessing financial viability?
My understanding is that it reflects the gross area that's consistent with the planning application, and my understanding is that that was the adjustment that was made by Mr. Mitford Slade. I don't have the exact area before me, apologies. I could turn it up, but my understanding is that previous to that he wasn't using the full area. So now I understand that it is the full area. I believe that excludes the science park as existing as well. Mr. Mitford Slade, I'm sure, will be able to explain that.
And have you had a look to see if there is any land within the gross area that is not required by the development?
I've not. This was, I believe, a point that I raised either in my proof of evidence or rebuttal proof of evidence, where I stated that it should be clarified as to whether there was any areas that were not required to be acquired. So purchased, to make it clearer, not required to be purchased or brought into the scheme specifically to meet the requirements, such as, you know, for public open space, landscaping and such forth. That I don't believe was answered.
Now, if there are areas of land within the gross area that are not required by the developer, does that mean that Mr. Mitford Slade's gross areas in assessing benchmark land value would be incorrect?
If it was the case that it could be demonstrated that the full application boundary was not required for the purposes of the planning application and delivering the scheme, and was not needed to be purchased in order to deliver it, then yes, I would say that it would be appropriate for that to be revisited.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Young.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the questions in the order in which they were asked. Now, the first topic was about your financial viability assessments, appraisals. And you've looked, I think it was put to you, there are 12 alternative versions. Is that right?
I believe that was what was put to me.
Yeah. What are those versions? Sorry, it is on.
Sorry, it's gone off again. Apologies.
What are those versions dealing with? What are the variations that they're looking at? Obviously, there's a north and south. We know that. But what are the other variations?
Well, it's perhaps easiest if I turn to the evidence and I can explain briefly what each of those covers.
Yeah.
So, bear with me a moment.
So probably the proof of evidence we're going to.
So if we're going to the proof of evidence, which is CD 39.4.1, my proof of evidence. And the easiest place to start to explain this is page 30
That's right, I've got to find a minute.
for the northern site.
Yeah.
And I'll wait a moment. So there's a table, it's table 7.1. This sets out a brief summary of each of the appraisals that I've undertaken for the northern site.
Yeah.
So the first, and I should say, these all reflect the infrastructure, strategic highways infrastructure costs, as advised by Dadswells in the cost plan dated May 2025. The first one tests the 11.28% affordable housing provision and the £17,167 per unit section 106. It then, as I said, tests the impact of the increased highways infrastructure costs resulting from the Dadswells cost plan.
So is that the second one? So the first...
That's the first one, but that excludes the scope risk allowance.
Yeah.
And then the second one, which is NB, so it follows AB,
Yeah.
and N is north. So you've got North A is excluding scope risk allowance. North B includes the scope risk allowance. You can see the highways infrastructure cost goes up from 47.5 million to 52.25. And then
Just so we're clear about where we are. So I'm looking at table 7.1. The first one, the first appraisal, NA, KCC infrastructure cost excluding scope risk allowance. Yes? Just help the inspector with what the scope risk allowance is.
So the scope risk allowance is one of the, it's effectively what it says, it's a cost risk allowance to reflect the fact that the design is at an early stage.
Yeah.
And therefore, because the scope of the design and the project may change, there's a risk allowance applied there.
And
That's in accordance with the advice set out in Mr. Birchall's proof of evidence on behalf of Mr. Lee Birchall on behalf of KCC.
So when we look at NB, which is the second one, that does include the scope risk allowance, and as a consequence, the highway infrastructure cost increase from 47.5 million on the northern site to 52.25 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we can see the effect of that component, obviously, is what, about just shy of 5 million, yeah?
Yep, it's another 10% cost, which is the scope risk allowance.
It's a 10% causes it to go up. All right, NC is KCC's infrastructure cost excluding the scope allowance, like the first one, but with the zero affordable housing and reduced section 106, yes?
Yeah, so the idea being that we test the threshold for viability.
Yeah.
On the same basis. So what needs to change to be able to bring the scheme back to a viable position?
Yeah.
And in this instance, it's the removal of the affordable housing and the reduction of the section 106 to £15,500 per unit. And D, which is the bottom row, is effectively the same test as C, but again includes the scope risk allowance at an additional 10%
on the highways costs, and that's the cost, the appraisal that confirms that it would be 0% affordable housing and £10,500 per plot.
Now again, that 10% is a 10% difference to include the scope risk allowance. Is that right?
Correct.
And the effect of that is that the highway costs increase by 4.75 million. Is that right?
Correct.
And we can see the effect is to remove £5,000 per unit from the Section 106. Is that
Correct.
right?
That's correct.
And the difference, sorry, between NA and NB compared to NC and ND, what's the difference between the first two and the second two?
The first two include the affordable housing at the level that Mr. Mitford-Slade contends is viable.
Okay. And if you remove the affordable housing, so that's it, ensuring you provide all market housing, in effect, is
Correct.
that right?
It's 100% open market housing.
Okay. And you get, and as you say, you get reduced Section 106 as well, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. If we go on then, please, you've got the appraisals for the southern site, is that right?
Yes, so for the southern site, the way I've approached it is that I've produced a appraisal for the service land parcel.
Yeah.
And this effectively replicates the approach undertaken by Mr. Mitford-Slade, and there's two scenarios that we end up testing. So just for clarity, in the background, I've assessed a service land parcel calculation that is consistent exactly with his.
Yeah.
And then I've also tested versions here because this is what we're required to do. Well, I should say I am required to do because of the evidence once you run through the service land parcel at the level of affordable housing, the 22.5% that Mr. Mitford-Slade adopts. Because that's unviable, I've then stress tested the impact of reducing that down to 0% affordable housing. So those are you'll see SSA, which is Southern Site A, in Table 7.2, is my version of Mr. Mitford-Slade's baseline position, but with 0% affordable housing and reduced Section 106.
Yeah.
And I've tested that at two levels, one at £11,000 per plot and one at £5,500 per plot for Section 106.
Yeah.
What I've then done is
Actually, can I just go back a stage, actually, just because the question that came to you was, and it's a little later on, was having looked at these, you replied about the cost, a cost of 4.5 million would reduce, I think, on the northern site, the affordable housing to zero. So let's go back to the first part of that table.
Yes.
And you said the inspector would be able to consider the evidence and that comes next, actually. But yeah, no, you're right. That was the figure.
The 4.5 is on Mr. Mitford-Slade's evidence.
Yeah. But you were looking at the consequence of the effect of changes.
Yes.
On the commercial land. If we look at the northern site appraisals, we can see that the 10% scope risk analysis just added to the highway costs increases the cost by 5 million. Yeah.
Correct.
And we can see that when you reduce the affordable housing, when the affordable housing is zero, then you're starting to get less Section 106 because you don't, you get less of Section 106. And then with the scope analysis, that's £5 million more in the highway cost, and that reduces Section 106 by 5,000 per unit, yes?
Yeah, approximately.
So we're looking at the sensitivity of this. a £5 million increase in highway costs for the northern site reduces the Section 106 money available by 5,000 per unit, yes?
Correct.
So how sensitive is this to changes of 5 and 10 million? We'll come on to them in a minute, but 5 and 10 million pounds, please, for the northern side.
It's very sensitive.
Yeah, because the inspector's got to represent this proposal to the Secretary of State and make her recommendations with a clear understanding of the affordable housing. And £5 million appears to wipe it out on the northern site, is that right?
Correct.
And affects the Section 106, or let's be clear what I'm asking about, it affects significantly the Section 106. Okay, now in your notes that you provided, and was the basis of your evidence in chief, let's look at some of the sums that your criticisms impact on. You were talking about some of the costs in the section that deals with, let's have a look, for example, your notes, section 2, I've got it on page 5. And at point Q, you deal with inflation, for example.
Sorry, page 5.
I've numbered mine, but page 4 of this note. So the evidence in chief note, 4th page in, and at the bottom of the page you should have Q.
Starting finally.
Okay, yep.
Finally, 18 months have passed, you talk about inflation, you explain that, and then if we get to the bottom, we can see the effects of that 2.8% at point Roman 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that would have effect of nearly £500,000 on the northern site, nearly £5 million on the southern site, yes?
Correct.
If we go down to other construction costs and abnormals, and this is D5, the inflation effect there would have a £769,000 effect.
Correct.
And on the southern side, it would have a £2 million increase, yes?
Correct.
Now, you also said, in answer to my learned friend, that effectively, because of that sensitivity about affordable housing, each 400,000 additional cost represents 1% of the affordable. Is that right?
Yes, I think that was for the northern site.
Yeah. So if we look at the northern site and that extra for just the other construction cost and normal cost inflation figure, that is 2% of the affordable effectively lost, because that's nearly 800,000. Is that right?
It's if we just look at the first figure, which
Yeah.
is the inflation under point Q, that's 470,000 on the northern site, so that's over
Hang on,
1%.
where are you now?
Sorry, he's gone back to Q. I was looking at, if you just go back to Q on page 4.
So that inflation there would be just over 1%.
Yeah.
And then if we then looked at the...
So, madam, just have you got point Q? We've gone back.
Yeah, no,
The witness is dealing with both
Yeah, but
points.
I can't see 1%. I don't know.
No. He's explained to you that 4 million would be effectively 10%.
400,000
You said-
would be 1%.
Yeah, he said 400,000 would be 1%.
4,000 is 1%.
Yes.
So 4 million should obviously be 10%.
Well,
Would it? Right, okay.
If you just have a look at...
he was talking about the northern site, though. I mean,
Yes, it is.
okay.
So Q,
Yep.
page 4, point 6, Roman 6,
Okay.
470,000.
That's the inflation on the infrastructure costs,
Yeah.
other than strategic highways, that has not been applied. So that would be the additional cost required. So that 470,000 on its own would be more than 1% affordable housing
Yeah.
if that inflation was applied.
So we go from 11.28% I think down to 10, something like that.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then if you went to the next figure we were looking at, which was the 765,000, so that's point 3, section 3 of this note, DB1A, That's 769,000. What would that reduce the affordable by?
Approximately 2%.
So just those two items, properly adjusted for inflation, 3% affordable, 3.28 affordable, or just over 3% affordable reduced. So the scheme would not be, on that single figure, 11.28%. It would be
8, circa 8%.
Yeah. So how easy is it with some of your costs, all of which you've explained in your evidence, 4 million here, 5 million there, so on, how easy is it for the affordable housing to disappear completely in this scheme if some of your observations away from the strategic highway to disappear because of some of these items?
It would be very easy. It's very sensitive to those costs, as we've shown.
And how easy would it be for that to start then eroding the Section 106 contributions?
Again, it would be very easy because anything over that, circa £4.5 million, would be straight away eroding those Section 106 contributions. If those costs increased by more than that £4.5 million, straight away you'd have to reduce the Section 106 contributions to return the northern site to a viable position.
Yeah. Go to section 5 of your note, that's page 7.
Sorry. 7, yeah.
At the bottom of the page, there's a heading, on-plot residential build costs. Okay? And we've had quite a debate about that and what's included and so on, and I will cross-examine, obviously, Mr. Mitford-Slade about that. But if you look at point D, you say you've got concerns about the approach applied by Mr. Mitford-Slade as follows. Lower quartile rate, LQ, £135 per square foot plus 15 is 155. This alone would add the following costs before contingency and fees. Northern site, 6.53 million. What would that do to the affordable housing, that figure?
In isolation, just on its own, it would remove all of the affordable housing and would reduce the Section 106 contributions by circa £2 million.
2 million reduced, yeah, okay. So Mr. Simon says, well, look, you've only done 12 appraisals, and here they are, and other things. You know, you should have done 30 or 40 if you wanted to make all these points, because when you add a factor, you've got to then look at all the other factors. Is it necessary, in your opinion, for the inspector to reach a judgment when you are showing here, as you have, that each individual percentage of affordable housing is affected by an additional £400,000 on the northern side? Is it necessary to run all these other appraisals?
No, it's disproportionate.
Is it necessary, when we're talking about figures like the build costs, which is obviously every individual house, and you're talking about a figure of £6 million, 6.53 million,
Yes.
and that takes out all the affordable and starts to erode the Section 106. Do we need appraisals for all of that as well?
No.
No. In your opinion, how clear and easy is it to see that these individual items, leaving aside the strategic highway costs, are eroding what's available for affordable housing in Section 106?
It's crystal clear. And
Yeah.
if you work through each of the individual ones, you could just add them all up, and that
Yeah.
would give you the full total deduction of
Yeah.
all of those factors.
Where do I find the sensitivity test from Mr. Mitford-Slade looking at your position on build costs, for example, which was in your proof? Where do I find that?
There is no sensitivity testing.
Where do I find his sensitivity test in relation to your concerns about issues over inflation?
There is no sensitivity testing.
Is there sensitivity testing to demonstrate from Mr. Mitford-Slade just how sensitive this proposal is to losing all the affordable and losing the Section 106 money?
No.
How important is it for an applicant on a scheme of this scale and this expense to have that sensitivity testing in their evidence?
It's very important.
Yeah, and the absence of it, I mean, you're being taken to task because you haven't done it. whose responsibility under the RICS guidance is it to do it?
It's the applicant's responsibility in full.
Good. Okay. Next, please. You were asked about the benchmark land value and a whole series of questions about this, and then you asked a whole series of questions about commercial land. First of all, on the benchmark land value, are you and the applicant's expert at odds, please?
No.
No. Is it a kind of deflected cross-examination for somebody else? But you answered the questions anyway. Is there any part of your case to question the benchmark land values adopted?
No.
No. With the commercial rates, you were taken to task by increasing it from 400,000 to 500,000 in light of you having, as you said, looked at a piece of comparable evidence, and you said there's a lack of comparables. Just explain that, please. Why, in this location, is there a lack of comparables, please?
There's a limited number of transactions.
Yeah, just for the members of the public, what does that mean? Limited transactions.
There are few sales of commercial land.
Okay, we were trying to make this in a common sense way. I know what you mean, but if I want to buy a house and or I sell my house and I want to know, I'm going to look at what my neighbour's house sold for, aren't I? Yeah.
Correct.
And I'm going to go, look, that's what we can get. It's just sold for whatever it is. Is that what the exercise is? To look at similar properties, similar things? Yeah.
That's what the appropriate approach to assessing comparable evidence would be, to try and find examples of, in this instance, commercial land that transacted in the local market or for sale in the local market, and you would therefore use that as a comparison or benchmark against which you would attribute either a higher, lower or the same value for the piece of land which you are assessing within the application site.
Yeah. I just want to understand the sequence of events. Mr. Mitford Slade was at 400,000
per net developable acre, yes.
per net acre, yeah. The council accepted that and agreed that position.
Correct.
He then goes to 700
Correct.
per net acre, and you go to 500.
Correct.
What was your reason for moving from 4 to 5?
Because
100.
my reason was because I took into account the information and evidence that was provided by both Mr. Gardner and the commentary by Mr. Mitford Slade. I also undertook an analysis of whether there was genuine comparable evidence in the market. I found an example of evidence and I considered that evidence. I also looked at the planning application, the specifics around, or the lack of detail actually, to support the specifics around what uses the commercial land would be, and there appeared to be a weight given by other parties towards it being in industrial and logistics land, but given the nature of the land and the broad commercial use which it could be put to, plus the location near the science park, my view would be the scale of land that's proposed to come forward would be appropriate for a blended mix of uses. I therefore came to the conclusion that the other parties, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Mitford Slade, are putting undue weight on this being industrial and logistics land, and that also offices should be considered as part of a mix of commercial uses, and therefore I adjusted my opinion based on comparable evidence of service land for office development in the local market.
Yeah. Now, in this section of the cross-examination, we heard a theme that my learned friend came back to several times, which was, look, Mr. Gardner's higher at 1.5 million, I think it is, and you are lower at 500,000, and so, look, we must be right, we're in the middle. We're 700,000, and that a similar point was taken on some other issues, okay? What has the inspector got to do? Is her approach to say, well, look, there's three figures, I'll split it down the middle? What's the approach?
No, well, that's not the approach that I would recommend. Obviously, it's for the inspector to decide how to approach this. However, my recommendation would be that I wouldn't simply
split it down the middle, because that's just not an appropriate and evidence-based approach. It's got to be justified by the evidence. So
Your
I would
approach
look
is
to the
go with
evidence.
you, isn't it?
Sorry, Mum, I missed what you said then.
I said your approach would be to go with your evidence, obviously, wouldn't it?
Of course I would say, yes, I would like you to go with my evidence, but that's not. The appropriate approach is for you to look at the evidence and judge it in the round based on what's before you. I would love for you to go with my evidence, but obviously you have to do this objectively, and I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
Very polite and very diplomatic, if I may say so. But the position is that it's about, this is exercise, is the cross-examination, we're having cross-examination, but it's about testing it.
Correct.
Okay? And what you've said is, look, I was at 400,000, I've increased it to 500,000. The reason I've done so is because I've looked in more detail at the planning application. I've looked at a comparable. I found a comparable that I think is helpful. I've considered the evidence of Mr. Gardner as well, but that's why I'm at 500,000. Yeah.
Correct.
Now, why is it that you say Mr. Mitford Slade is wrong to go as high as 700, albeit not as high as Mr. Gardner?
Because I don't think that takes into account the mixed-use nature of the commercial land that's going to come forward on the site. I think it places undue weight on industrial and logistics land and higher value evidence that was put forward by Mr. Gardner, and doesn't take into account the fact that there'll need to be a mix of development coming forward in order to absorb the supply of land that's being brought forward for commercial uses, which is considerable.
Yeah, but it might be said, look, we're near to a motorway junction. The logistics industry loves motorway junctions, albeit we're very close to the port. So, I mean, what evidence do we have that there's a logistics market to so-called... Well, let me ask you this. No, because you're not the expert for that. Why do you think it should be a mix?
I think it should be a mix because, and you did make a point there around the industrial and logistics market, in that there is, to my understanding, there is an appetite for industrial and logistics in this location.
Yeah.
But there's also a desire to get as far away from the port, several hours if possible.
Far away from
the port. So because a lot of the movement of industrial and logistics vehicles comes across the port, and they want to be based, therefore, to get as far as they can into the country when they get to the side. So there is only going to be so much industrial and logistics demand that can be soaked up here in close proximity to the motorway, and therefore I also think, because of the science park being located here, there will be appetite for or a necessity really to deliver some of that commercial land as office, for example.
Okay.
Office use.
And that's your reason. The applicants have said, and I think it fairly put to you, did you hear the evidence that was given on socioeconomics? I dare say they've given their evidence on that, and that's not something we've troubled you with. So I just want to be clear about the kind of limits of your expertise. The point in a nutshell is you're saying a mix, and that suppresses it against pure logistics prices. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. That's the reason for the difference.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Right, next, please. It's from the police. We're by a fire station and various other things. Cash flow. You were asked questions about the cash flow, and it was said that you sort of misunderstood things, and you took us to Appendix 9. We don't need to turn it up, but for reference, when we could all read it, it gave us the number of units.
Correct.
At the top. Now, it suggested to you misunderstood that. When it says number of units, that's referring to the parcels that are sold.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Why are you... Well, what's your view about that, when we've got actual individual unit numbers?
My honest view is that I didn't misinterpret it, and the suggestion that I did is unreasonable based on what's written on the page right in front of us.
Yeah, we've got how many units there are, and as I understand it, I have to use my phone to try and read this again. It's the development trajectory, 7,150 units.
Yes.
So the unit, the unit of measure is a unit across the top.
Dwellings, yeah.
I was going to say, what do we mean by units? Dwellings.
It's consistent with the number of dwellings that's within the planning application
Yeah.
for the southern site, and therefore it is very clearly dwellings.
And so when we see 500 dwellings, in effect, of the 7,150 in the development trajectory shown in year 2, what is it fair to assume, please?
It's fair to assume that they are developing 500 units in year 2.
Yeah. Where do we find any explanation in the appraisals to explain, well, actually what we meant by units was development parcels?
There's no explanation.
And the development parcels are how many each, please? How many units?
120 units per
So-
development parcel.
Which of those figures, 500, 250, sits with development parcels?
It doesn't. It just cannot be correct. There's no line drawn between the number of units, the 7, or let's just say the entirety of the number of units in the development, and the 120 unit parcels.
Now, we know from Mr. Gearing's evidence that he is keen to point out at page 9 that in the proposed Babchild link wording, it says not to occupy, permit or suffer occupation of the dwellings until such time as the Babchild link is substantially complete. That's for the northern site. He doesn't include the wording for the southern. Oh, sorry, he does. Forgive me. Page 8, he refers to the southern scheme, clause 2.1 of the draft section 106, not to occupy, permit or suffer occupation of any part of the development until such time as the SSRR is substantially complete. Right?
Correct.
Why might Mr. Mitford Slade want the dwellings to come forward 500 in year 2, 250 in year 3, just allow me to read it, 250 in year 4, 500 in year 5. So why might he want 1,500 homes to come forward in those 5 years when Mr. Gearing is highlighting the section 106 says opposite?
Because the sooner that those dwellings come forward and the land value for each of those dwellings can be realised, the more quickly the revenue comes into the scheme appraisal and the more viable the scheme will be, because it will result in the sooner the service land sales occur, the lower the interest costs will be as accruing from delivering the capital infrastructure works.
Yeah. Now, the explanation that's been given is, although it says units, it doesn't mean units, and although it's multiples of 500 and 250, it actually means parcels of 120. But it said that's because we're going to sell them to house builders, okay, in those plots, and that's why we can get that revenue in those numbers, although they don't match parcels.
No.
What, please, is the approach the house builder will take if they are being asked to pay for something they can't use for 4 years, those first 500? What's the approach the house builder will take if they're asked to pay for the site but they can't occupy for 4 years on those first 500?
If they're asked to do that, if they're asked to pay for all of the land required for those first 500 units, but cannot then actually sell those units for the next 4 to 5 years, then what would happen is they would have to assume that they would have to pay interest on the cost of that payment for that entire period.
And the impact would be is they're effectively holding a large cost, the cost they've paid to the master developer for that land for that period. It would roll up interest year on year on year. And the impact of that would be that they would work out how much money they could afford to pay up front to the master developer, inclusive of all that interest, and it would reduce the figure.
What, the price of the land? Or
Exactly.
The service plot?
Exactly. It would reduce the upfront price of land because they would calculate how much interest would roll up and they would deduct that from the price they could pay for the land.
Yeah. They're tying up capital in effect.
They are tying up capital and they're incurring interest.
And do house builders like to tie up capital?
Absolutely not.
No. They, of course, can go elsewhere. So imagine I'm Bloor, other house builders are available, but imagine I'm Bloor and I want this site, and I go to Mr. Gearing and I say, we'd like to buy that site. And he says, that's fine, you can buy it now, but you can't occupy any of the homes for 4 years. What are Bloor going to say to Mr. Gearing?
My expectation, my professional opinion, they would either say, no thank you, we'll go elsewhere, or they would say, okay, right, well if that's the case, we can only afford to pay you X, and that X would be a sub-market price, because it would effectively have to allow for, as we've just referenced, the cost of capital, the interest accruing over that period until they could actually recover their monies and make any profit 4 or 5 years down the road.
Okay. And how is that reflected in the appraisals, please, to apply appropriate discounts to forward sale discounting?
None of it is applied within Mr. Mitford-Slade's appraisal. You can see that within the Appendix 9.
Okay, just explain that so we can visualise it, if you like. When you say it doesn't feature.
The full, we discussed the value of each individual dwelling as a land value, a service land value, and that was discussed at some length. Mr. Simons referenced it. I think it's just shy of £78,000 per unit, off the top of my head.
And that was the calculation he took us to in Appendix 4,
correct,
where we had to do a little bit of maths.
Correct.
And what we
worked
did
it back
from 119,000 square feet, I think. It was the 120 units against a residualised price of 9 million.
Correct. That's exactly that figure. So
70.
That's the value per unit that the master developer will receive based on Mr. Mitford-Slade's appraisal when they sell each unit within a service land parcel of 120 units.
So, Madam, if you go to page 55 of Mr. Mitford-Slade's appendices, we were looking at it earlier.
Will I be able to see it?
You'll be able to see...
Yes, we will.
I can see this bit.
Without going to the opticians.
Right, so which appendix is it?
It's actually page number, so 55, I think it's Appendix 4, but I've got the page number for the... My learned friend helpfully took
That is it, yeah.
And we could see that there are 120 units listed on this page. That's the number of units totalled.
Hang on a minute. I know we've seen this before, but let me just... 120 units.
So you take the 100... This is what I do. I just draw little lines to link it all up. But 120, and I draw a line, circle that, line it up to the 9,356,347, which is the acquisition costs.
Oh, hold on.
So we go down to the next set of figures, acquisition costs.
Just for clarity, that's the assumed sum. That 9.356 million is the assumed sum that a house builder could afford to buy that piece of land for, with 120 plots on it.
So let's take it in stages. Number of plots we're talking about on this page is 120.
Yeah.
If we go down, we've got net realisation, so that's doing adding them all together, but we don't need to worry about that. We go to outlay and then acquisition costs. Do you have that?
I expect so.
Do you want me to point it out to you, Mum? Happy to come over.
It's in block.
No, I must be able to see it.
Halfway down the page.
Go on then.
on some of this.
I'm on this one. Am I on the right page? No.
We're
Oh,
on
if
this
I'm not on the
page
right
here.
page, that's
There you go. That helps.
120. Right. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
the 120 dwellings.
Yeah.
And it might be
Okay.
worth circling
Yeah. Yeah. I'll
back.
circle that. Yeah.
And then you've got the 9.356 million there under acquisition
yeah,
cost,
yeah.
residual price. That's the price that the developer, after all their costs and
Yeah.
profit, would be able to pay for the land, which
Yeah.
is just over 1.1 million per acre.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
leave,
no,
I'll
that's
leave you
fine.
with Mr. Young then.
Yeah. No. No. Help if I'm on the right page.
The simple point is,
Yeah.
you take the 9.356 million
Yeah.
and you divide it by the number of units, which is 120.
Yeah.
That gives you a unit price, I think about 78.
Yeah, it's 77,970 per unit. So just under £80,000 per unit, per dwelling.
Yeah. Now the point is, he applies that figure. That's what said, but there's no discounting for early sale 4 years ahead.
Correct. No discounting, no spreading of that land payment. It all in this table, Appendix 9, the cash flow, page 325 of Mr. Mitford Slade's proof of evidence appendices. All of the figures that are in there represent the entirety for revenue. So the residential land revenue, it's the entirety of the value for all of the service land. So that's £80,000 per plot. If you times the number of units, so we look at that development trajectory and we say 500. If you times that by the figure,
Where are you now?
sorry, I've gone back to the schedule on page 325.
Is this a tiny one? Is it?
It is, unfortunately.
I think the Winston's just going to give you the figures.
I'll
so-
give you the figures.
So which appendix is it? 9, isn't it?
9, and we run out of page number. Oh, actually, it's just before 326, so I guess it's probably 325. It's a page number on the side.
325.
325.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was the table, and without us all having to get out our...
Yes, so the way it's calculated is you've got 500 units
Yep,
showing in the development trajectory in year 2.
yep,
And then if you drop down into the second half, it's the bottom half of the table,
yep.
where we've got revenue, residential land, the figure is 37,263,000. If you multiply the just under £79,000 by
Yeah.
the 500 units, you come to, it's not quite the same figure, but you come to that figure of the 37.283. My understanding is that's after sales costs. But essentially that is exactly how those figures are calculated. So they're proportionate to the number of units that's coming forward. So if you look in the next column across, year 3, you've got 200
If you're going to go through this in detail, I'm going to have to
The-
look it up on the...
Sorry, I was just going to say that
See it, I'm afraid.
I think the simple, if I may say so, the simple calculation
Yeah.
is if you take the per unit costs of basically 78,000
Yeah.
and you multiply that by 500 units, that gives you a figure of 37
yes,
million pounds.
it's almost exactly that figure. It's slightly different because I believe, although it's not shown in the table, that that's after the sales cost of the master developer.
Let's just say 37.
Yeah, but,
But
we just
if,
we keep it simple.
In principle, that is exactly how it's calculated, and you can see that that's how it's calculated when you look at it, because the next year there's only half as many units. There's 250 units, and the figure for that year is half for the residential land of the year before. So
Yeah.
it's very clear that's how it's
So
calculated.
there's no discount, and you'd be able
No.
to tell by looking at the next year. Well, you'd have less of a discount because you were less far ahead from the actual occupation, and so there has been no discounting at all across any of those 5
No
years.
discounting, and it doesn't appear there's been any partial payments, for example. So another approach that might be suggested by Mr. Gearing via reading his proof is that there's
partial payments, a small payment made up front and then the rest paid in 4 years' time. You heard about that in my evidence in chief. Again, you can see from those numbers on page 325 that
Yeah.
we've just run through that that is not how the viability evidence produced by Mr. Mitford Slade has been calculated. It has all of the value in for every unit up front.
Yeah.
I
So,
suppose as you get on, I mean, it's worse, I suppose, on your argument sort of at the beginning, but as you get nearer to the completion, I mean, when you get to, assuming it would all be completed within 5
5
years,
years.
when you get to year 4, I suppose you could say that they probably could
Yes, if there was
build and then,
yes,
you know,
if
there
there
wouldn't
was
be such a problem as perhaps year 1, would you?
if there was a reasonable prospect that the developer, the house builder, felt that the obligations in the Section 106 agreement were going to be met, i.e. that there was going to be the completion of the strategic highways works the following year, then I suspect they would have more confidence in paying the money and saying, well, actually, we believe this is going to be signed off in a year's time, so we'll agree a deal with the master developer then. At that point, they may pay the full amount, knowing that they were going to be able to start work and then sell the houses within that 12-month period. But
Okay.
evidently, that's not what's been assessed.
no, because the inspector's point is you'd see a different discount rate for each of the 5 years.
You should do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's no variation at all.
No.
So, even if the inspector doesn't accept the point that units mean units, and that the parcels of 500 and 250 don't correspond with 120, and she doesn't, even if she accepts that explanation, even if you accept the explanation we've heard about, which is to say is parcels, the viability appraisals do not correspond with that approach. Is that right?
Correct.
And they don't
do not
correspond with Mr. Gearing's evidence, who does admit there would have to be discounting.
Correct. They
Yeah.
do not correspond.
Yeah. Now, given the sensitive, we were talking there about the receipts of.
He doesn't say anything about discounting, Mr. Gearing.
He talks about a upfront payment. He talks about in his proof of evidence, he refers to an upfront payment, which he refers to a modest payment up front. And I can't remember the exact numbers, but we could go to it if you want to go to it.
We can go there if
And
you want.
then-
He just doesn't say anything about discounting.
No, that's a fair point. It's not described as discounting. What he's saying is a deposit.
It's a deposit.
Yeah.
And then the balance of the payment.
Yeah.
It says 3 to 4 years later.
He- He does talk about phasing. He doesn't talk about discounting. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's a fair point. It's not discounting. So if you only pay a bit of the money up front and you pay the rest in 4 years' time,
Yes.
do the appraisals reflect that?
No. So
Okay.
you would expect to see in that instance small amounts of money in the early years of this cash flow,
Yeah.
Mr. Mitford Slade, and then larger sums of money coming into it, and an increasing amount as you got closer to completion of the relief roads, and then beyond it. Whereas, so it would be an increasing amount. As it stands, we don't have that. We have an amount that's the full amount right from the beginning.
Okay. Now, we looked at the sensitivity of £400,000 on the affordable housing, and that's on the cost side. Here we're on the revenue side, is that right? But we're talking about
Yes.
revenue, substantial sums of revenue, like you identified in that first year, £37 million. So what Quinn is saying, what the applicant's saying is, look, in that year 1, is it year 1 or year 2? Year 2, we received £37 million. What's the implication if they don't actually receive that £37 million? They say, well, we don't want to have reduced the value of our planning permission. We're going to sell to Blore and Bellway when we built the road, and there won't be any discounts.
It's
Okay.
a very significant negative impact because the interest costs increase because the revenue doesn't come in.
So will that impact on the viability, the deliverability of the affordable and the Section
It will
106?
fundamentally impact on it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
because-
can you just go over that again? Sorry.
Yeah. We were looking previously at the sensitivity surrounding
Yeah.
the costs,
Yeah.
and the cost in particular being losing affordable housing on every £400,000 of additional cost on the northern site.
Yeah.
we're now talking about the forward sale of
The south.
units on the southern site.
Yeah.
And I will just come back to the cost of the southern site in a minute. But on that side of the equation, we've got, for example, in year 2, the first year of sales, according to Mr. Mitford's sales appraisal work, of circa 37 million pounds. And I'm asking the witness, what is the implication, please, if you were to find in his favour and say, look, that isn't what they're signing up to in the Section 106 agreement, and the house, no discount's been applied, and the part payments isn't reflected either in it. What's the implication of not receiving that 37 million pounds in year 1? Or Mr. Gearing's theory, or Mr. Gearing's evidence, I should say, which is to pay, I don't know, 10% of that, 3.7 million, but you don't get the rest of the 37 million till after. And I'm just asking the witness, what's the implication of that on this proposal?
The implication would, or the impact of it would be that I couldn't see any other outcome other than it would necessitate reducing the level of affordable housing or planning obligations or both.
Okay, now, do we have any sensitivity testing from Mr. Mitford Slade looking at the fact that it might not be possible to get the full value of the housing plots 4 years ahead of the road opening, i.e. before they could be occupied?
No.
Do we have any sensitivity testing for the north or the southern site about the opening dates of the road?
No.
No. Okay, and then finally, please, just in terms of the southern site, we looked at the sensitivity about the northern site. Can we have a look at the southern site? And in particular, can you take up your evidence in chief note and go to page 8, which is section 5.
Hold on.
And section 5D. Do you have that?
5D or
5D, D for Delta. Do you have that? Yeah.
I do.
Okay, we looked at the northern site, and if Mr. Mitford Slade is wrong about the build costs with his £135 per square foot plus 15%, I think, you said that alone would have the effect of 37.36 million, yes?
Yeah, just to be clear, that £155.25 a square foot is my figure.
Yeah,
Mr. Mitford
sorry.
Slade's is the 150.
You're quite
so
right.
For the inspector's benefit, the difference between the £150 a square foot of Mr. Mitford Slade and my figure of £155.25 would be 6.53 million on the northern site and 37.36 million increased cost on the southern site.
You're quite right to correct me. It's the £5 per square foot difference across the site.
Correct.
The effect on the southern site is 37 million.
Correct.
Now, not to be confused with the 37 million we were talking about a minute ago, that 37 million was what he anticipates would be received in year 2 for the houses that cannot be occupied until year 5 if the road is built according to plan. This is a different 37 million. This is on the cost side. Is that
The cost of dwellings.
the cost of dwellings? Yeah. Okay. And again, if you just take that component, how sensitive is the delivery of affordable and Section 106 money if it is in fact an additional cost of 37 million for building the houses?
It's very sensitive because that would be the impact that would have would be effectively it would take. I mean, the easy way to think about it is that we talked about the southern service land plots.
Yeah.
Generating circa £79,000 per unit.
Yeah.
There's obviously an additional cost here of £5,225 per unit. So
That's it. Just
You
just so
can't
we
draw
know,
a
when you say
straight
there is
line to it.
there is a figure there. It's the bit in brackets.
It is
so
in brackets.
the 37 million across all of the southern site is
Equates to
5,000 per plot. Yeah, and
you can't draw quite a straight line to it as you would like to do, but the impact would be is that it would remove the ability, I believe, to deliver the 22.5% affordable housing. It would have to be less, because that 22.5% affordable housing and the Section 106 allowance is predicated on those costs being exactly the level they are now. So any increase in those costs will reduce that £79,000 per plot that's available, or that would be what a house builder could buy that service land for, and therefore it would mean that the overall scheme would need to deliver less affordable housing or less Section 106 obligations in order for it to remain viable.
Okay.
Predicated on the £150 per square foot, you mean?
Sorry,
Predicated
Ma'am, I
on
can't
the-
hear that over the noise of the fan. Apologies.
Sorry, predicated on the Mr. Mitford Slade's £150 per square foot.
Yeah, so that's what the £79,000 per serviced
Well, no, the
unit.
22.5% affordable housing is predicated on that.
Yes, and if you increased it to the £155.25,
It'd obviously go down, then, wouldn't it?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So, question is, for the southern site, has Mr. Mitford Slade sensitivity tested any other build costs?
No.
No. You presented your figure. It's only £5 per square foot higher, but has he sensitivity tested that?
There's no sensitivity testing on any assumptions other than the acute care and the, to make sure I get this the right way around, KDNL contribution.
Yeah.
That is the only sensitivity testing that's done at all within any of Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence.
How important in a scheme like this? We know that the 5 parishes were raising viability concerns and where the affordable sat. We know it's obviously a very big scheme. We know it's got a very expensive road and motorway junction. How important would it be to do sensitivity testing at things like the build costs in circumstances where you've got others like you suggesting another figure?
It's critical. It's a requirement to undertake sensitivity testing.
It's a requirement of the RICS.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And sorry, I said it's the last point, but I just want absolute clarity. This difference around the 150, 155, and then what's included and whether it's caught by 15%, and then we had you were taken to his appraisals where I think at section 4 it was headed externals and infrastructure.
Correct.
Yeah? Just for absolute clarity on this point, your 155, based on the last data from the last 5 years, what is excluded from that figure, from your figure of 155, and give us it in bullet point form so we can all make a note and be clear what's included.
What's excluded, which is the easy way to cover it, is future home standard.
And that's the carbon reduction.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
EV charging.
Electric charging. For
Electric vehicle
cars.
charges.
Yeah.
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 Garages
Yeah.
and inflation.
And flats.
And flats. Thank you, Ma'am.
That's all right.
Flats. Externals.
I think we've heard that a few times, haven't we? I've got about 6 notes on it.
Externals.
Externals are covered within the £155.25, so that's
Okay.
the 15% allowance over the base rate. So that's
Okay.
the 135 plus 15% gives you the 155.25.
And the
Okay.
externals are things like you said, driveways and things like that.
Yes, Ma'am, that's correct.
All the things around my home and garden, not just the landscaping, I think was suggested, but
Everything you need beyond it, just building the house, the square box itself, of other shapes are available, but all of the everything that's required around
driveway,
Yeah.
back garden fences,
demise,
everything.
anything within the demise,
Okay.
and plot connections, so services and such forth into the plot.
But not a garage.
Not a garage.
All right, and generally garages, you said, might not be on every plot, but I think you said roughly...
You would it depends on what the requirements are of the local authority for parking and
but broadly,
typical
broadly
local
the cost of a
practice.
garage.
Broadly, the cost of a garage will be between £10,000 and £15,000 for a single garage.
Okay.
And I would expect to get to the values that have been applied here that you would have garages on, for example, some of the 3-bed units, all of the 4-bed units, and any if there was any 5-bed units, those as well.
Okay, so your figures, put simply, 135 plus 15%, which includes those external works, but excludes the list of 5 that you gave us.
Correct.
Future homes, EV charging, garages at 10 to 15,000, inflation and flats.
Correct.
Yes? Whereas Mr. Mitford Slade's position is, what's his base figure?
150,
150, yeah.
and that includes all of those items.
Okay.
But without inflation and without accounting for inclusion of flats.
Okay, does he include 15%?
Yes, that's within his figure. So he's allowed for the same 15%,
Yeah.
but he starts at a lower
Yeah,
construction cost.
it's just to get apples and apples,
Hang
really.
on, what's the 15%?
So this witness is 135 plus 15% takes him to 155. Mr. Mitford Slade
It's 129
is a
plus
100
15%, which gets to £148.35, which he rounds to 150.
Hang on a sec. That's you or
Ma'am,
his?
if you want to, if it's easier,
I thought I understood this, but you keep going in.
There's
It's-
two figures to arrive at, 150 and 155.
What's the 15% bit?
But the 15% is, if you just explain.
for the external works. So it's for those points that you referred to before, ma'am, that sit around the plot. This is just for clarity. This is explained within point 5 of my evidence in chief note under A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. So if you do want to revisit the specific figures, they're all set out there.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just
okay.
trying to get clear, and it's all ultimately in your proof and your rebuttal. But
It is.
we've got two figures that lie at the core of this, madam. Okay. This witness, 135, cost of building a house, yes, per square foot. 135. You add 15% for the externals.
Correct.
Is that a fairly normal,
That's your-
straightforward thing to do? Yeah.
Yes.
Gives you 155 per plot.
Correct. 15525.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Mitford Slade starts at lower figures, so he starts at 129 instead of 135. He then adds the 15% consistent with you, arrives at 148.35. He rounds it to 150.
Correct.
And that's where our £5 per square foot difference comes from.
Yeah.
Correct.
But crucially, he says that includes the things that you say are excluded, that list of 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other point, obviously, Mr. Simons has. This isn't in Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence, but Mr. Simons has drawn me to it. The figures in there, but obviously in this context, that there's the additional circa £6 that we referred to earlier.
Can we just go to that? So that is Appendix 4, and we were looking at
Hold on.
page 56.
You'll have to give
Oh,
me a
this is. I
moment.
know what this is. Yeah. Okay. Just,
And as you say, not in the evidence, but that doesn't matter. We can deal with this. Mr. Mitford Slade, no doubt on instructions, pointed out to my learned friend external infrastructure works on page 56. Do you remember us looking at that, madam?
I can't find them now.
Page 56.
Oh yeah, external. Yeah.
And infrastructure works.
Yes.
And it worked out at £6.80 per square foot. Is that
Correct. Yeah.
right? Okay. And what was said was, you've identified future home standards, EV charging, garages, etc. He has reflected that here in the £6 per square foot. Yes.
Apparently so.
Yeah. what observations do you have about that? First of all, is that explained in the proof or the rebuttal?
It's not explained, no.
Okay, and what are the items that are included within the reference to external and infrastructure works?
I don't know, because Mr. Mitford-Slade does not explain anywhere
Okay.
a breakdown of that.
Is it? We know it's not in the original appraisal work, but is it in the proof or the rebuttal? Does he explain what external and infrastructure?
Not here, no.
Yeah. And in any event, what are the infrastructure works? Are they the externals to a house?
I don't know what it relates to.
Okay. We see it sat alongside abnormal costs and Section 106 costs. Where would you expect to see the external or the additional things like future home standards, garages and so on?
I would expect those to be itemised.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which is the same approach that Mr. Orst took of Pathfinder on behalf of the council.
Because if you go back a page 55, we've worked out the unit costs, is that right? The cost per each individual unit, yes?
Yes.
And then we've got below that the residualised price, yes?
Yes.
So when you're a house builder trying to know what the residualised price is, would you want to know the full cost of building the house, including the garden and the garage and the future home standards, or would you treat that as something external to building a house?
You would want to know the full costs.
How appropriate is it to put a residual price for building the house, for the land, as a consequence of building, or a consequence of calculating the number of units, and then put your externals after that?
Well, it's not. It's the presentational point. It's not how it's calculated.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I would always expect that there would be a clear breakdown, a distinction between the plot costs, the external costs, and any other extra over costs such as garages, future home standard, EV charging. So it's very clear that all of those items have either been included or excluded. The approach that's been taken here, where it's unclear what is included and what's excluded, is very difficult to understand and navigate. It's simply not transparent evidence.
Okay, but you're being very fair in the sense that the £9 million residual price may reflect the externals. Is that right?
It does.
It does.
It does.
Okay.
It's that's included in the £150 a square foot.
Okay, well that's fairly put, and but what you're saying is you don't know what they represent.
Don't know what that external infrastructure works represents, and I don't believe that even with that allowance, it's a very conservative assessment of cost even with that allowance, and obviously it doesn't deal with the issue of inflation and such forth too.
Okay. Thank you very much. It really is over now.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
I assume, madam, you didn't have any questions.
No.
No.
No. Clear as a bell. Right. Now, just looking at the programme then. So tomorrow we're going to start with Mr. Gardner, yes?
Yes, madam, I was going to ask you about that.
Oh.
Mr. Gardner has a matter he needs to attend to first thing tomorrow morning.
So what? I can't hear.
He has a matter he needs to attend to first thing tomorrow morning. It's a personal matter.
I see.
And that puts the risk of him being here at 9:30 in kind of jeopardy at the moment. So, madam, having spoken to Mr. Simons and Mr. Young, but admittedly not the council's team, we're wondering whether or not it would be possible to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, just to make sure that Mr. Gardner is here. And as possibly a bit of a sweetener in that regard, I can confirm that the 30 minutes set aside for cross-examination of Mr. Finch by the Five Parishes group won't be needed.
We couldn't hear from. Hang on a minute. Could we not bring Mr. Finch forward? No, not Mr. Finch. Mr. Finch forward.
Mr. Finch has commitments in terms of work, school run tomorrow morning,
Right.
And that would.
He's going to be here tomorrow, I hope, because we're going to hear from him.
Oh,
Aren't we?
yeah, he will be, but starting at 9 o'clock or 9:30.
9:30.
And there's another. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
We're all trying to get our reasons in.
No. I've not got any reasons. I'm just going to say I've got. I think let me just check. An hour, and I've got quite a lot of time. I think in to cross-examine Mr. Finch. But yeah, I've got an hour and a half. But it's not going to be anything like that. I mean, it's going to be a fraction of that because Mr. Finch doesn't say an awful lot that we disagree with. Really. What Mr. Finch's evidence is about explaining why it is that Kent want to consider viability, which is fine by us. So, it should be that we get some time back.
What time are you saying you want to start then?
I think we all want to start at 10 o'clock, having finished on a hot, sweaty day at 5:30 and having started at 9.
I know. All right.
I probably put that a little less than neutral, didn't I? But
yeah, I mean, okay. So if we start at 10 tomorrow, then so we'll start with Mr. Gardner then, if that's Mr. Gardner first, and then Mr. Finch, and then if we have time, we'll start Mr. Mitford-Slade.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
do you think that we'll actually finish him Thursday?
yeah, we will.
We will.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, we'll perhaps revisit time estimates nearer the time.
Okay.
Right. We'll adjourn till 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it will be cooler tomorrow, hopefully.